Please do know this is going to be recorded so that if you do need to hop off at any time, please know that you will be sent the replay with the address that you registered for this event with. Shanita from Milwaukee, another Milwaukeeer, with the email. I will also be sending the chat also. So later on, we can drop in the chat when we are ready, our Instagram, so we can connect. At the end of today's event, you're going to have the opportunity to be put into some networking groups with one another. That's a way to get to know each other even more. Some of the best feedback I've ever had from these events is the connections that people make, whether it's with the speakers or with one another. That could be through the chat or the networking events at the end. We also have a handful of wonderful giveaways today. And some really incredible sponsors here to share, to give you some offers as well. All right, everyone, drop in the chat where you're tuning in from. I am going to, let's see, where else are we in from? I'm going to make sure our first speaker is on here. Does anyone have any questions? If you have questions along the way, please drop in the chat. We do have Brittany Roberts, who is with the TCN, and Claire Burt, who is also with the TCN, who's going to be answering any of your questions in the chat, sending you any links that you're asking for. Do know that all the information for every speaker will also be sent in the post-event email for you, so you don't have to go and hurry and try to grab their giveaway that they're giving you or put down their information. All of that will be sent to you via email post-event. We really encourage you to be engaging throughout this, ask questions, share where you're from, share your Instagram handles, share your emails, however it is that you want to connect with others. We will be taking 2 breaks throughout today's event so that you have some time to get up, stretch, walk around, get something to eat or drink if you'd like, use the restroom. All right, everyone, we have our first speaker hopping on here now. I'm going to be introducing her. Is everyone ready to get started today? All of these beautiful faces, if you can, put on your cameras would be incredible. It's really nice seeing everyone's faces, getting to know names, faces to names that we see here. There's a lot of familiar faces for members in the Travel Coach Network and the Travel Coach Certification Program, but also a lot of new faces, and I would love to get to know you here. We have another Atlanta, Milwaukee, wonderful. Hi, everyone who is still hopping on here. Drop in the chat where you are tuning in from. We're going to get started with our very first speaker in just a moment here. We have our very first speaker, who is Sukriti Raikwar. Sukriti, are you ready to get started and inspiring everyone today? Everyone is muted, so I'll just have the speakers on mute. All righty. I'm going to introduce Sukriti and what her topic is today. Is there a schedule for the speakers for today? If you, yes, Brittany, could you drop into the chat just the landing page for today's event that's on the TCN website? That has the schedule of every speaker's topic and the time, estimated time that they will be speaking at. Yes, if you have any other questions, drop it in the chat here. So we have Sukriti Raikwar. She is the founder of Soulful Safaris, where she co-creates purposeful journeys at the intersection of sustainable, transformational, and cultural experiences. Sukriti will be talking about how travel can help you break free from cultural expectations and how it's never too late in life to find your career path. Sukriti, thank you so much for joining us today, and you can now take the stage.
Hello everyone, and thank you so much, Sahara Rose, for having me today. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. I'm very honored to be present here today and talking to all of you. It's actually a special day for me. My sister just gave birth to a girl child, and I landed few years away from my home to my sister's place just a few hours ago. And I'm very happy to be celebrating this moment with all of you. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. My topic, before I go further into my topic, I would like you to take a moment, pause, and think about the fear that has held you from achieving something. It could be anything from your childhood, from your college time, from your adulthood, anything. And with thought, I will take you on my own journey, how travel has helped me to overcome a lot of things, lot of negative things in my life. You know, like many of us, I too had a fear of not scoring well in exams. Like in India, many middle class families, our and options are very limited to engineering and medicine to ensure high paying jobs and well set in life. I too was preparing for such exams, but never got through. Somehow I convinced my parents to let me study tourism, and that was kind of a game changer. I grew up with a lot of fears in my life, lot many fears in my life, and that those fears stopped me in taking small actions. But travel is a game changer. It opens our heart, it opens our brain, it opens our mind. I could not have dreamt of doing what I am doing today if it was not for travel. You know, hello,
We can see you.
can you all hear? Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, I'm at a very poor network. I just lost the connection.
You can
When I
continue.
studied,
You can go ahead. We can hear you.
you all can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and see you.
Sorry, sir. Sorry. Yeah. So yes, my dear sisters, travel is that powerful tool that can help us to achieve a lot of things. In developing nations like my country, India, we don't travel is actually a privilege and we don't get to travel to many places. And I'm grateful for that all opportunities and working in places that has helped me to travel to a lot of places and experience exchanges. All those cultural exchanges has helped me to become very grounded, clear my mind, make powerful decisions in my life. I worked in travel industry for a very long time. And then there was a moment when I wanted to take a sabbatical to look after my son. I took that sabbatical, but really did not quit my job, changed my field to a non-profit. And when I changed that to a non-profit, I traveled to rural India to see how tourism happens at the grassroots level. That was the time, that was again an eye opener for me because as a tourism professional, I was only thinking about tourism for the tourist. I never thought about tourism, the benefit of tourism for the grassroots level. Tourism was mostly a one-way street. It was meant only as a travel designer, my focus was only to help the travelers take the wow moments in the destination. But when I worked in a non-profit and traveled to rural areas, I decided that tourism has to be a two-street field. It cannot just be for the travelers. It has to be beneficial for the local communities. And that gave me the seeds of soulful safaris. That's how I planted the seeds of soulful safaris. So soulful safaris is a newly born travel company, about a year old travel company. I started that in almost in my midlife, in my 40s. It wasn't it wasn't an easy decision to leave the comfortable job and start something new from scratch. But if it was not for travel, I would not have taken that step. Travel is that powerful. Sometimes in life, again coming back to my fears. We're fearful of our own life. What will happen next? I was fearful of death. I encountered that death is a celebration too, and it has happened only through travel. So, with my experience, I would like to share with you all that travel is very, very powerful tool, and if it is intentional, it can be a game changer for all of us. Did I complete my 10, 12 minutes, Sahara?
Yeah, does anyone have any questions for security? Any questions that we have? Can anyone relate to what she's talked about, the transformative power of travel? I definitely agree with you on that. And I love what you're talking about when it comes to those cultural group tours that you get. Cultural immersion is something that's on the rise here. Yes, please feel free to share any questions for security or any of the speakers along the way. You can also connect with one another in the chat and answer questions in there too. Security, thank you so much. Is there anything else that you'd like to share with us? And how can people find and learn more about you and follow you in your journey?
You can connect with me at dropping my email ID.
Perfect. You can drop her email
Yes,
in the
my
chat
email
there.
ID.
Wonderful.
Yes, and you can also find me on my Instagram, soulful_safaris.
Perfect. And again, everyone, security, thank you so much for joining us today. You truly were very inspirational, and congrats on becoming an auntie.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you.
You're
Uh,
welcome.
Kimber has one question for me.
Yeah,
Can you share more about how you made the change from being a travel planner to creating the organization you have today? Kimber, it was a tough call for me, very, very tough call. It, for me, it was more about empowering myself and the people I have met in my journeys through travels. Every day I thought that, is it a good decision to leave everything and start off my own? But then I thought, no, taking the first step was very, very important. I took that step, and it isn't easy. Starting our own journeys are not easy. We can never imagine the sleepless nights that we have in building our own organization, but it's a true feeling. It's not a accurate answer, Kimber, but taking the first step is very important, I would say.
wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for the questions. Security, congrats again, and thank you. Her email is dropped in the chat there. And like I mentioned, for everyone asking, this is being recorded. The email will be sent out once we are finished with the replay, as well as all of the contacts, Instagram handles and websites, and information from all of our speakers and sponsors today will be in that as well, along with the copy of the chat. So whatever information is going in the chat today, you will be sent that too. So you don't have to go ahead and try to write down everyone's names and contacts, or be multitask at the moment. That will all be provided to all of you once we are finished. Security, thank you so much again. So we have our next speaker. We have Camilla Castro. Camilla is a mindful travel coach and founder of Be Journeyful. She is also a member of the Travel Coach Network and a graduate of the Travel Coach Certification Program. Camilla guides multi-passionate seekers in harnessing the power of mindful travel to create more purposeful, meaningful, and impactful experiences in their travels and life. Be Journeyful is a blog that inspires and empowers travelers to embark upon their own inner and outer journeys with an open mind and an open heart for deeper intention, connection, and transformation. Camilla has been seen in media outlets like Life Lovers Magazine, the Travel Coach Network blog. She's also been a guest on the Travel Coach Network podcast, and has been seen on Bree Seeley's The Success Diaries podcast. Today, Camilla will be talking about harnessing the power of mindful travel. Camilla, thank you so much for joining us today.
Hello, everybody. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much, Sahara, and thank you all for joining us today. I'm so excited to be here with everyone. So as Sahara said, my name is Camilla. I'm a mindful travel coach, certified through the Travel Coach Network. I'm also a third culture kid. I was raised as an expat all over the world. And so I had this incredible privilege to kind of travel from a very young age, and caught the travel bug pretty early on. And it's been a lifelong malady for me. Haven't gotten over that yet. So travel's really been a lifelong passion. And it opened my eyes to the world, to myself. It really taught me to ask, better questions of myself and of my life and of the world. So it's really been kind of one of the great teachers in my life. I'm also a mindfulness practitioner and coach. Mindfulness came into my life much more recently than travel, but it's had an equally powerful impact. And, it's kind of where travel took me on these external journeys of exploration and learning. Mindfulness took me on a more internal journey of discovery and self-acceptance and self-compassion. And when I combined the two together to create mindful travel, I found that they enhanced each other. My travel experiences became much more enriching and rewarding because I was embarking on both the outer journey as well as the inner journey. And that mindful mindset that I brought into my travels helped me to more fully engage with my experiences instead of using travel as a way to escape, which is kind of what I used to do before mindful travel came into my life. So that's my mission really, is to help others harness the power of mindful travel, to fully engage with their experiences so that they can enhance their lives and continue to grow and evolve in a way that's meaningful to them. So I'd love to just kind of do a quick little opening mindful moment before I get into my presentation. We'll just do a quick breathing exercise called 4x4 balanced breathing. So you can just kind of close your eyes if that feels more comfortable for you, or just keep a soft gaze. We're going to be inhaling for a count of 4 through the nose, pausing, and then exhaling for a count of 4 through the nose. I'll be guiding you on the count. Just allow your body to relax. And we'll begin on the inhale for 1, 2, 3, 4. Pause. Exhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Pause. Inhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Pause. Exhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Pause. Inhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Pause. Exhale 4, 3, 2, 1. Pause. Inhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Pause. And exhale 4, 3, 2, 1. Pause. So just allow your breathing to return to normal. Notice if you feel any different after that very short breathing practice. Breathing is really truly our superpower, and if we learn how to use it effectively, we can actually control our nervous systems and learn to balance our energy in a very powerful way. So I want to just share my screen with you guys here. Let's see if I can get that done. All right, perfect. Can you guys see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, wonderful. So to start, what exactly is mindful travel? So mindful travel, the way that I define it, is travel that is purposeful. So it starts with intention and it unfolds consciously. It's travel that is meaningful. So it inspires authentic connection and transformative experiences. And is travel that is impactful. It creates awareness and space for the empowerment of all stakeholders. So I kind of view these as the 3 pillars of mindful travel: purpose, meaning, and impact. So then the question becomes, how do you bring these three, or how do you lean on these three pillars to create more mindful experiences in your travels, right? How do you bring purpose, meaning, and impact into your travel experiences? So for pillar one, purpose, what can you do to kind of, approach your travels with a more purposeful mindset and a more purposeful heart? The way that I like to do this is identifying your core values. Your core values are sort of the 3 to 5 values that you want to live your life by, that are kind of the things that you want to, the way that you want to show up in the world, the things that really define everything you do. So in my case, for example, some of my core values are freedom. That's my top core value. Authenticity, curiosity. So I try to bring those things into everything I do in my life. Then uncovering your big why. That's another kind of big way to bring purpose into your travels. Your big why, is like the reason why you travel on a macro level. Like, what is your reason for traveling? What's driving you to seek travel out? And then on a micro level, what's driving you to seek out a particular experience or destination, to embark on a particular kind of journey. Then setting your intention, so kind of leaning on your values and your big why to sort of figure out, for this particular experience, what do I want to take into it? What do I want to get out of it? How do I want to approach it? How do I want to show up for it? So setting those intentions for your travel experiences will help you imbue that with purpose. And then making an aligned action plan. So really kind of using those three other things, your values, your big why, and your intentions, and deciding, how am I going to make sure that I stay aligned with those things during my travels? Am I going to sit with them for a little moment every day? Like, am I going to remind myself of my intentions every day before I step out of my hotel? Am I going to do a little journaling session at the end of the day to kind of connect back to my values and the intentions that I set for this trip, just to keep those things top of mind, so that as you go on your travels, you can stay connected to these things that you decided were important to you for this particular journey. So then the second pillar, which is meaning, here in this one, this particular pillar is all about feeling connected and being aware and remaining open. So I thought we'd do a short little exercise, a mindfulness practice called awareness of the senses, which helps you really kind of connect to the moment and to everything that's unfolding around you. So it's great to kind of make you super present in whatever experience it is you're having. So again, you can just kind of get comfortable in your seat and start to relax your body a little bit. And we're going to start by noticing 5 things that you can see around you. So whatever 5 things you see first around you, just kind of notice each one, take a moment to see each one individually, and just take that moment with each one. And now moving on to 4 things that you can feel or sense. So maybe it's how your sweater feels on your skin, or how your hair feels on your face, or you feel a breeze, somewhere coming in through an open window. So 4 things that you can feel or sense in this moment, and just notice each one. Take a moment with each one individually. Next are 3 things you can hear. So again, the first 3 things you can hear, it might be birds. I have a lot of birds right now outside my window, or conversation nearby. Maybe it's the noise of traffic. Just notice each of those 3 things that you can hear. Now bringing the attention to 2 things that you can smell. So it might be, your lingering perfume, or something you baked earlier in your kitchen. 2 things that you can smell in this moment, and just notice each one. And finally, we'll bring the attention to 1 thing you can taste. So it could be maybe your toothpaste or the last thing you ate, or even the taste of your breath. And just notice that for a moment. All right, so this is an exercise I like to do when I travel because it really helps, like I said, to bring you into the moment, and it helps you create meaning in every moment that you're in, right? So it helps put you in that presence. It helps tune you into what's happening around you. You start to notice all the different things that are playing out. So it really makes even the most seemingly mundane moments very meaningful. Then the third pillar of mindful travel is impact. So, this is kind of asking yourself, how can you ensure that your travels have a beneficial impact, not just on you, but on the destinations and communities that you visit as well? And we always start with keeping an open mind. Going into everything with an open mind and an open heart is so important. Just realizing that we live in this very diverse world, we have a shared humanity, but things are going to be different everywhere, and just being very open to those different experiences. Staying curious, asking questions, not just questions of others and of what's going on around you, but questions of yourself too, asking yourself, how is this experience affecting me? How is it changing me? How do I feel about it? What am I learning? Prepare and be aware, right? So this is super important when it comes to the pillar impact, the third pillar impact, because you want to prepare for the destination you're going to. You really want to understand the customs, the local culture. You want to understand, maybe learn some of the local language, a few words, and just be aware, be considerate, be aware that there might be differences. There might be things that are different from where you come from. There might be things that make you uncomfortable even, so prepare for that. And then the fourth one is lean into acceptance. So again, things might be different, things might be uncomfortable, lean into it, accept that, right? Like accept that things are going to be maybe not what you're used to, and allow that to be what it is, and kind of get playful about it and curious about it. So how am I doing on time, Sahara?
You're good.
All right. So I wanted to do another little mindfulness practice for you guys, just a short little meditation to help kind of disconnect from our thoughts a bit. Our thoughts can often interfere with our experiences, with our lived experiences, and especially when we travel, I think, because there's so much stimulation, it can be difficult to kind of disconnect from our thoughts. So again, just getting comfortable in your seat. You can close your eyes if that feels comfortable for you, and just relaxing your body a little bit. And start to notice the first thought that comes into your mind. Just become aware of it, whatever it is. There's no need to judge it or attach to it, but just notice it. It could be something about the room you're in, or something that you're thinking about you have to do after this event, or something that happened yesterday. Whatever it is, just notice it. And then just take a breath into that thought for a moment. And when you exhale, allow the thought to release. So just let it go, as if you were sitting by the side of the road and you were watching cars passing by. And each thought is a car. And you're not chasing the cars down the road, you're just watching them pass by. So as the next thought comes up in your mind, again, notice it, don't judge it, don't attach to it, just notice it, feel it. And then when you take a breath in, again, you breathe into the thought, and then when you exhale, you release it, you allow it to let go, just as if it was a car passing by and you were sitting on the side of the road. And this is a practice you can do, at any moment to kind of help detach from your thoughts about a little bit and get back into the moment and into your body. So if you guys would like to learn more about harnessing the power of mindful travel, you can subscribe to my newsletter on my website, bejourneyful.com. As Sahara mentioned, I also write features for Life Lovers magazine, you know, about things like mindful travel and creativity, or mindful travel and confidence, how to travel with JOMO, which is the joy of missing out, which is a big part of mindful travel, and learning to release expectations. And I'm going to be offering a free personalized breathwork session to everyone who attends the event today, for a deeper connection with body and mind on your travels and beyond. So the link for that will be in the post-event email if you guys are interested in signing up. Breathwork, like I said, is a big part of, or one of the big tools that I use to really tune into the mindfulness on my travels. And if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Wonderful. Does anyone have any questions for Camilla? I dropped in the chat, what does meaningful travel mean to you? Because it can mean something differently for everyone. And so some of the responses we received were, to me, mindful travel means being truly present in the moment. We have mindful travel means being in the present and enjoying the experience for what it is and what it brings to me. Grounded in the energy and physicalness of myself and the world. Thank you everyone for sharing these. Do we have any? And yes, Brittany says, I love the idea of JOMO. I haven't heard that one. I do love that. Sharon says, mindful travel to me would mean travel with purpose and soaking in my surroundings. I love that. Any questions for Camilla? Like Camilla mentioned, her link will be shared in the post-event email, along with every other speaker's information and links and ways to connect with them. But Camilla, feel free, and everyone too, feel free to drop in the chat your Instagram handle, and I will send out this copy of the chat in the post-event email too, so everyone can have the opportunity to go and connect and follow and support one another. Wonderful. Camilla, thank you so much. That was fantastic, and everyone was loving your information. If you haven't already, also, you can hear Camilla's episode on the Travel Coach Network podcast. We can drop that link in the chat for you too here shortly. She dives a lot deeper into her mindful travel business and what she how she helps clients and what she does. So wonderful. Thank you so much. Perfect.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Camilla. Apart from being here, I think we might have, apart from being aware and present in the moment, it's also about being mindful while planning your trip. Absolutely, Yvette. Wonderful. For everyone who's tuned in recently, this is being recorded. I'll be sending out the replay along with all of the speaker information and connections and links that they're all talking about, anything from our sponsors, everything that is mentioned is going to be in the post-event email. The email that you registered for this event with is the one that it will be sent out to. And drop in the chat where you are tuning in from. If you haven't already, we'd love to see where in the world you are tuning in from. Wonderful. Can we share this with someone that we feel would benefit on this and who is interested in the certification program? Sorry, I think that was meant for me. Yes, I will message you as Benya. I am going to have Brittany hop on now. Brittany is our next speaker. Brittany Roberts. Brittany also is a member of the Travel Coach Network team, but she is talented in so many different ways. And Brittany helps me run the Travel Coach Network podcast, and podcasting I know is a really hot topic in business in general. So Brittany Roberts is a podcast strategist who specializes in audio content for travel creators. She has launched several podcasts in the travel space, ranking in the top 20%, 10%, and 5% of their respective categories. She aims to help 10,000 travel creators do the same. Brittany believes in the power of podcasting to amplify your voice, to create connections, and to generate leads on autopilot. Today's Brittany's topic is using passive podcasting to grow your business. Brittany, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Sahara. And hello, everybody. I am just so excited to be here. I love talking about podcasting. I love talking about the idea of long form content in general, especially because we live in a world where attention spans are ever shorter. And yeah, so let's just go ahead and dive in. Specifically, I'm going to be talking about passive podcasting today. I would love to know kind of where all of you are at with this. Can you just let me know in the chat, like, where are you when it comes to podcasting? Do you listen to podcasts? Do you have a podcast of your own? Kind of let me know. I'd be interested to know just kind of where you are. And yeah, or if you wanted to do a podcast for a while, I think one thing that really stops people a lot of the time is, oh, yay, we have some podcast listeners. I think one thing that really stops people is there is a time commitment and there's a learning curve. One of the biggest questions that people get is, what kind of equipment do I need? What do I need to do for hosting? Like, there's all these things that come up. And I am going to say part of it is fear, right? We look for a different problem to be the actual problem instead of just diving on in. But I'm hoping that by just showing you that we can kind of reshift how we think about podcasting, it's actually a lot less work than we usually think it is, right? So, oh my gosh, there's so many comments. Okay, I'm gonna have to get back to you guys in a minute. Okay, so passive podcasting. I want to make sure you guys hear this idea because you've probably been told, if you've looked into a podcast or starting a podcast, that you have to have weekly episodes. You don't. In fact, you can just forget most of the rules that you've heard about anything. I think in business and in marketing, I know that that's something Sahara says a lot. It's like, learn the foundations, have a framework, but you get to decide at the end of the day what your business looks like, what your offers are, all of that. And it's the same thing for podcasting. Okay. So let's talk about why podcasting. And also, I just want to make sure real quick, because I'm sharing the screen. Can you guys still see my face? If not, that's okay. Then we'll just keep going. But just because I'm seeing, okay, cool. All right. Why podcasting? So really quickly, I'm going to get into some stats. I only have 15 minutes, so I'm going to blaze through these a bit, but I think it's going to blow your mind a little bit because podcasting is one of those things that is not as maybe as popular as a medium as, Instagram, as TikTok, as YouTube and blogging, because it makes sense. Those things are naturally visual. Travel is visual, but travel is audio too. When you think about the sounds and even the smells of a place, there's so much more than that, right? So I'm going to be talking a little bit from the marketing perspective, but I also just want to put out there, if you are a traveler and you're here, you're just kind of learning and kind of just figuring things out, you don't have to have a business yet to even start a podcast, right? Like, you can start one now. So, take that stress away from you too. Okay, but let's start with the numbers. If you are like growing a business, if you are thinking about starting one, let's talk with the numbers here, okay? There are 600 million blogs and 1.9 billion websites. Honestly, there are probably more. But those are like some big numbers, right? So if you are a blogger, and I have a blog too, but if you have a blog or if you are a blogger, you have a lot of competition. A lot of people in the travel space have blogs, either for content marketing for their own companies or because they're a blogger first, right? I'm not saying not to do it because I think a blog can work really well with a podcast, but I think it's something for you to know if you're looking at what kind of channels you're going to use to really build your brand and all that blogging is really competitive. Not saying don't do it. I think it's good, but just to kind of compare. Okay. So 600 million blogs, almost 2 billion websites, probably there now. There are 51 million YouTube channels. Now, that's only like a really small portion of the websites. I think a YouTube channel is a little more work. You have to put your face out there. So fewer people are doing that. But let's compare still 600 million blogs, 51 million YouTube channels. Go ahead and just take a guess, throw it in the chat. How many podcasts do you think there are? And also bear in mind that out of all the podcasts there are, not all the podcasts are active, right? Not everybody is always actively producing episodes, but I just want you to see what you guys think. 600 million blogs, 51 million YouTube channels. Any guesses? Any guesses? I know it's a hard number. It's like kind of hard to even think about these big numbers. I know there's always a delay, so maybe you're not sure yet. That's okay. All right, so we have only 5 million, which isn't really that many. And if you think of how many active ones, 450,000. You want to think about travel ones, even fewer than that. So I just want to encourage you, if something that has been stopping you from creating any kind of content is just the saturation of the competition, first off, you should do it anyway, even if there is a lot of saturation in your niche. But if you are looking at maybe another channel and you're like, oh, I actually have a chance to stand out, this is really great. And I'll just tell you, I actually yesterday, or maybe 2 days ago, I was looking for a UK trip thing that I was planning for. I was actually looking for blogs. I was Google searching. Google is now bringing up podcast episodes as results. So that's another thing to consider too. If you're looking for discoverability, podcasts are great for that. And I have a story for you about that in a minute, which is pretty cool. And it's also a great way to get in front of other people and network and get on stages. I'm going to share more about those opportunities. But if you're worried about competition, only a fraction of content creators are podcasting, and there are even fewer travel podcasts. So give yourself that permission. It's going to be okay. And also, podcast listeners are loyal. Let's talk about attention for a second. We live in a time of ever decreasing attention. Just take a second at those, look at those stats for a second. Like on TikTok, you maybe get 3 seconds, sometimes even less than that. People look at the thumbnail of the video and go, nah, same thing with Instagram Reels. Marketing emails, you get 30 seconds, maybe blog posts, 15 seconds. Podcasts, you can get 20 minutes to maybe even several hours of uninterrupted listening time. And the relationship that you build with somebody when they hear your voice, it's so intimate, and they hear you on the way to work. Maybe they even hear you in the shower. I can just about guarantee you there's no other kind of marketing channel that you're going to get from someone while you're taking a shower, just putting that out there. So there's so many different things that you can do with podcasts that really reach someone exactly where they're at. We're also just in an ever increasingly busy world. And so it allows you to really reach them where they are. Okay, so now I think we have an understanding of what podcasting, why podcasting is great. And also just want to share, if you're brand new, like what's a podcast? A podcast is basically an audio broadcast, and typically came from like the iPods originally. So that's why the podcast word came from, but it's just being able to share a message audibly. I'll also say, if you haven't started yet, make sure that you're on YouTube too, if you can do it, if you can do video, because it'll help you later when you do want to make videos and things out of it. And also just YouTube is prioritizing podcasts. But first, I want to talk about passive podcasting. If you have thought about starting a podcast, but you've been concerned about how much work or time it takes, type me in the chat. If you've wanted to start a podcast, but maybe the equipment, the difficulty, the time management, maybe you still have a full-time job, maybe you also have like freelancing you're doing, maybe you're doing multiple different kinds of niches and things, and what's been holding you back is it sounds hard and I don't have enough time. And maybe it's something else, right? And I mean, when it comes down to it, there's almost always a reason why procrastinating gets deeper than that. But if that has been holding you up, passive podcasting is something I want you to consider, because it's easy for someone to say like, oh, I can't do a podcast, I can't do a weekly episode, but I just want you to rethink that. You don't have to do a weekly episode depending on what your goals are. Oh yeah, struggle to stay on top of all the social media. I get it, I hear you. I do that stuff for work and I still struggle with it. It's a lot. So I want to use this as a case study. So I have a podcast called Travel Agent School. It's really, I made it to answer questions that a lot of travel agents I personally mentor had. And so I just stuck a few up there because I was like, okay, I'm going to record these as audio. They're honestly probably not the best podcast episodes. I recorded a few, I stuck them up on there. I got them all on the platforms. And honestly, I kind of let it sit. If you look at this, my last episode was in February 2022. And without doing much marketing, without doing even a lot of guest podcasting, actually, it ended up being in one of the top ranking travel agent podcasts, which I did not expect. It ended up getting shared a lot in Facebook groups. And I made this originally for people I personally mentor. And so I didn't really expect the reach to get that big. I mean, that's cool. I was always thought it would be cool if it did. But yeah, now I have over 1,000 downloads per episode, and it keeps going up because the episodes answer very general questions, but questions that travel agents specifically have. So take that for your own niche for a second and think about, what are those frequently asked questions that your person has? Okay, what are the frequently asked questions, and what can you do to answer those questions either in advance before they even work with you, so you don't have to have you don't have to be worrying about objections or handling anything like that. You answer all their questions there, so by the time that they reach you, the real question is like, how can I work with you? What are your rates, or what kind of packages do you have? Do you do one-on-one coaching? Like, you get different kinds of questions rather than, is this going to work for me? Is this legit? Like, you want to answer those questions with the content, and the content will naturally, if you're creating good content, show that you have, app wonderful. Oh, very cool. There's so many AI platforms out there. Like Clean Voice is another one that can help you master your episodes too. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit in a second, but I mostly just want to show you what's possible. Okay, because I was doing this in the classroom. So still teaching full-time during COVID, which was wild. And yeah, these are very, very, very like easy ones. And yeah, and I feel like they were easy questions to answer. And it got a lot of traffic, and it helped me to get a lot of revenue, which I will say a lot is relative, but for being in the classroom full time, I was super excited that this part-time thing for affiliate marketing and stuff that I have, and for one-on-one coaching and stuff that I was offering at the time, and also like content management services, like offering podcast strategy sessions and things. This brought me income from that. And I just think it's so cool because I already did the work, right? I'm not having to go and update things every week. If I want to go speak on another podcast about that, I can. But I just want to show you that's an example. That's in a B2B business to business space, right? Okay. And if you're a coach or consultant or service provider or course creator or someone with an affiliate marketing offer, that's really great news because you can put the links in the show notes and you don't have to like keep going and updating it. And it does this really amazing thing just in general where podcasting really amplifies your message, unlike every other platform where sometimes you're limited to the amount of characters or the amount of seconds you have. And it has this ability to take whatever message you have and turn it into a movement, which I think is just a beautiful thing. So a big question would be, do you know your core message? I think this is something that Sahara is masterful at. I think like if I could say like one thing she really focuses on in the travel coach certification program, it's like, do you know what your message is? Do you know who your people are? And do you know how you're going to get discovered? Right. So if those are things that you feel like you've been struggling with, like, nobody really knows me, or I don't feel super clear, you should definitely check out the travel coach certification program. Okay, so let's talk about podcasting stuff for a second. How do you start your own show? Take a picture of this, screenshot this. This is literally the steps. Now, I know like easier said than done because you're still going to wonder about the tech. You're still going to wonder if you have a good concept for a show, right? But these are the steps. And if you can follow through those steps, and you probably do a lot of YouTubing and listening to podcasts yourself, but you can get there, and you can start with free stuff, and then go up from there. I really like Anchor/Spotify for podcasters. It's limited, but it's free. And if you're just doing a passive podcast, it's great. You can get 5 to 7 episodes up there. Do research the name you want first. Make sure it's not already taken or trademarked. You can get podcast cover art really decently done on a website like Fiverr or Upwork for like $25, or you can make one using a template in Canva. Make sure you're clear on your show concept. So just like anything else with like your niche that Sahara would talk about, make sure that's clear for the show as well. Okay, so for example, like if you like I'm actually talking with someone right now about doing a show with them, which, you know, it would be specifically about socially conscious travel and traveling on like tribal lands and things, because those are difficult things to talk about. And sometimes I feel like you can't get them in a blog post. So think about what is the concept? What problem is the show going to solve? Or it doesn't have to be a problem. It could be something fun and exciting too. Okay. Map out your first 2 episodes, record and publish them. And that's really it. You don't even have to do an intro and outro first if that's going to trip you up. Just get the content out there. If you want to, make a script for yourself and read off the script if you're going to get nervous about recording. Do whatever it takes. Don't worry about how silly it looks, quote unquote, or sounds, because no one else is around to see you anyway. And it's better to get something up there than to not start it because of something else. If it sounds like a lot of work, that's because it kind of is. It kind of is a lot of work at first. But the cool thing is once you learn how to do it, it's something that's easy and repeatable. And if you have a passive podcast, it doesn't have to be weekly and ongoing. You can just get the episodes up there and you don't have to you have to keep doing it, right? So it's really all about that. Like, well, actually, Sonia just said it, imperfect action. That's exactly it. So I think I'm coming up to right on my time. I've been trying to track it. But let me know if you have any questions. And also even if it's a question and I'm not talking right now, I'm happy to just answer them in the chat for you. I'll also share, I have a podcast guesting quick start guide. So if you're not ready to start your own podcast yet, like if you're hearing that and you're like, I can't do that right now, I don't have the capacity, I understand. So if you want to get on other people's podcasts, I highly recommend that. It's going to be a great way to build your email list. It's going to be a great way to get your name out there. And I will say too, like watching Sahara, because I'm always looking at people's strategies too. Watching Sahara, I think she was so smart in the sense that like she went for media pitches first, right? She got her name out there. She was building her name. She got on other podcasts first, and then she built up her podcast. And I think that was really, really smart because she got to really practice and refine her message. And I think that's really smart for you all to do too. Now, you don't have to do it the same way as anyone else, but I think just being thoughtful about like what you have the capacity for right now, what you want to do. You don't have to have a podcast, right? You don't have to do any one particular thing, but I hope that was super helpful. Let me know if you have any questions about podcasting. I'll be around, and I'm always around in the travel coach group. Thank you, Sahara.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Brittany. Yes, I'm a big fan of media and publicity. That's something we focus a lot on in the Travel Coach Certification Program. And what I help my members with is solely because that's what helped me scale and grow and get clarity too on my wellness travel coaching business and also for the TCN. And then came along, Brittany, with helping with the TCN podcast. But podcasting, whether you learn how to pitch to podcasts and how to be a guest on them and the strategy and the power that that has on your business strategy. And then also the flip side, like Brittany talked about today, of having and hosting your own podcast. I've seen successes in both avenues, and there's ways to combine those two. Lindsay has a question for you. This was great. I am thinking about just recording my Zoom meeting with the people I'm interviewing. Is that a good start, or are there better ways?
Yeah, I think Zoom is totally fine. I will say that if you can, once you get later on, if you can upgrade to something like Riverside or StreamYard, just because tech-wise, when it records locally, you don't get that like internet connection cutoff that Zoom does, but work up to that, right? Like you don't have to start with that. I would say if Zoom makes it so that you can start recording like this week, then start with that. And that's what honestly a lot of people are familiar with anyway. So if they see a Zoom meeting invitation, they're just like, oh yeah, of course, like it's the norm. So yeah, totally do that, Lindsay.
Perfect. Any other questions for Brittany? Such an interesting topic, and I saw some comments in there about loving those stats. Brittany's you're really great at bringing up stats, and it really does put things in perspective for you, because what I hear often from people starting a business in general is, well, there's so much saturation or there's so much competition. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that. Or what's the point of showing up this way or that way? But you really don't know the situation. And as long as you have your clarity on your mission and your core messages, then and have consistency in how you show up and where you show up, it will definitely be beneficial to you. I think there was one more question. We just have a few more minutes here before we go on to our next speaker. What website do you use to start a podcast? Arlette says.
Yeah, I recommend, there's a few that you can try. Buzzsprout is really good. I've also heard things about Castbox, although I haven't personally used that one. I usually, and if I'm like testing out a podcast concept, Spotify for podcasters, also known as anchor.fm. It's free to host. And you are a little more limited, I think, in analytics, but depending on what your reason is, that might not matter as much to you. Like if you're not primarily going to get like show sponsors or heavy in affiliate marketing, that should be okay.
Perfect. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Brittany. Brittany did drop in the chat there her free guide. Again, that will be also in the post-event email. If you have questions that you still want to ask, go ahead and drop them in there. Didn't catch the names. Can that be written down somewhere? Brittany can drop them in the chat there for you too. And again, this replay will be sent out after the event. So we're going to go on to our next speaker here. I'm going to do an introduction before handing the stage on over. Many of you probably have heard of Christine Weinbrenner-Ehrich. Christine is the founder of Lotus Sojourns and is the host of the Soul of Travel podcast. Lotus Sojourns is a mindful adventure travel company with global journeys designed in collaboration with or in support of local social impact projects or gender equity initiatives. Her Soul of Travel podcast celebrates women working to make a positive impact in tourism and was recognized in 2022 by Wonderful for their Bessie Award for a brand that goes above and beyond to support, empower, and respect women in the past year. Christine's over 20-year career has strengthened her dedication by creating a positive impact on travelers and her belief that tourism allows us to better understand ourselves, the world, the interconnectedness of the planet and its life forms. Christine was also one of the 2023's most influential women in travel by Travel Pulse this year. So congrats, Christine. Christine will be talking about the topic of following your path. She will be sharing top lessons that she learned from over 100 interviews with women change makers through her podcast. Christine, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah Rose. It's so fun to be here and to see so many women that I know and have actually talked to and interviewed on the podcast. So that's really exciting. So I definitely took the casual approach. So we're going to just kind of have a chat, which is obviously, being a podcaster, one of my favorite things to do. So what I wanted to talk about a little bit is following your path. This is a kind of a reoccurring theme that I realized has come up on the podcast. What people, while they're looking for seeing how we can be impactful in travel, I feel like what women are really leaning into is that message of becoming who they're meant to become, finding clarity in their purpose. And so that's what I wanted to talk to all of you about. And one of the things that we have learned through the process of looking at people's journeys as they're sharing with me on the podcast is that when you're looking to know what your path is and to discover if you're on it, sometimes the clearest answers aren't in looking forward, but are in looking backward. And as you tell your story, you start to see the things that have been telling you the direction you're heading in throughout the course of your life. In speaking with my guests, this comes up when there is a moment in their lives where they realize they're feeling stuck in their job or their career or their relationship. They really feel that they're out of alignment with what they thought they would be doing with their lives. And so they set out on this quest of self-discovery. And really, this often leads to travel. And so what they are looking for is kind of their way, their purpose, their path, what I mentioned. But what I was thinking about is really that there's this ideology that our path is something that we need to seek and find, and that it's elusive and it's difficult, and not everyone will get there. Like, only some people get to live in alignment with who they are, and only some people get to discover their true path. And at the end of this, I'm going to share a little bit more about that idea. But some of the things that I have found that my guests have done is follow their dreams and really be in alignment with their values. Camille was talking a little bit about that in the context of travel, but I think one of the most important things you can do is understand what your personal values are, because you can use that as your compass to really make decisions. And so I think you can do that in travel and business and in life. And so that's how you can understand who your true self is. And then the other thing about, following your dreams and working in alignment with your values, there will be moments where you're doing things that maybe don't make sense with who you are right now, but they will make sense looking backward along your journey. So this is another thing where a lot of my guests will define themselves as multi-passionate, and they have maybe multiple businesses going, or they've changed their careers multiple times. And some people will say, in my own life, I look at my education and I've studied genetic engineering, I've studied interior design, I've studied criminology, and I landed in sociology. And then I realized in all the other things I was doing, I was being a sociologist, and I also was being someone who was very curious about the role of women in different cultures and different roles. So like, as I looked backward, I could see the thread between all of these things that didn't make sense. One of the other things that has been really important in my life and in many of the guests on my podcasts is finding supportive community, much like this community. I think looking for someone who can, sorry, I thought I had that off. Looking for someone who shares your goals and your values that can guide you when you lose your way. I think that this is also super, super important. I'm so sorry, you guys. My daughter is in Costa Rica and she's trying to call me and I can't figure out how to get it to stop going through. Okay. Okay, so so sorry, it keeps buzzing through because we share an password.
No, you're totally fine. I know Brittany asked here in the chat to everyone, who else here is multi-passionate? So drop in the chat here. What else are you passionate about? We obviously are all passionate about travel here, but what are some other things that you're passionate about? I'd love to hear it. I know for myself, art is a big passion of mine, animals and giving back. All set there, Christine?
Yeah, I hope so. I'm
Yeah,
so
no,
sorry.
you're fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, so within communities, also something else that you should do is surround yourself with others who are doing what you'd like to be doing. It's the best way to be able to learn like all of the tricks and the secrets and just being immersed with others. And then along with that, finding mentors. I think that is also super important. And I've been on both ends of that. Like, I'm so excited when people reach out to me and say, I'm really interested in mindful travel, or I have listened to the podcast and I love the way you speak about travel and community or gender equity. And I didn't really know that this was an option for me. Can you tell me about what you got started? And I think those are really, really powerful conversations, and I think really important in helping you to really live in alignment with who you wish to see yourself becoming. I have really tried to do that with the trips that I create at Lotus Sojourns as well. I think really helping women to gather and share their stories, because we learn about our interests as we hear other people describing situations. Like it turns that light on for us. And then the other thing that I think is really important is there's no perfect way to get somewhere. So when you're looking for your path, I think we get caught up in the notion that there's this formula. And, in a Western culture, I think it's often, achieving high marks in school, being in all of these clubs and when you're in high school and then going on to university and getting your degree and then getting the job. And many of the people, again, on my podcast, they've done this and they've followed this path. And then all of a sudden they have reached what they thought was the pinnacle and the point of success. And they realize that that isn't at all what they wanted in their life. And so becoming really comfortable with a winding path seems to be the thing that most of the women who have been most successful in being fulfilled by the journey that they're on, that I've noticed. And so again, you might have all of these different things that are part of your journey, but it's okay if your path is not straight. I really think that the more winding your path is, the more rich your life will be. And so I would definitely love to get rid of this idea that something should be linear to be successful. And then I think that the other thing is that many women also start to look forward to this process of growth and evolution and seeing where it leads and starting to really surrender and trust the journey. And I know for me personally right now, that's been a huge part of where I'm at. And people will ask, what's the next thing? What's the next thing? And I don't even want to try to put a box around it or put a name on it or anything like that. I just want to create space for it to become. So I think that that's another really important commonality between any of the women that I have spoken to, is that they've kind of recognized their winding path, and then they have also leaned into that part of their journey. And then the other thing that I have really recognized through having these conversations, it's so important to share your full journey, not just because other people can listen to it, but because so many of the women have mentioned that you can't measure your journey, the beginning of your journey, to someone else's end. And so we'll often get caught in that loop of doubt or struggle because we are trying to start at someone else's ending, and we're not starting with all of the lessons that they've gone through to get there within their business or their personal, growth or successes. You have to realize you have to work your way to that moment. And I think for me, also speaking with women who are such an inspiration to me, who I model some of my, my career after, I find I'll sit down to talk with them sometimes and I have them on that pedestal and I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't even know why I'm having this conversation with this person. This is going to be a disaster. I don't know. I'm not holding myself up to the same level. And then we start having our conversation and they start telling me about what happened in college or this job that failed, or the first 20 times they started to launch their business and it didn't work. And then like, oh my gosh, I was doing the thing that's the worst thing to do, is trying to match where I am to where they are, and they're not the same place. So I think that's really valuable. And the last thing that I really wanted to share with all of you actually is a story from my journey. About 5 years ago, when I was really seeking, I was just in that moment, which I'm sure many of you can relate to, where you don't know what is out there and you're really, really struggling. And I was just begging the universe for clarity. And I had just moved to Colorado. I had a lot of transitions happening in my life. And I was at an event, and it was for a bunch of healers and people that were really working in alternative medicine and spirituality and all these things that I was very interested in, but hadn't really allowed myself to be a part of. And I had told myself when I was driving to the top of this mountain where this was being held, that I would just say yes to everything that made me feel good. And if I heard a whisper from the universe, or at that moment, I was really connecting with like my spirit guides and this energy that felt greater than me. If I felt that, instead of normally shutting it down, I would just say yes. So I just want to tell you a little story about where all of those yeses got me, and how it helped me to understand my path. We were all gathered in a circle and kind of opening this event together, and then they asked everybody to walk out to this cliff, and we were going to all stand there, and we had several shamans that were going to kind of do a blessing for our weekend together. And I could just hear this voice that said, "Don't stand in the circle, sit under this tree." And I'm such a rule follower. And I thought, oh my gosh, are you kidding me? I'm definitely going to stand in that circle. Everyone will notice me sitting under that tree. And it was so loud that I couldn't deny it. So I left everybody and went and sat under the tree. And as the shamans were like opening the ceremony and calling in energy, this huge gust of wind just came blowing like up over the cliff and around us. And I just felt like kind of this presence that I had never witnessed before. And so I was very like alert to things that I wasn't used to. And then they asked everybody to then come back to the circle. We were going to go into these smaller groups. And every question they asked, I felt the answer kind of before it was given to me. So there was like this moment for me where everything was speaking to me in a way that was nonverbal. And I was really excited because this is something I had been curious about. And then they asked us to set an intention for this hike that we were about to go upon, which is something that I'm really used to doing now. That's what I do in my work, with my company, and really trying to be mindful. But I hadn't done this before. And I kept coming back to this ache of, I just need to know my path. I have to know my path. Like, I've wasted so much time. Please just tell me my path. Over the course of this weekend, I just want the clearest sign. What is my path? And so they put us in our groups, and we set off on this hike, and they asked us to hike in complete silence. And I thought, oh, great, because I hate small talk. I don't want to have to talk to somebody I don't know. This is perfect. And we started walking, and we were on this rocky path, and you could hear every person's footsteps around you. And so I just was like, so again, like, it's like all the dials were turned up. And so as I was walking, I just kept saying, like, show me my path. And I could just feel like this huge aura kind of set in around me. And I was just crying because it was so quiet. And I could just hear everybody walking. And I felt like this sense of they knew where they were going. And it was so interesting because we were literally walking on a path. And then I felt my grandmother, who had just passed, kind of drop into me, and I could feel her speaking to me. And I was like, oh, Grandma, I just need to know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. And she said, look down. And so I looked down to the rocks, and she said, where are you? And I said, I'm walking on this trail. And she said, you're on your path. You can never be anywhere but on your path. And so that was the moment that I just realized that we have to do all the things, and they might not make sense and they might feel like you're struggling, but we think this path is the answer and we think this clarity is the answer. And sometimes it's not the answer. We have to do all the other things to get to where we're going. And so, right when Sierra Rose asked me to do this, I had just had written down, like, follow your path, and share this with others. And so I felt like I really wanted to share that with you, because I think so many of us struggle with that. And the simple idea that you can never not be on your path was one that every time I'm struggling and every time I'm trying to check in with what should be happening, I just go back to, like, it's okay. It's okay if my path looks like this today. I'm still headed to where I'm going. And the last thing I wanted to share is just one of my favorite quotes. It's also one of Liz Gilbert's favorite quotes, and I'm happy to share it with her. But it's actually a Sufi poem, that God long ago drew a circle in the sand exactly around the spot where you are standing right now. You were never not coming here. And again, that's just one of those things that I use to check in, like, this is where you're meant to be, whether it's amazing and whether it's a challenge. This is the path that you're on, and the only way that you will get through it is just to go through it. So
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Christine. Everyone, it's such a powerful impact, that story that you shared. So thank you so much for your vulnerability, your honesty, and sharing that. I see, as we see in the comments here, it really truly has made an impact on our attendees today. So thank you so much for being here and sharing all of that with us.
thank you. I hope I'll see you all out there in the world, and maybe on the podcast in the future.
Yeah, wonderful. Christine, feel free to drop the link to your podcast in the chat there. Again, all of Christine's information and podcast links and stuff will be in the post-event email. I couldn't agree with you more, Christine. I'm a big believer that everything happens when it's exactly meant to happen. And everything that we go through in life has a purpose to it, whether we recognize that right now, we recognize that tomorrow, or 5 years or 10 years from now. So give yourself all grace and be kind to yourself, because we're human beings in this world, and we're doing the very best that we can in every single aspect of life and business and relationships and everything. So in society and more. So be kind to yourself, connect with one another, learn from one another. And that's one of the biggest reasons why I hold this event every year, like Christine was talking about in her presentation today, of feeling like you're not on the pedestal of someone that you're connected with, or you're talking to, or that you admire, or is a mentor of yours. Again, we're all human beings. We can all learn from one another. We've all gone through something in our lives or struggles. We all feel the same feelings and hurt the same way and laugh the same way. So see yourself. Don't be ever afraid to connect with someone, to reach out. I know one of my members of the certification program mentioned, how do we find a mentor? I'll be doing a training on that, because I'm a big advocate for finding mentors. It's how I've been able to learn and grow in my own business. And every single one of you are mentors of mine as well too. I learn from you. I grow from what your knowledge is. So connect with each other. So drop your Instagram handles, your emails, however you best want to connect with one another in the chat here. I will be sending this chat out in the post-event email to everybody. Christine, thank you so much again. So to give a little update on what we have one more speaker, or we have 2 more speakers, and then we're going to be doing our first short break. And then right after that break, we're going to be doing our very first 2 little giveaways. And then we'll go into our next round of speakers. So I'm going to introduce our next speaker here. We have Arlette Diedrichs. Arlette is a travel advisor and the founder of The Blue Surfer. Born and raised in the Netherlands, where she studied human geography and financial management, Arlette has traveled the world and has lived in places like Spain, Italy, and Curacao. Her love of nature was always present, but her love for the oceans began when she became a certified diver at the age of 16 in Carousel. She now combines her two passions, travel and sustainability, in her work as a travel advisor and on her website, The Blue Surfer. Today, Arlette is going to be talking about the topic of ocean wellness and sustainability. Arlette, the stage is yours.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining. Hi, Sarah. Thank you for the intro. And I love hearing everybody's stories. I'm happy what Christine said about the winding paths. It means I'm still on the right path, even though it doesn't always feel like it. So that's a reassurance. As you said, Sahara, I will be talking about ocean wellness and sustainability, and obviously travel. I will share my screen now. Let's see if that is working.
Yep, you can see it.
Let me see. Oh, what is that? Like this? Can everybody see it well?
Yep, we can see it.
So first introduction. Well, we can skip that because Sahara already did a great job at introducing me. Then we'll talk a bit. I'll talk a bit about ocean wellness and tourism, and also ocean wellness and human wellness. So this is the intro that Sahara did. I added a little quote. It's always nice to have a quote, I think. We have salt in our blood, in our sweat, in our tears. We are tied to the ocean, by John F. Kennedy. I thought this was a really good quote for my presentation, because it's all about how our health, our wellness is tied to our ocean's health. And a lot of tourism is focused around coastal areas and marine tourism, and it just cannot exist without healthy oceans. So this is where it all starts. This is where it all ends. This is where we all started and where we all end, I guess. So ocean wellness and tourism. I use the term ocean wellness. A lot of people say like the health of the ocean. I really like the term ocean wellness because it has a bit of a broader meaning to it, because to me, the ocean is such a living, breathing organism. It's so wide and vast, and it has everything in it. So for me, the term ocean wellness is just a perfect term to describe what I mean with the well-being and the health of our oceans. So to quickly get to some numbers, tourism is one of the major industries in the world. It has an economic contribution of around $2 trillion, so that's quite a lot. And of those $2 trillion, coastal and marine tourism represent at least 50% of this. So it's a huge number. We can all agree that when we go on vacation, we like to go to the beach, we like to take a boat, or we go to a lake or to a river, you name it. It usually has some sort of marine aspect to it. For most small island developing states and many coastal states, it's the largest economic sector that they have. So the money that comes in from tourism for these coastal areas is huge. At the pace that we're now at, it's like this tourism is destroying the coastal areas. We can think of toxins in the water, wastewater, plastic pollution. It all ends up in our oceans. So without actions to address these threats, the long-term future is not guaranteed. So we cannot go on the way we have been doing, just consuming and traveling and doing the way we want. We need a renewed focus on new high quality economic opportunities that keep in mind the importance of local communities, restoring the natural environment and revitalizing cultural heritage. It's very important to keep in mind that local communities are involved in this process because it's in their best interest, and often we forget how important local communities are for the protection also of the environment. We can all think of like the Amazon people, but in fact, all local communities are important in preserving our natural heritage. Actors in the hospitality industry, they need healthy oceans. Otherwise, there is no marine tourism. Nobody wants to go to a place where the water is dirty, where you cannot swim because it's unhealthy, it's unsafe. So it is just simply put not possible. Otherwise, the tourism won't thrive anymore. And more people are traveling, more and more people have the opportunity to travel. So we really need to have a shift of focus here. And as I said before, tourism, marine tourism cannot exist without a healthy environment. So it's in the industry's self-interest to contribute to this conservation and to get everybody together to create value for people, nature, and businesses. So the Ocean Panel's goal for 2030, and I don't know if everybody knows about the Ocean Panel. It's an initiative by 17 world leaders, and they are trying to build momentum for a sustainable ocean economy. It's quite shocking to me that there are only 17 member countries, because this is such an important topic. But at least there is a panel, so that's a good thing. They wrote in 2020 a report called Transformations for a Sustainable Ocean Economy, a Vision for Protection, Production, and Prosperity. And in that report, they stated that by 2030, coastal and ocean-based tourism is sustainable, resilient, addresses climate change, reduces pollution, supports ecosystem regeneration and biodiversity conservation, and invests in local jobs and communities. So as you can see, it's a big goal. It touches on a lot of different areas, and already being in 2023, we actually only have 7 years to get to this goal. So it's kind of a pressing issue here. This goal also shows that it's not only about the environment, it's not only about nature, it's also about local communities, because without local communities, there is no change. In this report, the Ocean Panel identifies 5 priority actions. So one is there's a need for regenerative tourism. So this goes a bit further than sustainable tourism. The sustainable tourism focuses on keeping the things the way they are and going on. Regenerative means that it's actually going to make things better than it was. The second priority action is strategies. There needs to be an implementation of sustainable tourism strategies that advance environmental, social, and economic priorities. So once again, you see all these different areas that need to be addressed. Then the third priority action is local communities. Invest and support local communities to build capacity and skills. So they can be a part, local communities can be a part of this new way of tourism. The fourth one is nature-based solutions in sustainable tourism infrastructure. And infrastructure here is everything from hotels to roads to airports, everything that has to do with tourism. And the last one is invest in sewage and wastewater infrastructure, because this is also a huge problem. We usually don't really notice when we travel somewhere, but obviously when there's lots and lots of people in one place, there's lots of wastewater. And for a lot of countries, that is a huge problem to deal with. So this is all really nice, and they're like super nice words, and it sounds very beautiful. But what does it actually mean in like practical terms? So I looked up some examples of tourism that can be a catalyst for change. So tourism that just stimulates sustainable development. There are some countries that charge, for example, green fees. So when you visit the country, you have to pay a fee. Hawaii recently introduced it, but other examples are Palau, I know, and Palau also makes you sign a pledge. Actually, when you enter the country, you have to sign a pledge that you will take care of the country for future generations. Another example is park fees. For example, in the US, national parks, the fees are used to help protect the natural resources. Another example is educational tours, where people learn about, certain animals or certain communities or habitats. They learn to appreciate what they're visiting. It's not just going in and going out. Then you actually learn, what is important for the local community, what is important for the animals to thrive. And the last example is community-based tourism, in which local communities can generate revenue instead of all the revenue flowing away to, big chains or international companies. I highlight one project that I find really interesting. It's called Project Hue. And to me, that's such a good example of how tourism can be a catalyst for change. Hiu means shark in Indonesian. This is a project started by Madison Stewart. She's an Australian woman, and she works in Indonesia with fishermen who fish for sharks. These men, they do this out of necessity. They need to feed their families. It's not like they do this for fun. Not at all, because it's quite dangerous, and they're usually weeks away from their families, and accidents happen, and there's a lot of dark conditions. So what she does is she tries to convert the fishermen, the fishing boats that fish for sharks, into tourism boats. So then instead of fishing sharks, the men take tourists out to see sharks alive, which is a great way of like not pointing the finger. You can say like, oh, these fishermen, they're bad men. They're killing the sharks, but she doesn't blame. She tries to see the underlying factors, and in that way was able to turn this industry a little by little around. And this converting the fishermen into tourist guides is not only a benefit for the environment, because obviously less sharks are being hunted, but it also has an economic benefit. There are some numbers here. The number of tourists that visited Indonesia in 2017 to see sharks alive, they contributed $22 million to the Indonesian economy. So that's quite a big number. And $153,000 is what this project saves the Indonesian economy per year by keeping one boat from fishing sharks. So when we put these numbers out there, it convinces a lot of people, because some people think like, oh, is this like for real? Is this really helping? A lot of people are convinced when they see the numbers, and then they're like, oh yes, this is like actually good for the economy. So that's about Project Heal. And then I wanted to also talk a bit about ocean wellness and human wellness, because obviously our own health is connected to the ocean's health. Even if we're not near the ocean or in coastal areas, 70% of our breathable oxygen is produced by the ocean. So we simply need the oceans. The oceans, they feed us, they regulate our climate, and obviously they also give us ways to relax and give us entertainment when we go diving, fishing, on a boat, all these things. Besides that, coastal waters and saltwater environments are beneficial for people with respiratory problems and skin diseases due to the presence of salt and minerals in the water. We all know about wellness resorts and how they sometimes use the salt water and, like, for example, like muds and things that come from the oceans to help people with certain illnesses. And that's why so many wellness resorts and spas are in coastal areas. Makes sense. These days, a lot more people are looking for ways to enhance their personal well-being, their wellness. So wellness travel is really on the rise, even more so after COVID-19. Wellness travel is all types of travel that is associated with the pursuit of maintaining or enhancing your personal well-being. So it can be a full experience of a meditation retreat or a yoga retreat, but also like having a massage while traveling, or going to the gym or attending a yoga class. That is also a type of wellness travel. So it's a really big industry. Obviously, there are benefits in improving your physical and mental well-being, but it's not only providing benefits for during the travel, it's also supposed to help, after your travel, that you're able to change certain habits, or that your eyes are open to certain habits that you weren't aware of before, that can help you in your day-to-day life after you've traveled. So this is why I think wellness travel is a really important niche within the travel industry, because nowadays people are so stressed out and looking for purpose in their lives, as Christine also put it so beautifully. So I see a lot more people finding benefits in wellness travel instead of just going, hopping on a plane and going somewhere. People want something more out of their travels, and they want to find, tranquility and peace of mind. They don't want to get sick from, all the day-to-day things that we're exposed to, all the toxins that we're exposed to. So that's why I focus on wellness travel. Because I think it's a really important niche, but also because I personally really find it very interesting to see the connection between what I'm passionate about, sustainability and the oceans, and then our own health and wellness. So everything comes together for me in wellness travel. As Sahara said, I have my own website, this Blue Surfer, which is all about sustainable travel, sustainability and travel. And I also recently launched the Wellness Trip, which is all about wellness travel and retreats, resorts, spas. So Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much for joining me. I will leave my email also in the chat if you want a copy of this presentation, or if you have any other question, of course. You can
Perfect.
always send me a message.
Thank you so much, Arlette. Yes, please drop those links there. All of Arlette's information will be in the post-event email. Hi, everyone who's just recently joined on. Before we head to a break and then do our first giveaway, we are going to do our first sponsor introduction of Barbara Booth with Gobi Sleeves. And I think this is a great follow-up to Arlette's presentation, just because it's everything ocean wellness and sustainability as well. Before I have Barbara start, I'm going to just do a brief introduction of Barbara. Barbara Booth is a former CNBC reporter and is now the co-founder and CEO at Gobi Sleeves. She co-founded Gobi Sleeves, which is an antimicrobial tray cover sleeve made from recycled plastics from the ocean, alongside Cornelia Quinn, with a mission to encourage people to travel more sustainably, ethically, and with less fear. Barbara, you can now take the stage.
Thank you so much, Sahara. I'm so excited to be here today in the presence of such amazing, driven women. So thank you so much for having me. As Sahara said, I'm the CEO and co-founder of Gobi Sleeves, and we have a mission of trying to change the behavior of travelers to think more sustainably. So you might say, how can a tray table cover, which works on planes, trains, buses, anywhere you want to travel, how can a little tray table cover change the world for the better? So I'm going to dive into that. First, I'm just going to share a video so that you can see what our product is. And then I want to just dive into how this tray table cover is doing that. And you're right, Sahara, following up after Arlette and also after Christine is perfect, because what Gobi does encompasses both protecting our oceans and also encouraging people to follow their dreams, like Christine said. So I'm going to share my screen with you just quickly to just show you what the product is and then explain everything else. Okay. Also share video, share audio. Not sure if you're going to see this. Okay. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Can you hear it?
No.
Okay, well, you can just see what it. Okay. Okay, so that's basically what our tray table covers are. They come in. Okay. So they come in beautiful colors, as you can see, all different for every gender, every age group. We're doing a new baby line too. But basically our sleeves are knitted out of plastic from the oceans. So we have them, we collect plastic from the ocean, it's knitted into a fiber, and then made into our sleeves. And then in turn, we also donate a portion of our profits to the Ocean Conservancy, which is an organization committed to resolving the ocean plastic crisis. So, but more than that, I just want to share our story. So back in 2018, Cornelia Quinn, who is a friend of mine since we were little, came to me because her son is severely immunocompromised. So she was always worried because after he got off of a plane, within 2 days, he came down with a bacterial infection. And she said, you know, I really think it's something to do with the plane, the tray tables. And since you're a CNBC reporter, will you investigate this? Can you look into this? So I did a lot of investigation, and I talked to everyone in the travel industry as much as I could, airline attendants, the airlines themselves, and they admitted that these tray tables are rarely, if ever, sanitized. So first and foremost, you know, we wanted to create a product that would help people feel more comfortable. And this was before COVID, more comfortable in their journey on the plane, lose the fear and enjoy the journey. And not just about germs. I'll get to that later. We want to have people lose the fear of anything that they're trying to accomplish personally. So Gobi is more than just losing the fear of germs. But looking into this even more, what I found was even more shocking is that people are using so many of these single-use disinfectant wipes, and just 5 million are heading to our landfills and washing up along coastlines every day, just from 3 airlines. And, you know, they've been giving out these single-use disinfectant wipes like candy. And they're not doing so much anymore, but people are bringing them themselves. And these disinfectant wipes are actually made of a synthetic fiber that never breaks down. So they don't decompose for about 100 years. And this is something that a lot of people don't know. I did not know. So on our journey to creating this product, we found this out, and we felt that it's so important because people say to us, I love your sleeves, they're fun, but you know what? I don't want to bring another thing on the plane. I can just use a disinfectant wipe and throw it away. And that's because people don't know that these don't decompose, and how many are going into our landfills every day, and how many are washing up along our oceans. So our mission is to educate travelers, to change their behavior, and to have them think more ethically and sustainably. And I saw in the chat, Lindsay and Brittany saying, what can we do to encourage travelers to help be more sustainable? And this is one way that you can, by offering these to your clients, to talk about the ways things that, you know, these single-use disinfectant wipes are affecting our environment. You are helping, you're educating. We make these this is just an example, Tour 24 made about 500 of these, and they give them out to their clients. We can also put your logo right on our plastic case. This is 100% recyclable, and we can put your logo on here. They make great client gifts, and you're showing that you promote sustainability. We also sell them as solos, and so we also put your logo here. If you want to use our existing sleeves, we have 20 beautiful patterns and colors, and then we just, you know, can put your logo here if you feel that it's much more in your budget rather than doing a sleeve with your logo on it. So that's a way of just really educating people. And so our little tray table cover has been changing the world for the better. We've been traveling throughout Europe. Europe is a little bit ahead of us in sustainability and what their practices are. So we have spoken at a lot of conferences there, and it's been such an unbelievable journey. So this is what our mission is. We love it. It's been a whirlwind since 2018, and we'd love to share it with you, and work with you if you'd like to use any of these for your own companies.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Barbara. Someone did ask, Lindsay asked, do you know roughly the weight of it? I can definitely tell you, literally it's like a piece of cloth. It's very, very light, and you don't have to use the case that it comes with as well. There's refill packages too. But the case is really great to clip on the outside of your backpacks too.
Correct. So it's 1 ounce. Our sleeves are 1 ounce, and they universally fit over trays. Like I said, when we were traveling through Europe on the trains, they worked fabulously. They're great for young kids. They're great. We have colors for executives in black. This is black right here, if you can see on the screen. One of the other things is you might have noticed that the hexagon is our signature shape. And the reason we came up with the hexagon is because in nature, one of the strongest natural made structures is the honeycomb, the bee's honeycomb. And that's because all of these hexagons in the honeycomb together create unimaginable strength. And that's because the angles on a hexagon are 120 degrees. And when you put all of these walls together, it creates so much strength. And we believe that if everyone is in this together and works together to be more eco-conscious and create a more sustainable mindset, that the world will be a stronger and better place. So that's why we have the hexagon. So there's so much more behind Gobi than just a little tray cover.
Yeah, definitely. There's so much you share with, well, Barbara Booth, the Gobi Sleeves is a partner of the TCN. So I've dropped a link in there to get 20% off. Use code TCN20. You can get 20% off. But Barbara has been in our Travel Coach Network before on our TCN podcast, also sharing more about this. But these are also great for hospitals. There's so many other uses for it too, like your laptop covers, more than just a train or airplane cover. But I'm really excited to announce, Barbara, thank you so much for presenting today and sharing this great idea with us and products. But these are going to be some of the giveaways today too. So Barbara has been so sweet to provide the TCN and the Women Thrive Through Travel MasterFind event with some great Gobi giveaways today. So throughout today, we'll be doing some giveaways. People will be winning some wonderful. We have so many different styles. These are just 3 I grabbed from my box that Barbara was so generous to send to us. But we have so many different types and styles. So we're running just a little bit behind, but I want us to take about 5-minute break. And then once we come back from the break, so at about 12:56, 12:57, if you can, PM Eastern time, come back. We'll be doing our very first giveaway. So 2 people will be winning 2 Gobi sleeves each. So if you can resume in about 5 minutes, and we will continue on from there with our event. And if you don't want to go on a break, if you don't need to get anything, Brittany will be doing some fun engagement questions and polls and stuff too, to keep you all here if you want to connect with one another during the break as well.
Hey, everybody. So I would love to just share for a second, and I've already been seeing some of you share actually, which is really cool. If you haven't already, I would love to hear what your intention word is for the event. This is what's called a word cloud. We're doing this first with Mentimeter. You can actually go to menti.com, use the code that's on your screen. And I will also click this so I can put this in the chat for you as well. And I would love for you to just share the intention that you have for this event. Like, what do you want to feel? What do you want to have accomplished by the end of the day? I love that some people already shared connection, grateful, inspired, motivated, life learned. So I would love to hear what yours are. So I'll give you a second to go ahead and put those in. And if for some reason you can't get the app to work for whatever reason, you're welcome to put it in the chat too. Yeah, like Tandy just said, connection. Yeah, thanks for joining us, Anna. That's totally fine. And by the way, connection, like if you can stay on till the end, or even if you have to leave and come back later, at the end of the day, in the last 10 minutes, we're going to be doing a networking event. So if you came specifically to connect with other people, maybe find a mentor or maybe someone that you can mentor, the last 10 minutes are where we're really going to be doing that, because we're going to be breaking people up into rooms where you're going to be able to connect with people face to face. I know we're on Zoom, but yeah, I love that. I love seeing more words. And the cool thing with the word cloud is that if there's a word that's coming up more than once, it's going to get bigger. So that tells me that a lot of people are here for connection. A lot of people are here for empowerment. I love that. And let's want to share some other ones coming in the chat. Gratefulness and definitely connection, says Svenya. Grateful, says Yvette. Learn, says Linda. Anna says she's looking for a mentor. And by the way, I know that Sahara's already shared a little bit about this. She is the founder of the Travel Coach Network, and she's the creator and instructor of the Travel Coach Certification Program. So if you are thinking about this, like you're seeing these people speak and you just love hearing their stories and seeing the kind of work they're doing in the travel space, a travel coach is something you can be too. And you probably have a niche that is so needed, just like how each person here, their experience, their expertise is so different. And I'm sure that you have one too. I love that inspiration is coming up. Yeah, Leah just shared that in the chat as well. Okay, so I'm going to share another one with you. And this one, let's see. And you're welcome to keep sharing that. Let's see, let's get off of present mode. Here we go. I would love for you to also share just kind of what's a title of a travel related book. And let me see if I can get this one up. There we go. So a travel related book, movie, or podcast that's shifted your perspective. So I'm going to put that in the chat as well. And you're also welcome to keep going on to the other one. If you have that, you can go up in the chat. So what is the title of a travel related book, movie, or podcast that has shifted your perspective? I know we've already heard some amazing speakers today that have their own podcast. So Soulful Travel by Christine would be a good one. And I believe Camilla has one too. It's going to be hard to go back up. There's so many. Travel Mavens. Awesome. Is that a movie? Oh, Under the Tuscan Sun book. Yes. There's also another one. Is it The Last Tourist? Yeah, I would love to hear who's watched that. You know, I actually haven't seen that one yet, but I've heard really, really good things about it. I want to put that in the chat because I'm presenting on my screen. I love that. And I think this is cool too, because a lot of times people are looking for more movies, they're looking for more books to read, they're looking for more podcasts to listen to. So this is a chance, if you do have a podcast or a book or a movie, feel free to put yours in. The Kon-Tiki expedition makes you want to travel. Oh, it made you want to travel. That's awesome. There's so many good ones. I'm also going to share another one. Again, I can't be into the app at the same time, but The Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants. It's such a silly and cute movie, but I remember seeing it and being like, oh, I would love to go to Greece. And the funny thing is I'm actually going to be hosting a couple sailing trips there this summer. So it's funny how we see a movie or we hear a podcast or we watch something and it kind of comes back to us full circle. Yeah. Okay. Wait, such a great idea. Oh, wait. Oh yeah. The wipes are so cool. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, Down to Earth with Zac Efron. Yeah. The videography in that one is really, really amazing. They did a great job capturing Iceland, I felt. Okay, awesome. And I see some of people are on here. And then, oh, there they are. Okay. Down to Earth, White Lotus, Tales by Light, Travel Mavens. Very cool. All right.
All right, Brittany, should
so
we get started with our first giveaway?
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, so I'm going to share a spinning wheel, and this should have everybody's names on there already. That's why it's so small, because there's like over 500 people, which is amazing. And even if the person's not present, they can still win. You will have an opportunity later on that if you are present, you'll be the only one to win there. So let's see how it goes. See who it'll be. Drum roll.
We're going to do two winners.
What's that, Sahara?
We're going to do two winners.
Okay, awesome. So this is our first winner here. Is it Egle? I'm not sure to pronounce your name, but I'm going to put your name in the chat. Oh, I love the little drum emoji. Perfect. First winner. I'm going to put that in the chat for you. And then we're going to remove that person's name and we'll do the other one. Yeah, isn't the Menti thing so cool? If you do any kind of like teaching online or coaching, it's a good way to kind of get people talking and thinking. And we have our second winner, Tijan Ahmet. Good job. Way to go. So there's a second winner.
She's a member of the Travel Coach Certification Program. So we're sending each of you 2 different Gobi sleeves. Perfect. Brittany, thank you so much. As we have people hopping back on here, we're going to get started with our next round of speakers. Congrats, yes, to all the winners. Again, like Brittany mentioned, we're going to do 3 separate giveaways. But our last one will be a door prize, meaning you will have to be present for that one. But I'm very mindful that everyone is all around the globe, all different time zones, and this is a long event that you don't have to be here for these first couple giveaways. But thank you everyone for coming back here. I'm going to get started with our next speaker. We have Sonia Cruz Oro. Sonia is a transformational travel coach and founder of Travel Awakens. With degrees in both psychology and leadership, with 20 years of international coaching experience, Sonia founded Travel Awakens to help people restore their sense of wonder and appreciation for the places that they visit while discovering a new and more authentic version of themselves. Sonia believes that travel can be a transformational experience that can serve as a catalyst for self-discovery and personal growth. Sonia is also a graduate of the Travel Coach Certification Program and a member of the TCN, and was recently also featured in a CNN Travels article on travel coaches. Sonia's topic today is astrocartography and travel. Sonia,
Thank you, Sahara. Thank you for the introduction. I'm delighted to be here. Hello, everyone. So I'm going to share my screen, and you can tell me if you can see it. Yeah?
Yes, we can see.
Cool. Okay, so I'm delighted to be here to talk about this exciting topic. And I would like to know, just out of curiosity, who here have heard about astrocartography before? Who already knows what is astrocartography? You also sometimes call it astrogeography, astromapping, locational astrology. It has several names, but it's basically a methodology of astrology. It's a mix between astrology and geography. So in the meantime, you are sharing it in the chat. I will introduce myself. My name is Sonia. I'm a transformational travel coach and a psychologist. I am originally from Spain, but I moved to Ireland, where I live, because, my background, it was not in travel. My background actually was in corporate IT. So I moved countries because of a promotion. But after several promotions there, I realized that climbing the ladder of the corporate is not what I wanted to do for the rest of my life. But since I was doing this always all my professional life, nearly 20 years, I was wondering, okay, what I do if it's not that? I didn't know anything else. So I felt lost about my career, my next step, and I turned into my passion, travel. I realized I didn't travel as much as I wanted. So that year I invested in travel. I did 15 trips to 11 countries in 12 years and totally transformed my life as a result. So after that, I did the research and I discovered that actually was not a coincidence, that travel is really transformational when you use the right tools. I discovered travel coaching. I got certified, transformational travel. I got specialized on that. And my story with astrocartography is also quite interesting because as a result of all these transformations that happened during that year, as a result of my trips, I met my husband between my trips after many years single, and we were deciding to get married in 2020. You know, that year is the year where the pandemic started. So I was a little bit concerned about the dates because it was lots of lockdowns going on. So somebody recommended me to ask an astrologer. I knew nothing about astrology. The only thing I knew was the horoscope in the newspaper. I never did a session before, but I'm open-minded. So I decided, okay, why not? I did a session. He got the right date. So it was the best day of my life. But during the session, he asked me, where do you live? And that was curious because I used to live in Dublin, in the capital of Ireland, but I moved to the west where my husband used to live. And since I moved, I felt like in my body, the energy was heavier. I felt like I was feeling more stuck, more, it was not the same vibe that I had in Dublin. But I didn't think at all was something about the place, never crossed my mind. But he showed me a map. And in the map, I saw the lines where exactly where I was living, what was the energy there, where I used to live in Dublin. And also we were checking other places where I had some transcendental moments traveling, where I used to live, several places I used to live. So it was so mind-blowing that I said, okay, I need you. I need you for my clients. So I want to send my clients to you. You can tell them where to go, the destinations, the most transformational destinations for them. And once this is clear, you send them back to me so you can do the coaching. And that was the perfect plan, but he had 6-month waiting list. So it was not, I could not make my clients wait for 6 months. So I asked him, do you know anybody else? The problem is this methodology is not so many professionals in the world know about it. So, okay, the last question was like, okay, maybe this is a silly question, but this is something I can learn myself. And this is how I am here, right? I'm explaining about astrocartography. because I did that. I just study, and now I'm doing the readings myself. So very quickly, I'm going to give you an overview with the time we have. But this, what you have in the picture now, is a birth chart, okay? This is actually a picture and snapshot of the moment of the sky where the celestial bodies, the planets, were in the exact moment you were born. This is an example, but everybody has their own. And you can see some of the planets, maybe you recognize. We have Mars, Venus, Neptune, all the planets, the moon, the sun. So every planet is associated with a planet archetype, which has a meaning, okay? So for example, the sun is about vitality, is the place where you shine. Venus is about your heart, is about love, beauty. Mercury is about the communication skills, the thought process, negotiation. So all these, you can understand these archetypes that all of them are inside of every one of us, okay? And the thing is, if you can see the angles, imagine this is a clock. So where you see the 12, the 6, 3 p.m. and 9 p.m., there is like two arrows. These are the angles. So the closest to an angle a planet is, we can see, for example, Venus is very close to the angle in the top, the midheaven. The closer to an angle the planet is, the more accentuated its energy is. And all this, despite we have the same birth chart wherever we travel to, as we move geographically, this is like spinning and it changes, okay? So this is what astrocartography actually shows us. Shows us the places in the world where our planets, the planet archetypes, are closer to an angle, which means are more accentuated. We will bring ourselves wherever we go, but some places, some destinations will accentuate parts of ourselves. So some places will accentuate maybe emotional unrest, others will accentuate some part of ourselves that are the playful side of ourselves. So depending, there is no right or wrong destinations. It just depends of what you are looking for in your travels. It's not going to be the same place if you are looking for some healing, if you are, I don't know, you are writing a book and you're looking for some creativity. So you see all these lines, and of course we can narrow down more and we can go closer to cities and even neighborhoods where this energy, you will channel easier this energy based on your birth chart. So basically the benefits of astrocartography are two. We can use this methodology that I just need the birth time, and I can use it, you know, if you want it yourself, but also I want you to think about your clients, right? We can use it to choose destinations. If you are creating trips or retreats, where is this destination the most transformational for your client in this case? And we can also look it the way around. If the person feels very attracted to some place, let's say, I always felt attracted to Japan, for example. Why is that, right? So we can see what's the line, the energetics that are going through Japan, and understand what is intended for you to experience there. Because I believe when we feel this call to travel, it's our soul that is asking for fulfillment, for experiencing something new, because this is how it grows, yeah? We not only grow over time, we only grow through space. So these are the two main benefits that we can use with astrocartography. And I also want to share with you some examples in history, because there is many examples. But for example, Pablo Picasso, Spanish painter, born in the south of Spain, he moved to north of Paris, which was the transcendental primary sun line, before he became famous. Michelangelo in Florence, this was the Venus line, where, you know, Venus is with arts, beauty, and Catherine the Great, primary Mercury in St. Petersburg. But there are many other examples. We can see at Charles Chaplin, the sun was crossing Hollywood, or John Lennon in Liverpool. There are many examples in history. So even if you don't understand rationally how this works, I'm sure all of you have experienced this, because it's very real sensation in our body. Have you ever traveled to a place and just landing there and say, look, there is no specific reason, but I don't like this place. I don't know, something is off. You can feel frustrated. You can experience, some accidents even. So this is a hint that you are in a destination that's under a line that is not supportive for you. And the opposite is also true. So you maybe arrive to a place and you feel, oh my God, I don't know what it is, but I feel like home. I've never been here before, but I feel like I already been here before. So this is also a sign that you are under a supportive line. so you can feel more connected, inspired, motivated. So this is exactly what we are trying to do with astrocartography. So I'm explaining you with my words, but maybe sometimes it's better if some of the clients or testimonials that I have, what they have experienced after a session. So we have Amandine that she said that she could not understand rationally why she struggled to be creative. She's also a travel professional, and now she understands and she will organize better her time. Or for example, Nikki, that she always had this feeling that she was not fitting in. And now with the session, she understood, right? It was really eye-opening. So I didn't want to finish today. I don't know if you have any questions. Let me check the chat. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Christine.
Questions for Sonia?
Yeah. Let me see if there is any questions.
I don't see any questions. If you guys do have questions, be sure to drop them in the chat. But no questions at the moment.
Once we have our chart, where can we find interpretations of the lines and planets mean? Okay, so you can have, what you need here is the birth details, and it's very important the time. You know, many people have like an idea. I think I was born around 5:30 or so. Every minute is important. So a few minutes can be differences of kilometers. So make sure the time is accurate. Check the birth certification and make sure it's the right time. Then there are many ways you can do this online as well. I know there are free software that you can put your data, but the problem here is the interpretation, because yes, the planets and the planets archetypes, I'm sure you Google it and you will see the meaning of the planets, but it's not as easier because every person also, you will not experience like a pure Venus or a pure Mercury, because you will have all the aspects that is called as well, which is the communication between planets, and everybody will have some flowing lines or challenging lines. And you need to have knowledge about it. So if you don't have this knowledge previously, I will always recommend go to a professional that can explain what it is for you. And this map does not change over time. So this is sometimes another question I have. People asking is the same. So you were born with this, and this is with you for the rest of your life. So if you have Venus in London, it's going to be in London always, yeah? How long the training take me? I started in 2020 and I finished in 2022, so nearly 2 years. And of course, this never ends, right? This is a learning process that never ends. So I don't know how I'm doing with time, but yeah, I would just want to finish. I don't want to finish without giving back to the community. So if anybody feels curious about having a session, I want to give 20% off on the Astrocartography 90-minute session. Everyone in the Women Thrive Through Travel, or even if you have some client interested until the end of the month. So you can have here a QR that you can scan and you can book a session to have the reading. And if you want to connect on social media, this is also my Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn. I can also share the links in the chat. So I will be here a few minutes more. If somebody has some questions, I will be checking the chat. But until then, thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sonia. Always a really interesting topic. Be sure to also check out after today's event, Sonia's episodes on the Travel Coach Network podcast, where she shares more about astrocartography and what she does as a travel coach in Travel Awakens. But definitely be sure to follow her. She is definitely someone of inspiration. All righty, we are going to move on to the next speaker. We have Agnes Samai. Agnes is a Hungarian blogger and an international tour guide. Through her worldly adventures, Agnes learned that a country could be so much different if we go and see it for ourselves versus what we hear outside, what we're told. Today, Agnes will be talking about transformative travel through immersive cultural group tours. Agnes, the stage is yours.
Yeah, hi, thank you very much, Sahara. So I'm Agnes. As I was introduced, I'm an international tour guide and a travel blogger. I travel often with groups on cultural trips, but in my free time, I also do a lot of solo travel as a woman in less touristic places, normally in the Middle East, in Iraq, Iran, Lebanon, for example. And I think we are all different in what is interesting for us, what makes a trip memorable for us, transformative, we can say. And what I can say is I like learning when I travel, and I want to understand the place. And when I learn during my trips, I can adopt that in my life, the lessons I learn. And that's why I recommend to participate in local tours, because when I look back on my trips, even if when I travel solo as a backpacker, I often go for local tours just to get a better understanding of the place, because then it's a good way to meet a local person who grew up there, who has his own story. And it's worth listening to a personal story much more than reading a book. You can learn so much from that. So when I look back, my trips, even 10 years back, these are some of my most important experiences. And I remember the personal stories the most. And that's why I think that for many people, it can give a transformative experience. So how do you choose a good local tour? Because there are so many, and you have to find a guide who is worth listening to, because there are so many on the market. I would choose definitely a local tour which talks about recent history of a country, or brings you closer to the local culture. It can be a food trip, for example, when you buy the ingredients on the market together, you cook together with the locals. Or it can be visiting a local tribe. It depends on the destination, of course, but definitely when you learn about what's going on in the country, and not just visiting monuments, because as I said, what you will remember about your trip in the end, it's not the monuments, but the people you meet and the stories you heard during your stay. Let me tell you some examples about that, what I mean. I was in Colombia, in Medellin, and I participated in a tour in Communes 13. This is a district of Medellin. And I still remember every word of that. It was a couple of years ago, before COVID. And our tour guide was someone who grew up in that district, which was one of the most dangerous in the world. In the 1980s and 1990s, you probably heard about Colombia, that it was the center of drug trafficking, even now. And shortly said, guerrillas and paramilitary groups were fighting each other. Just simplified, I simplified the situation. It was so bad that every 10 people had to leave their homes. There were 4 million internal refugees in the country. And at the end of the 1990s, even the people themselves asked for international intervention. Everybody who was sitting in the car could be kidnapped. So this community 13 was completely out of control of the police. They didn't dare to penetrate the area because criminal gangs took over the control. And our tour guide Stephen lived there as a teenager. And at one point, he told us that he lost 2 of his friends who were teenagers that time. And just because they were at the wrong place at the wrong time. He survived it, and he's proudly saying that now this district is safe, and he can work as a tour guide, and he could even get enough money to buy a house for his mother. We were silently listening to his story, and it made a really big impact on me, because we listened to someone who grew up there. And what I learned from all this tour, I learned that the Colombians work hard to leave this past behind. They don't want to be identified with drug trafficking, with Escobar, because many people want to hear about Colombia, Escobar. So for the same reason, I don't suggest that you take part in the local tour following the footsteps of Escobar. And I also learned that safety is a treasure. And we take it as something natural in many parts of the world, like in Europe, in my country, Hungary, it's something natural, but it is not. It's a privilege. And I'm privileged not to have lived the war, something like they in Colombia. So that's what I learned from the local tour in Medellin. But let me tell you another example about local tours. I was in Sarajevo. And the local tour was also not about visiting the monuments. It was about learning about the Balkan War. You must have heard about this war from 1992 to 1995. Our tour guide was a former police officer during the war, and he was still emotional some years ago when he was talking about his experience. Actually, there was nobody in Sarajevo who didn't lose someone. Sarajevo was under blockade for more than 3 years, and people lived like in a ghetto. There was no way out. So when we started the tour, we went to a boulevard that was the most dangerous. They called it the Sniper Alley. It was a roulette. They called it the Sarajevo roulette because to cross the road, it was taking the risk to be killed. They didn't know if they can reach the other side of the road alive. And we also went to see a tunnel. There was a secret tunnel that the people were constructing under the airport. That was the only access to Sarajevo and between the outside world. We were watching through video how they made it. It was 800 meters long, only 1.5 meters high and 1 meter wide. They built it under the airport because it was a neutral zone. The Serbs were not bombing that because it was under the UN's control. And people were crossing this tunnel with 40 kg on their backs, carrying medicine, food, and cigarette in a bent position. 1.5 meters high, they couldn't do otherwise. And that was the only way to get through. It was a one-way tunnel. So for the people inside, actually there was no way out, only when they had connections or money. But for the average people, there was almost no way out. So we saw the tunnel and how they constructed it. And after the tour, I could I could look at Sarajevo in a different way. If I don't take part in this tour, I look at the city as a cool place with trendy bars and restaurants. They have shisha with an oriental charm, because Sarajevo is and Bosnia is a Muslim country, the majority, then it's a cool place. But after I participated in the tour, I understood much more about the mindset. And I understood that even if the war is over, since 1995, it's a long time, but it's still in the people's mindset very much. They still become emotional about what happened, and they are in the state of recovery, the whole country. The economy is still fragile, and this is how you get a better understanding of the place. And let me tell you a third example. I was in Beirut, in the capital of Lebanon. It's a very strange place. It's a mixture of different buildings. There are luxurious residential buildings, yacht harbor, fancy restaurants and bars, and also buildings with bullet marks. Because Beirut and Lebanon was once the most cosmopolitan place of the Middle East, where the Arab countries' residents went to have holiday and have fun. But then it turned into a war zone also. There was a 15-year-long war that ended in 1990. It was a very complex war. It started as a fight between Palestinians and Christians, as a sectarian conflict. Then the belligerent changed sides, and there was a point when even the people didn't know who is the enemy, who they are fighting against. And then foreign powers also intervened, Israel, Syria. So it was just so complicated to understand. And I wanted to participate in a local tour there too, to understand more what's going on in
Agnes, can I hold you for a second here?
Lebanon.
Can I hold you?
We were following the Greek. Yes?
Sorry, we have a really big echo. Do you have the sound of the event on while you're speaking?
Yes, I have the sound.
No, the sound of the computer speaking back to you. Can you silence the event itself, but keep yourself unmuted?
It's better now.
Keep talking a little bit more.
Okay, now
it's much better. Yeah, you can continue from there. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, sorry. I hope you could still understand what I was saying. Okay, so during this local tour, we were following a green line. The green line separated the Muslim part of the city and the Christian part, which meant that anybody who wanted to cross the green line could be shot. And what is said about it that, it ended the war in 1990, but the older generation who lived through the war, they are still traumatized. They didn't really speak about that, what happened during these 15 years to their children. The children don't learn about it in school. The history of Lebanon ends with their independence in the 1940s, and they just don't deal with that. There was no consensus about who was winning in the war, who was on which side. They just don't talk about it. And some people still refuse to cross from one side of the city to the other one. There is no division anymore in Beirut. It's a safe place now. But the older people still believe it's so much stuck in their mind. So also the same thing, and we learned about the current situation of the country. They are in a deep economic crisis. You may have heard in the news. It's one of the biggest in the world, and the big inflation as well, and the currency devaluated. So all in all, I learned so much, and I met the nicest people in Lebanon. And what I learned from this tour, also I could understand what happened in the recent history, in the recent past, and I appreciated even more how kind the people were. The hospitality is so big in Lebanon, despite the hardships, whatever happens, they are so nice to people, and that is touching for me. And when I learn and I get a better understanding, not just visiting monuments, otherwise Beirut wouldn't be special for me. It's not even a very nice place. But when I understood what's behind, and we followed the path of the Green Line and understood the war and how people are trying to survive nowadays, then it's a completely different aspect of the city. So I gave some examples, but of course, these are serious topics which I mentioned. It can be, as I mentioned, a food tour, any other culture tour, but when I recall my memories, this is what I remember the most. And I mentioned examples from local tours which last some hours or half a day, but of course, it can be a one-week group tour. But even in this case, I think you should choose something that brings you closer to the people. It's not just about visiting the monuments, not eating in the hotels. Then I don't think it's as transformative as it could be. And for that reason, I'm a tour guide and a travel blogger also. So now I'm offering travel planning services with focus on culture tours and experiences that bring you closer to the local people, that you learn personal stories, that you really get a good understanding. Because that's how it becomes more effective and memorable. I mean, for me, and I think for many other people, but as I said, we are different, and it's also different what makes a trip transformative for you. And I'm also launching soon my own group tours. I was a guide for a company, but in the close future, near future, I want to organize my own groups with the same concept in less traveled countries, like Iran, Iraq, Lebanon, and India. Why in these countries? Because these countries had the biggest impact on me. Somehow the less touristic places were more transformative for me, probably because I didn't have knowledge about them. Everything was surprising. And many times you hear bad things, negative things about a country in the media, and you go and you visit yourself, and then I learned it's so much different when you go there. And I was solo female traveling, so I can say that you believe something is not safe, but it's totally different. And I met the kindest people in the countries which you would think you would not even go there, but it's quite the contrary. So that's why if you are interested to learn more about what I do, going to these countries, and I can help with that travel itinerary or get really lasting experiences, recommend local tours, then you can find me my website, voiceofguides.com. You can contact me per email or sign up for my newsletter, and I'm happy to help, or you can follow me. And if you have any question, then I hope I could transfer my thoughts well, and you understand what I mean, that what is memorable for me, and I think would be a lot of you memorable after several years.
Perfect. Wonderful, Agnes. Thank you so much. If you can go ahead, you can drop your website and your Instagram and all your contact links in the chat there. all of Agnes's information and more about Voices of Guides, her website, will be in the post-event email for you as well. So you can, thank you so much. We're going to move on to our next speaker here. To give you an update on where we are, we're going to do 2 speakers, and then we're going to be doing another giveaway. We have some other cool prizes that we'll be giving away here too. I'm just going to mute you. So the next speaker we have is Sierra Chesser. Sierra is a franchise owner at Dream Vacations and is the CEO of The Traveling Attorney. Sierra is a Milwaukee native, like myself, and many other Milwaukeeans who are here on today's call, who has always had a passion for traveling after being afforded the opportunity to study abroad in high school in Cuernavaca, Mexico, which ultimately changed her life forever. Before dedicating herself to traveling full-time, Sierra was a practicing attorney for 7 years. Now, along with the Dreams Vacations and The Traveling Attorney, Sierra also creates travel content for hotels, destinations, businesses, and brands. Today, Sierra will be talking about how to show up on social media in an authentic way and to get creative with your content. Sierra, the stage is yours. And also, if you guys, there's some chat in the some comments in the chat. If you want to switch it to speaker view, at the top of your screen where you can see the gallery, there's a little box that says view with a little cube with dots. Click on that and you'll see speaker. Select speaker and the speaker will pop up on there. Okay, Sierra, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for tuning into my session. I really appreciate it. And also thank you to the Travel Coach Network for having me. It's an honor to share this space with such amazing and inspirational women. Like she said, I'm Sierra Chesser, and I go by The Traveling Attorney on mostly all social media platforms. I'm an attorney by trade, and I quit practicing law almost 2 years ago to travel the world full time. Last year, I purchased a travel agency franchise, Dream Vacations, for my birthday, and it has turned out to be one of the best decisions ever. I'm also the CEO of The Traveling Attorney, LLC, which is my content creation business. Today, I'm here to talk about showing up on social media in an authentic way and also getting creative with your content. I'm going to start off by being totally honest with y'all. I never had the desire to be a content creator. I barely used Instagram before I started this journey. I really didn't even like the platform. So my journey, it genuinely started off with me having fun, being goofy, posting some videos, and people really enjoyed it and wanted more. And so from there, I decided to take content creation, more seriously from there. And so a major key to showing up on social media authentically is truly knowing who you are off of social media. I specifically say off of social media because it's very easy to get discouraged by paying attention to other content creators, especially those who have or who are growing a large following. It's easy to want to replicate what they're doing in hopes that it'll work for you too, but it doesn't really work if that's not the type of person that you are at your core. So imposter syndrome is real. So you just need to be confident in who you are at your core. And so for me, I'm naturally outgoing and goofy, so it wasn't the hardest transition for me to start sharing more of that side of me on social media, but I totally understand everyone isn't like that. And so there are some content creators that like to be behind the scenes and not necessarily show their face a lot, and that's okay. Although it's beneficial to show your face sometimes to help build a more genuine connection with your audience, it's not always necessary. One of my favorite content creators rarely shows his face, maybe a few times a year, and he has a pretty large engaged audience. You just have to find a balance of what works for you. And so content creation can be a full-time job. especially if you're doing all the recording, editing, engaging with other content creators. And so one of the first things I did when I decided to take it seriously is I actually hired some content creator coaches. I found some content creators whose content I really enjoyed, who seemed to have personalities similar to mine, and who were also in the travel industry space. They offered coaching sessions and ebooks to learn more about their behind the scenes process. So I purchased them. It was a business investment, and they were extremely helpful in getting me to where I am today. So if you're worried about how to show up authentically on social media for your type of personality, I'd highly recommend, finding a coach or even reaching out to someone who is similar to you. If you're someone who isn't comfortable showing your face all the time, do some research on successful content creators who are similar in that nature and see if they're willing to speak with you and give you pointers. One thing about me is I'm going to ask any type of question. Like, the answer will always be no to questions you don't ask. And so if you want to, take this more seriously, go for it, reach out. And I've learned that a lot of content creators are really willing to help because it's just not an easy journey. And also the journey looks different for everyone. So just go ask questions, do some research, try to figure out what your niche is. And always keep in mind that that's, it's going to change, especially the more you do it, how you operate, the things that you post, it will change over time. One thing to keep in mind is no matter what type of content you post, you always need to speak the truth. Transparency is key here. Being transparent shows your followers you have nothing to hide, which in return helps you build credibility. I personally share the highs and lows of owning my own business and also the highs and lows of creating content. I definitely get discouraged sometimes doing this work. And so I feel comfortable sharing that with my audience because sometimes it shows that I'm actually human. And also it's usually relatable. The DMs and comments I receive encourage me to be more transparent because I'm definitely not in this alone. We all have our bad days. And so another way to show up authentically on social media is by regularly sharing valuable information and educational content about your business or your brand. You all know there are so many scams and fake businesses out there. And so one way to build credibility and to be above that is to actively interact with your customers or followers and promote your business or brand on social media. It will serve as proof that you're trustworthy and not, just a ripoff. And some of the ways you can make your business or brand appear more real is by sharing behind the scene images and videos. Show what a day in your life looks like. Record testimonials about how it's like working with your brand. You can have clients help you record these as well, brands, if they're open to doing that. And so humanize your brand or your business by showing your followers the faces behind your brand. And I do see a question in the chat real quick that I do want to address. Someone asked, what is a franchise travel agency? And so there's usually two types of travel agents usually in the world. There are independent contractors who work under a host agency where they are able to, split their commissions. I own my travel agency, so I am able to bring on my own independent contractors. And in return, I do receive, a split of their commission. It's basically like running your own travel agency, like it's just me. So I hope that helps in regards to answering that question. And so when I was saying, just humanize yourself by showing your followers the faces behind your brand. Once they gain this kind of insight into your organization, they'll build an authentic connection with you, and it usually comes, pretty easily. And so lastly, socializing is the whole point of social media. People on social media want meaningful and real conversations. The social media interactions with businesses and brands are no exception. Answer your followers' messages, respond to comments, like status updates and mentions, or you might actually suffer a little bit. Whenever an existing or potential customer asks you something, do your best to provide, a tailored response, and an official response. Like doing this once again helps you build authenticity and credibility, and people will be more inclined to, follow you or even work with you in the future. And so I know I've spoken a lot about showing up authentically, but I do also want to talk about how to get creative with your content. And so for me, planning is a major key. A content calendar is an absolute necessity for me. I have a physical calendar strictly for content and nothing else. And so what I try to do at the beginning of every month or the end of the previous month is plan what kind of content I'm going to create for the month. I research major holidays, events happening to see if that can help me, spark some ideas of what type of content that I want to create for that month. One thing, especially, if you're newer to this or you're a little nervous, creating a series will help you. And so like currently, I have a Milwaukee Monday series. So every Monday I'm posting something about my hometown of Milwaukee. I also do like CC's Travel Tip Tuesday. So, when it comes to Mondays and Tuesdays, it's pretty easy for me to decide what content I'm going to make because I have a theme. And actually people have look forward to the themes now. I get messages and DMs about it all the time. So that may help you too. And so just keep in mind that sometimes my content will change because of either, breaking news or a new trend. But I usually like to have an idea of what I'm going to post for the month because that gives me time to come up with something creative because I'm not posting on a whim. I'm not making a post the night before and then posting it. And so it definitely helps get the creative juices going, knowing that I have some time to figure it out. And I also spend a decent amount of time checking out what's popular or trendy by scrolling through my TikTok and Instagram reel feeds. You don't always have to post what's trendy, but sometimes it does help. If there's a new trend, sometimes I try to figure out a way to make it educational, but also fun at the same time, because people just don't always want to be bogged down by information in a non-fun way. And so that's one way you stand out in a crowded space. One thing to keep in mind, especially as it relates to travel, is it isn't always about the pretty pictures. It's cool to post those from time to time, but it's about adding value and educating and showing why your brand or business is important and why someone should work with you or follow you. And so for me, I think 98% of your content should fall within 5 pillars. I use the term pillars like categories that you create. And this is honestly one of the first things my content creator coaches taught me. And I think it's been super helpful throughout this entire journey. It's because you don't want your content all over the place because it's difficult to create a solid and engaged audience when you are doing something different all the time. So I think the 5 pillars help you stay on message, and they also help make the content creation process a little smoother because you kind of know if it doesn't fall within this pillar, maybe you might need to rethink posting it or maybe do some edits so that it does. And so for me currently, my 5 pillars, I would say, are the benefits of working with a travel agent, showcasing Milwaukee, Wisconsin, my hometown. It's on my bucket list to visit all 50 states. So I've been documenting that as CC's 50 States Tour, travel tips and deals. And I also recently changed one of my pillars to start showcasing a little bit more of my personal life. These are not the same 5 pillars that my content creation journey started with though. So as I became more comfortable creating content and learning what my audience liked, I did some switching around. Like it's all a process. You're never stuck with something that you start. So things change. So you need to go back to the drawing board every once in a while. And one of the most important things when it comes to content creation and whatever strategy you decide upon is to be consistent. Consistency looks different for everyone. For me, I try to post 5 to 6 times a week. When I started, the goal was 3 times a week. But as I became more comfortable, I increased how often I posted because it wasn't taking me as long to create the content. And also, like I told you earlier, I have, series that I do. So I already know what type of content I need to post for that day. At the same time, I also have, a food page where I showcase places that I eat, all over the world. And so on that page, consistency for me is posting 3 times a week. Posting every day can be exhausting, and I don't think it's necessary to find your tribe or your audience. And so ultimately, you just have to find what works for you. Because once again, content creation can be like a full-time job. The burnout is real, and you want to try to avoid reaching that point. Take social media breaks if you need them. Content creation can be frustrating, especially when you don't think you're growing or you're not getting much traction. We just have to take it, a day at a time. It's always a journey. I've started taking this seriously a couple of days ago, and I'm still learning so much. As you all know, Instagram or just social media platforms change all the time. So, you just have to learn to be flexible and just keep it going. If you love what you do and you're passionate about it, all of the other, good benefits will come with time. And so if you want to learn even more about how I show up authentically on social media or how I get creative with my content, I do offer content creator coaching sessions. You can also follow me at The Traveling Attorney on Instagram and TikTok. And I hope you all learned something new today. And I'd like to thank you again for tuning in. Happy creating, friends.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sarah. I love that you talk about pillars. That's something we really harp on in the Travel Coach Certification Program, finding those structures for your business that give you clarity and your audience clarity too. There were some questions in the chat. If you want to go ahead and into the chat and type those answers for people, we're going to move on to our next speaker. We have Laura Hennings coming up. Then we are going to do another giveaway and then continue on from there. So our next speaker is Laura Hennings. Laura, she might look familiar for many of you. She is definitely a queen on social media, but she has been a speaker at our Women Thrive Through Travel MasterFind event in the past. She's also been a guest expert in the Travel Coach certification program. Laura is a business and sales expert, public speaking coach, and founder of Own Your Wild Collective. Known by a worldwide audience for her charismatic hype girl presence, Laura is an industry-leading sales consultant and a TEDx speaker. After living paycheck to paycheck as a broke server, I remember those days as well, to growing a multiple six-figure coaching business, she helps female leaders advocate their voice and monetize their voice, vision, and value. Her expertise in high ticket sales and online marketing has served as a catalyst for helping her clients earn six-figure incomes while living their freedom-based lifestyle that they deserve and that they crave. Laura has also been a guest expert, like I mentioned, in the TCN. And today she's going to be here talking about how to blow up your business, make more money through content and speaking gigs. Laura, the floor is yours.
What's up, everyone? Sahara. So excited to see everyone. I see some familiar faces. I see new faces. And I'll be completely transparent. I just dyed my hair blonde like 2 days ago. So I'm staring at the screen. I'm like, who's that girl? I'm like still getting used to it, you guys. So I'll be completely honest. Thank you, Britt. I see you, girl. I had a slide deck prepared, and the way that I like to coach and the way that I like to teach is I like to feel the energy of the room. And I'm really feeling like a more intimate setting. I will have some Q&A at the end. So there's 2 pillars of business, okay? It's the business coaching and the speaking. I want to know in the chat, is there anyone that wants to build a speaking brand or wants to build a speaking career? I want to gauge and see where everyone's at in terms of speaking, because then we could also go the business route, because our voice is the biggest instrument for change. As a woman, as a CEO, as a speaker, speaking. Okay, cool. So I'm going to go down this route. So something I've been leaning into is helping people not only land TED Talks, but also build speaking brands, getting paid to speak. So I want to kind of walk you through the journey of what it looked like for me. especially as business owners, I have a feeling all of us are business owners, right? Or we're thinking about it. We're self-made women in our own way, shape, or form. It has to do a lot with fucking courage. And Sahara, I know that you're a TEDx speaker too. Even with all the experience we all have a message. We all have a voice. And to build an iconic speaking brand, it is honing into what is that one message you want to spread to the world. Some of you might be like, oh girl, Laura, I know it's to help women make more money traveling the world and feel so fucking delicious about themselves. Maybe you're like, okay, I got all these ideas. That's great. And so today I want you to drop into your body and what you do. And if you were to take the stage and stand on the mountaintop and you had a mic in your hand, what is the one message you would love to spread to everyone? I want you to type in the chat. If you have something hitting you right now, what is that one message you would want to spread to someone, spread to the masses? For me, it had a lot to do with courage. I don't know about you, but it was the adventurous spirit that brought us here. It's our adventurous spirit that brought us here. And we have a tendency to discredit that voice, to discredit how much wisdom we've cultivated. And when it comes to being a speaker, it's ownership. It's ownership. Something I tell my clients is speak and they will come. Speak and they will come. So sometimes I'm reading all these too. Yes. And I will also get to these as well. Do it, just do it. Solo travel. Yes. Solo travel. These are all good. So I'm going to go with the adventurous theme, right? Speak and they will come. Here's the problems that we do see. Okay. When it comes to speaking, it's not always an autobiography. Storytelling is a huge part of it. Being a great storyteller is a huge part of being a successful speaker because we want the audience to feel seen, heard, and felt by our stories. So being a speaker is not about just regurgitating your life story. It's very important. Where I like to help people is full circle. Yes, you have a great story. And how can we make your audience feel seen, heard, and felt and inspired in the story? So something I like to do is have a bridge, right? A bridge in terms of the experiences that I've made you that relate to your message. So for me, it was, yes, finally getting on that plane, being that first solo female traveler. And what was the next bridge? Finally having the courage to say, I'm so fed up with teaching and being a broke server in Los Angeles. And I'm fucking fed up. It was having the courage to say, I want to be a CEO. I bet you anything that there's a server that knows she's meant to be a CEO. I heard one of my favorite speakers, Jamie Kern, I think her name is, and I was at a Tony Robbins event, and she did such a great job at saying, I bet you anything there is a server who knows she's made to be a CEO. And it's statements like that. Jamie Kern Lima, yes, thank you. It's statements like that, the mic drop moments in how we speak and when we speak is what makes people feel seen. She went about how she was also a broke server and she was fed up with having a cap on her income. That spoke to me so much, and maybe it speaks to you in any way. So it's like pulling apart, yes, what's made you into the strong woman you are today, relating it to how your service is and whatever industry you're in, however you serve people, how that relates. And even those mic drop moments, I see you. Strategic pauses when you're a speaker. Asking the audience, have you ever felt this way? These are all great ways that we can tie in our story and our message so the audience feels seen, heard, and felt. Powerful pauses, questions. Even if you don't want to be a paid speaker, when you're promoting your services as a coach or as a CEO, this is also very powerful. Say you're doing a live, say you're doing a story. These are all things that you can do to have you need to pause sometimes, because if we keep talking, we need to have the audience time to like be a part of this story. So take a TED Talk, for example, okay? Like there's going to be people that are like, They get excited. They talk about the up story and how life was so awesome. And then someone passes away. And then they start hunching over. And then they start talking really slow. So ladies, when you're storytelling, whether you're on a stage, whether you're promoting your offers, whether you're telling your story and getting vulnerable with your audience, whoever you're selling to, something I would like you to work on is activating the emotions, because people are emotional buyers, they're emotional feelers. Okay, so practice just playing around with your intonation, the way you move, and you're gonna have your audience on the edge of their seat. Okay. Like I said, this is like a very fluid thing. I had a huge thing. So I want to open the floor a little bit for questions in terms of getting paid to speak, in terms of speaking, even business, because I'm also a business coach too. Sales and content is actually my magic sauce. I wanted to bring something that has to do with speaking and activating your voice here. It could be anything about mindset. It could be anything about the speaker's journey. I want you to go ahead and utilize the chat. Did you do the blueprint program? I'm not sure what the blueprint program is, Linda. Is there someone that does that? How did you determine your fee for the first few gigs? Okay, so when you're building your speaker, you need to build a speaker portfolio. There's going to be times where you speak for free. I spoke for free a little bit, right? Because you want to get video footage. You want to get some video footage. You want to show, you want to have like a landing page for it. So what I've noticed from my personal experience and from my clients is if you go below $1,000, they won't take you as seriously. So this is if you're talking to associations, corporations. So I would lean into at least starting with $1,000. I'm speaking at Northrop Grumman in LA in leadership, and I charge $5,000 for that. The reason I charge $5,000 for that is because I have network there, and yes, it's your value and what you're bringing, but I also know that they have a budget. Because Northrop Grumman, I mean, they're an aerospace engineer company, like they have a budget. Now, I'm not saying that you should charge based on knowing that they have a budget. It's you need to have some sort of, you got to know the audience that they're talking to. For example, I know I'm talking to engineers, and the reason they want to bring me in is because they want to activate more of the socialization. Because sometimes engineers, and I can say this because my stepdad's an aerospace engineer. Sometimes engineers, you know, they're just behind their computer. They're not really talking to each other. And what Northrop wants is a more social aspect to the team. And they see me and they're like, yo, this can activate people. Like, this is what they need. They need to shake it up, right? And there was a part of me, I want to say, when it comes to being a professional speaker, it's important to be poised and professional, but your own personality, you're wild, you're zany. And there might be parts of you that say, tone that down, tone that bitch down. I'm telling you, if you're a wild girl, there's ways, or like you're just, you know, kind of you're weird. That's your marketing edge. That's your marketing edge. So I would recommend not going below 1,000 when it comes to speaking in conventions, corporations. And like I said, when you're just starting out, I would encourage you to actually speak for free. But notice you want to get in front of people that are your ideal audience. Because I've had clients where, you know, they want to speak at certain expos, but like say she's a travel coach and she's speaking to engineers. I mean, there's ways we could tie it in, but like you want to get in front of that audience. You want to do a bit of vetting. I've actually spoke at expos where I didn't realize that I was speaking in front of my ideal market. It just wasn't. So I wouldn't consider it a waste of time. I got the video footage. I made a lot of great connections. I landed clients from it because I was more strategic in who I approached. Networking opportunities, just understand that in the building phase, it's okay if you need to work a little bit for free. There's going to come a time and place where I do not want you to go below $1,000 for a speaking engagement. You also want to see if they include travel, like if they include the expenses of travel or hotel. And then there is either negotiations that do happen. You know what I'm going to do is I have a PDF that I'm going to drop at the end for my speaking coaching, the frameworks of how we go from pitching to leads, building your speaker portfolio, building your speaker website. There's actually a framework, because when it comes to building a speaking brand, it's like building another business. Okay. You could have your travel coach brand, and then you have your coaching brand. When it comes to speaking, you got to treat it like a business. You have leads. You're tracking people. You're reaching out to people. Something I have for my clients is templates in order how to navigate conversations. We have software on how to find leads and like that sifts through the internet for you. It's a relationship, and it's a relationship game too. It's who you know. For example, at the expo, I met the CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune. And I know that Sahara talks a lot about this too, because she's very into like media. This is huge. If you've ever felt like you're hitting a wall, because we do live in a world where sometimes posting on Instagram isn't enough anymore, you guys. And I don't mean to sound like a bitch, but it is. There's too much happening. And in order to leverage yourself as an authority, you either need to build your own ecosystem. You're like, what does that mean, Laura? It means a place where you can funnel people and nurture and serve the hell out of them. It could be a Facebook group. It could be a podcast. It could be, now you can leverage, they have broadcasts on Instagram now, which I would highly recommend if you haven't already made. You literally want to create your own community, your own ecosystem to serve them. So they're plugged into you all the time. And that moves them across the customer's journey a lot quicker too. Okay. To serve and sell. Where was I going with that? So yeah, I made that one connection with the LA Tribune, and now he refers me to expos, to conventions. I refer him now. He wants to land a TED Talk. So what we're doing is I'm helping him work on his idea, apply, and he's also referring me out to, especially in the LA area where I'm at, to speak at events. So it's a relationship game. If you want to break into the speaking world, it's a relationship game, whether you're leveraging me, whether you're leveraging Sahara, whether you are literally pitching yourself. I know it's a little scary, but there's ways that we can do that. And it all has to do with knowing your message, like we talked about. And if you are still kind of running in circles, like, what's my message? What's my message? We can chat. All right. We can chat about that. What I want you to do is just, if there's one thing, ladies, that I want you to walk away from this, it's your voice is so fucking powerful. And I'm going to invite you to see in what ways am I still censoring myself? I ask myself this all the time. Okay. It's good. It's good. In what ways am I still censoring myself? I could go show up online like, yo, look at me, I'm a TEDx speaker, I'm a 6-figure. People don't fucking care about that. They want to know the hardships of my dad controlling me with money, telling me I couldn't go to college, trying to control me with money, to being the woman where I'm like, I fucking refuse someone to tell me where I can go, what I can't go, and control me with money. Maybe you've experienced this too. And that makes us into the self-made, determined women we are today. When life kicks us down, we get up. That's what people care about. Lean into, where are you censoring yourself? Where can you be a little stronger, a little louder in your life, in your business? And I encourage you to lead with that. Speak and they will come. Speak your truth, ladies, and they will come. Speak in a way where people can see you in the story with them. And that is an art form. That is the art form of storytelling. That is the art form of being a speaker. It's the most important, incredible experience getting on stage. And I will tell you that. It doesn't need to be a physical stage. I encourage it. If you're a little scared, that's fine. Your stage is your platform. Your stage is your Instagram. Your stage is standing in front of people. So I'm going a little bit on a tangent, but yes, for those considering, okay, great. Our voices are powerful. Kayla, I love you so much. All right, ladies, how much time do I have, Sahara? I just kind of like went down a rabbit hole. So
I think we're coming up at the end here.
Okay, beautiful ladies. I want to know, before we go, what is one takeaway you got from this? Some sort of activation piece. Maybe it's a realness, like I know that I can show up stronger in X area of my life. Speak up, speak and they will come. And once you master the speaking, that's where we start refining your message. That's where we start refining your storytelling skills in your sales process and how you pitch yourself to potential clients. My voice is powerful. Share my story. You tapped something into my brain and I'm pumped. Yes. And this is where am I censoring myself? So ladies, I'm so excited. Sahara, thank you so much for having me here. I want to stay in touch with you. And I actually want to drop that little sheet in terms of if you do want to build a speaking brand, there's like there's a framework that me and my team work with to help you get there. So I will drop that. You can find me on Instagram at It's Laura Hennings. I will also drop that too. And just understand that I'm a huge ally in your journey, in your business journey, in your journey as a woman, in your speaking journey, and leverage me as a resource because I am here to help and to serve. Okay. Activate, speak up, and let's just keep crushing life. That's it. That's what it's about. Lean into that adventurous spirit. It will never steer you wrong. Think about it. We're adventurers. We're drawn here from travel. Entrepreneurship is the ultimate adventure. It's the ultimate journey. Okay. There's a reason why we're here. Just keep listening to that adventurous spirit, and we are here for it.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Laura.
Thanks, ladies.
Laura's information and her guide will also be in the post-event email as well. You might be seeing Laura again in the Travel Coach Certification Program. She's always a great resource and provides so much value here. Thank you so much again, Laura.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the speakers who have spoken so far and everyone who's hanging on here with us. Wonderful. Yes, you might have seen in the chat there, Brittany did drop a thing about the Travel Coach Certification Program. If you are not a member of it yet, I do have something special to share with you. Hope you all can see my screen here. For a very limited time only, we're coming up at the end of our largest sale of the year for the certification program. It is over 50% off. There is a payment plan as well. And for those who are seeing this deal today and you are registered for the Women Thrive to Travel MasterFind event, you also get our bonus offer of Build a Better Travel Business when you enroll. That's a $500 value for yours for free. Again, there's only a few days left for this sale, for the opportunity to enroll and save over 50%. Laura talked about all of, speaking gigs and media and everything. We are a big believer in amplifying your voice, which is why we bring people like Laura in and experts into our program. We're always offering opportunities for travel coaches to have speaking opportunities, to land media opportunities through all of our connections and partnerships through the TCN. So being a member in the Travel Coach Certification Program is a huge benefit to you. I'm going to drop the link here to learn more about our certification program. You can also find on that link, if you have not already downloaded your free beginner's guide to travel coaching, you can find that there. I will also grab that link for you as well. Lots of great resources, so be sure to grab that free beginner's guide, but keep in mind about that sale. It is the largest sale of the year. Our original price is $1,297, $1,297. That price is actually going to be increasing once this largest sale of the year of $599 is over with, because we have a lot of exciting additions happening coming soon that we'll be announcing in the program. So you want to take advantage of that and your wonderful bonus of Build a Better Travel Business. Now I'm going to have Brittany help me with our next giveaway. We're going to be doing, we have lots of great merch. As you can see, I don't know if you can see, I have my sweatshirt on here, but we do have our TCN t-shirts that we love to send out. They are very comfy and cozy. We have sizes for everybody. So we're going to choose one winner for that. Want to go ahead, Brittany?
Awesome. Hey, everybody. I know it's been a while, so if you need to shake yourself out, get that energy back, we're going to go ahead and announce the next person. So if I can get some drum roll emojis in the chat, or if you just want to drum roll along with me for funsies, here we go. For a free TCN shirt, we have... Oh, you guys can't hear the sound. That's a bummer. It's like really low. Where is it? Where is it? Yay,
My dog did
Nina.
not like the drum roll. My dog
Congratulations, Nina. I'm going to put your name in the chat. I love that you guys put the fun emojis in. So we have our t-shirt winner.
Wonderful.
Yeah. And Tahara, was it just one that time, or did we have another one?
We'll do just one that time, and then we have a couple more coming up too. Perfect. Thank you so much. My dog did not like the drum roll that I did on the desk, as you can hear her barking. She thinks someone's knocking. Oopsies. Wonderful. Next, before we go on to our next round of speakers, I'm going to invite to the stage Ricardo Wilkins. Ricardo is actually a member of the Travel Coach. Hold on one second. is a member of the Travel Coach Network and Travel Coach Certification Program. And he had recently reached out to me with a request, and I gifted him with this opportunity that I found would be amazing because we have so many people here on today's call and receiving the replay. I wanted to give him this platform to be able to share what he's working on, and so we can support him in any way that we can. Like I mentioned, Ricardo is a member of the TCN and our certification program. In memory of his grandmother, Dorothy B. Matthews, Ricardo is now a Leukemia and Lymphoma Society Visionary of the Year candidate, and we are here to help him with his mission. We will let Ricardo share more about his Visionary of the Year role and how we can support him today and moving forward. Ricardo, you can go ahead and take the stage.
Great. Thanks so much, Sahara, for giving me this opportunity. I recognize a few familiar faces. So hello, everyone. So I'll quickly share how I got connected with the Travel Coach Network and the Travel Coach Program. Like I imagine everyone on the call loves to travel, is inspired by travel. And about a year and a half ago, doing a lot of travel across the US and abroad with my partner, I just had this impulse, this epiphany that I really want to do something in travel to guide people, to show people how transformative it can be, how it can lead to self-discovery, because I got a lot of growth out of travel. And I didn't know how to do that. I didn't know what that looked like. So I just figured I was out of luck. And just really randomly, I came across the Travel Coach Network and the Travel Coach Program that Sahara put together. And I was like, wow, what is this? This looks like maybe it can help me figure that out. And just going through the program, it has really helped me hone and develop a way to service people and guide them towards their self-discovery and growth and awakening through travel. And that in itself has been really fulfilling. And so what I'm up to and now with the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, and I'll quickly share, I know a lot of us have charitable causes and missions that we support, and we're always being asked for money. So I know the timing has to be right to support a new or different cause, and hopefully the timing is right. It's perfect for or good for everyone now. So I was doing a lot of traveling again with my partner. We had to stop our traveling, and I got stationary in Maryland, where I'm from. So my partner's best friend reached out to me and said, "Hey, Ricardo, since you're stationary, I would love to nominate you to be a candidate for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society's Visionary of the Year." And she explained that's a 10-week fundraising challenge supporting the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society across the US, and the candidate that raises the most is named Visionary of the Year. And I thought immediately, oh, I can't do that. Who, me? But I got a lot of, like I mentioned, I got a lot of growth through travel. So it gave me the wherewithal to step into something of that magnitude. And I knew a little bit about LLS, but she shared that they help with research and development, advocacy, and also patient support services. And patient support services, that really spoke to me. I thought about my grandmother, Dorothy, who battled leukemia for several years, and she passed away last year. And she was all about service and support, family, friends, and neighbors. So I'm running in honor of her. In memory of her, our team name is Team Dorothy. And now we only have a few weeks left in this 10-week challenge. I'm really, really close to one of the top being top earner. It's like neck and neck. So just reaching out for support for people who this mission resonates with. You can scan the QR code to donate. You can go to the link, United Against Cancer, to donate. Please share this link with 2 to 3 people in your network who might align with this mission. We can really bring this home. Lastly, I will share through these last few weeks, I've really seen how prevalent blood cancer, leukemia, and lymphoma is. People, friends and family have been affected. So if anyone has anyone in your network that might be dealing with blood cancers and might be looking for support, information about LLS, I'm happy to make any connections. Also, they're looking to connect with someone that maybe has gone through battling blood cancer, is currently going through battling blood cancers or lymphoma, and they just, someone to talk to. I'm happy to make connections with some of the people I have met. And with that, I'm done. Thank you so much, Sahar, and I appreciate everybody.
Thank you so much, Ricardo. Yes, we have dropped the link for that in the chat. Ricardo, you can drop the link as well. I do want to announce that For all the sales of the travel coach certification program from today to May 31st, when the sale ends, there will be a portion of the certification program funds will be donated to the cause. And as well, if you do decide to donate, if you could be between now and May 31st as well, if you could email me, and I'll drop my email in the chat here, as well as you will receive an email from me for the post event. If you send me a screenshot of you donating, you do not have to tell me the amount. You can block that out. I just want to see that you've donated and somehow any sort of record you have. Your name will go into a raffle. And this is actually the very first time that I am sharing this, but we have, hopefully you can see this here. I'm going to stop my screen share for, my back for a minute here so you can see this. Give me one second. All right, so this here is the Ultimate Travel Business Planner. We have got them printed. This is a book the TCN has designed for any sort of travel business owner. You are going to want this book. So your name will get put into a raffle. This is the very first copy that I have printed. I have not announced or shared that this is created yet. And so if you send me some sort of proof of your donation between now and May 31st, and email that to me, your name will go into the raffle. You'll get that and some Gobi sleeves, a TCN t-shirt, and some other goodies in that package. So be sure to send that on over. If you have questions about where to donate or who to send a screenshot to or whatever it is, reach out to us, please. So Ricardo, if you want to go ahead again and drop that link for the donations into the chat, you can also use that QR code there now through May 31st, and also any a portion of the sales for the certification program. Ricardo, thank you so much for joining us today and for sharing, and good luck on your mission. I'm going to move on now to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Andrea, I should say Dr. Andrea Leschak is a pharmacist turned patient advocate and a travel health coach. She's also the founder and CEO of Wayfinder Advantage. Frustrated by people feeling sidelined in life because of their illnesses, she empowers clients with the tools and strategies needed to build confidence and self-reliance so they can embrace opportunities with peace of mind. She's also a graduate of the Travel Coach Certification Program and a member of the TCN. Andrea's topic today is multi-generational travel and making memories. Andrea, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Sahara. And first, I just want to thank you and your team for the honor of being part of this event. To you, Sahara, professionally or personally, your endless energy, drive, and the commitment to the Travel Coach Network is in part why I am confident to be able to weave what I do as a travel health coach into my work as a patient advocate. So I just want to thank you for everything that you do. My life really changed with one phrase. And it was when my mom woke me up and said, honey, you got to call in sick to work. We have to talk. I was in my early 30s. I was working as a pharmacist at a local pharmacy. I worked night shift, which is why I was sleeping at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And my mom had a key to the house, came in and got me out of bed and said, what I just told you, you need to call in sick. We have to talk. My mom was diagnosed with cancer at 58, and she had just left the doctor's appointment. They gave her about 6 weeks to get her affairs in order. And the treatment was going to be incredibly aggressive. As you can imagine, our world collapsed and changed drastically in that moment. And yet, surprising, even her physicians, some 9 months later, she was still with us. And my mom had always been an avid traveler. And throughout her treatment, she was constantly talking about traveling again. I mean, my mom learned how to snow ski in her 50s and would UPS her clothes to the resort so she could have new clothing. every day on the slopes. I mean, she was that kind of traveler. She worked for the airlines and travel was everything to her. And yet her illness was crushing, and the toll it took on her body was shocking. She, in some cases, didn't even look like the same person 9 months later. And so she wanted to go on a vacation. And my sister and I thought, sure, you know, if she makes it, this will be fantastic. She wanted to take her brand new grandbaby to Disney World. We thought it sounded reasonable. And yet, when the time came to board that airplane, my sister and I were absolute nervous wrecks. You can imagine the stress and the fear that my sister and I felt traveling with someone in this state. She was 1 week out of her last chemo appointment. And there were more than a few times on that vacation that I truly thought that the vacation was a mistake and that the trip was going to kill her. And yet, while the experience was far from perfect, and it absolutely frayed many nerves, those first days were really the beginning of an incredible journey. And before she passed, some 4 years later, she traveled to Mexico for my wedding. She came to Germany to visit me when I was living overseas, and we went back to the homeland and visited Poland. And so seeing how travel positively impacted my mom's well-being, when my father, 20 years later, was diagnosed with dementia, I was doubly committed that he continue to travel with us as long as he felt comfortable, not just for him to be an active part of our family, but because I wanted my niece and nephew to remember my father for more than just some quiet, mildly confused older man that sat in the corner in a chair, smiling and waving at us as we walked by. My father loved history and the beach and talking about dolphins and sharks. And I wanted my family, my niece and nephew particularly, to be able to have some memories that banked, let's face it, the cruelty of dementia. And so I am happy to share that I believe we achieved our goals, because not long after his funeral, my niece was in the kitchen and she was walking through talking about, a little teary-eyed, about how much she missed Gigi. And this was the first person she'd ever lost. And yet, not a few minutes later, we are all laughing and reminiscing about the goofy beach hat he was wearing while she was sitting with him on the back porch, watching dolphins swim by, eating pretzels. And so, as a healthcare provider, a daughter who has had two parents go through catastrophic illness, and myself, an avid traveler, I'm an avid diver and sailor, have been traveling for decades, I learned many lessons with my parents while they navigated these complex medical conditions. One of the more powerful lessons wasn't strategic or tangible. It was the power of banking memories and how they can support and sustain us even through some of the absolute darkest times of our lives. I also learned that too often folks will find themselves kind of segregating themselves into different camps. One, broadly, being folks who sideline themselves prematurely, thinking that the effort to engage is just too great, that travel presents too many obstacles, and they just don't have the energy, the bandwidth to focus on it. And so while they could do more and be more engaged and be more active, they just start saying, no, that's okay. You go without me. Just tell me about it later. We'll just stay home. I don't want to be a burden to you. I don't want to take away from your experience. The other group are the ones who know that they have complex medical conditions, and for whatever reason, they discount the effort that managing their health on the road will require, which can leave them unprepared for the stress and the complexity of an already difficult situation. Or they just completely ignore everything. And again, causing more stress for those around us. I've been on a dive boat off the Galapagos to only learn after an incredibly challenging dive that someone in our group had quadruple bypass surgery. And so again, as a healthcare provider, while I don't have to know everyone's medical condition, what would have been the strategy if someone had had a heart attack on a dive boat off the Galapagos, 10 hours from medical facilities? These are some of the things that run through my mind, both in these, because of my experience as a healthcare provider, as a daughter, and as a traveler who's that does a lot of active and adventure travel. And so by discounting the effort to manage what their health looks like on the road, they often find themselves unprepared. And, just really if something emergent was to happen, not knowing what to do in that moment. And so, unfortunately, the way our travel system or our health system, the medical system, at least in the United States, is built, is to focus on avoiding illness, determining what immunizations you need as a traveler, and staying safe. And I'm sure we've all heard of, how do we stay safe when we travel internationally? And so that's where a traditional medical approach is rooted. But my question is, where is the conversation about why you want to travel in the first place? In Sahara, as you know, we talk about what's the why. Travel doesn't have to be overseas, in extreme for someone with dementia. Maybe it's going to watch the leaves change. But I think that we need to be having broader conversations with folks when they have complex medical conditions, and this is not included in a traditional risk mitigation strategy approach in the medical field. So where are the conversations on why we want to travel? And what memories do we want to make to be able to not only make memories for ourselves, but also for those that are around us? And then how can we ensure that everyone that participates with us can enjoy the experience? And if then something unexpected does happen, like when my mom, not knowing that she had now had brain cancer, wandered off in Belgium, what do you do in an unexpected, moment, in an emergency? How can we respond to that with confidence? And that's why now, as a pharmacist that is working full-time as a patient advocate, I weave travel health coaching into the fabric of my work. And so what does it look like? What do I do? If you're not familiar with patient advocacy broadly, that is healthcare navigation and decision support. As a travel health coach, I extend that into helping those with complex medical conditions tap into that motivation of why travel is important, get everybody on board for what we're going to do, guide them through pre-travel preparation, and that could be logistics, evaluating risk, maybe doing research on the destination, proactively problem solving those what would I do ifs that may require a little bit more into the weeds work. And then, how do we, once we're in the moment, once we're on the plane, once we're on vacation, in the experience, be present, maintain our health and well-being, and enjoy the whole process without it becoming a all-consuming fear fest of something's going to go wrong and I don't know what to do. And so, yeah, that's what I do. I often like to remind folks that when we look at travel, particularly if we have these complex medical challenges, the most remarkable stories are rarely going to be perfect. I can tell you that the last trip we took as a family with my father, right before COVID shut the world down, we had 4 families staying in a beach house before we ever left, so that my father never felt like we were walking around behind him, like on eggshells trying to protect him. We all kind of had family meetings. We identified who would be on point in the moment. And somebody always kind of had eyes on Gigi, which is what my dad's name was as a grandfather. And so we would kind of do tag you're it. So when somebody left the room, if my dad wanted to go to the beach, whoever was at the beach would kind of like, we have eyes on Gigi. And then, but dad always felt like he had the freedom to come and go and do what he want. And where I say that the most remarkable stories are rarely perfect, we did everything we thought right, because you don't know what you don't know, and you only know what you do know. We had given him what we thought was this fantastic room that had a 0 entry shower. So, so he wouldn't trip. It didn't have rugs, so he wouldn't trip on the carpets. It was well lit. He had a perfect view of the water. He had an elevator. And so we didn't have to worry about stairs. And on the final day of the vacation, he looked at us and he said, "Why did you put me in such a rundown room?" And my sister and I are just completely perplexed looking around this gorgeous room that looked like it came just out of a Chip and Joanna Gaines, house fixer-upper moment. And he walks over to the walls and he touches the wall and he goes, "Look, they didn't even finish the wall." And he was pointing at the shiplap. And so, as I said, my father had dementia. And what we thought we were doing to give him the best opportunity to enjoy, because we were looking at everything very medically and strategically to protect his safety, he thought he was in a room that didn't have finished walls. And so while these stories are rarely perfect, and there is no one size that fits all for your travel, we are the authors of our stories and we get to choose our adventures. And so, yes, if we're traveling with health conditions, there can be some stress. That's a reality. And yet with self-reflection and pre-travel planning and, this understanding that, the level of effort is worth it in the long run to bank those memories, we can overcome most anything before us. And so that's pretty much it. And so if you have any questions, I know Sahara is going to be adding links later on. I want to make, I want to respect the time here. And so you can reach out to me. And I'll also drop my contact information in the chat as well. And I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of the day or night, depending on where you are.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Andrea. Yes, please do. I know Claire with the TCN has dropped your email and your website in there, but feel free to drop any other links. As Andrea mentioned, all of those links will be shared in her information in the post-event email too, so be sure to keep an eye out for that. I want to say thank you so much for everyone who is still hanging on with us here. We just have a handful of speakers more. We do have some more giveaways that we're doing and a door prize that you must be present in order to win that. And I'm going to move on to our next speaker. So if you're wondering what the lineup looks like here, we have 2 more speakers, and then we're going to hear from TripBeat, one of our sponsors. Then we're going to go into another 5-minute break to get us up, stretching, get outdoors if you need some sunshine, get something to eat, use the restroom, whatever you like to do. Then we'll do another giveaway. We have some more fun prizes that we're doing. We'll do our last set of speakers, and then we'll go into our networking events for those who want to stick around for the end there too. So our next speaker is Tina Vishelli. Tina is a travel sabbatical coach and the founder of the Travel Sabbatical Playbook, where she coaches burnt out corporate professionals to plan and finance an extended travel career break without sabotaging their careers or their life savings, so that they can recharge, enjoy freedom, and plan the next phase of their lives and their careers. Tina is a graduate of the Travel Coach Certification Program and is a member of the TCN. Today, Tina will be talking about the benefits of taking mid-career sabbaticals to travel long-term and why it's more possible than many people think. Tina, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Thanks for that introduction, and thank you for having me today. I'm happy to be here. So as Sahara said, I'm a career break and sabbatical coach, and I work with career breakers, sabbatical takers, formerly burnt out corporate professionals to, go out into the world, do something different, shake things up in their life, and travel the world long term, and use that travel as an impetus for personal and professional transformation. So my background is in education. Before I found coaching, I was a teacher through the Teach for America program right out of college. And if you're unfamiliar with the program, they place recent college grads in some of the most underserved school districts around the country. And I was placed in a middle school math classroom in New Orleans. And I burned out super, super quickly during my 2-year commitment. I'm sure if I know some of you are teachers here, if you know teachers, it's this high burnout job. So after my 2-year commitment, I ended up taking what I didn't know at the time was technically a career break. I spent a couple months at home not working. I spent my first couple weeks just watching a lot of TV, hanging out at the house, doing projects. I didn't think of it as something official like career break, sabbatical. Actually, in my mind, it was something more along the lines of, I have no idea what to do with my life anymore. I am not interested in anything. I'm so burned out. So I think I'm just going to hang out for a while. A sabbatical sounds a lot more professional than how I actually felt at the time. But during this process, during my time out of work, I just started feeling this really strong pull to travel kind of out of nowhere. And I figured, hey, if I don't know what I'm doing with my life, I might as well travel while I go figure it out. So that's when I booked my first one-way plane ticket to China, and that's when my addiction to long-term travel was born. I had these incredible experiences abroad, like motorbiking in Vietnam and walking through waterfalls in Bali, exploring ancient Rome with my dad, because our ancestors are Roman, making wine in New Zealand, trying out different remote work and in-person jobs abroad to fund it all. And I got to see these new perspectives for my life and challenge my assumptions about how I thought that my life should look. I grew so profoundly, and I really got to know myself, grow my confidence and resilience and self-reliance, and meet some of the most inspiring people who are now lifelong friends. And I am super passionate now about career breaks and long-term travel becoming more of a normal part of life, something that's in the conversation in corporate America than they have been up until this point, because they are truly life-changing for those who take them. So I tend to hear the phrase a lot, I need a vacation from my vacation. I don't know if any of you have ever said this. I have definitely felt this way before, because we're trying to pack so much into our precious 1 or 2 weeks of vacation that we get to take each year. And we just end up returning home more exhausted than before we left. This kind of like super fast travel without the time to be still and reflect and just be, that's never going to be able to give someone the kind of transformational experience that an intentionally carved out chunk of time away from work can. I tell my prospective clients, like, what if you could just take 3 months or 6 months or even 12 months away from work, where you could travel to those bucket list destinations, recharge, try on new perspectives for your life, and actually come back to work feeling like you got what you really needed. That is what taking a mid-career sabbatical can do. And I know I probably don't need to convince anyone here on this call today how amazing long-term travel can be, but specifically thinking of a break from work like this, thinking of long-term travel in the context of someone's greater career path can make it a lot easier to actually take the leap to go for these long-term travel experiences, especially if you're a very career-driven person, because you're thinking pragmatically about how you can leverage your travel experience in your future job search and in your long-term career path. And I just want to mention, when I say sabbatical or career break, I use these two terms interchangeably for the most part. I'm just talking about any kind of intentional time spent away from your normal work life to heal from burnout, enjoy life, try new perspectives, and explore how you want to move forward, both personally and professionally. So right now, sabbaticals are starting to become more popular, but they're certainly not yet the norm. So taking one can feel really scary to a lot of people. Maybe it seems even impossible. It's really common for fears around like financial security, responsibility, falling behind in your career, and even other people's perception of you. All those fears usually come up for almost everyone when they start considering a sabbatical. But taking one, especially one with some element of travel involved as an impetus for personal transformation, can be one of the best things that you can do for your life and your career. In fact, a survey conducted by the International Center for Research on Employment and Work found that 84% of HR professionals agree that a mid-career sabbatical or extended travel experience positively influences an individual's career progression and professional development. That's 84% of HR professionals in agreement on this. It might take years of planning and saving and thinking ahead, but a sabbatical to travel is an investment in yourself that will pay dividends for the rest of your life, personally and professionally. I've never met a single person who has done it and regretted it, who hasn't come out with a better understanding of who they are on the other side and a totally new relationship with their work. A sabbatical is so much more than just a vacation. So let's talk about why that is, starting with the personal benefits that a sabbatical can give, which definitely have a ripple effect into the professional world as well. So a sabbatical allows you the opportunity to, of course, completely unplug and step away from the daily grind for much longer than just the standard week at a time. It takes a few weeks at the start of a sabbatical just to unwind from work and start to reconnect with who you are outside of work, to start to feel kind of normal again and not like constantly checking your phone for emails. Giving yourself this time will allow you to rejuvenate, heal from burnout, take care of your body, rest in ways that will allow you to sustain a healthy balance of work throughout your career. And of course, with that greater mental and physical well-being comes greater job satisfaction when returning back into the workforce. A sabbatical also gives you that totally blank slate of time to be able to enjoy long-term, slow travel, to spend a month or two in each destination, time to really get to know another culture, time to just chill and recharge in a new environment. It's that slow travel that really allows for personal transformation and reflection. And it's that slow travel that makes it more financially possible to pull off a sabbatical to travel, because when you're spending longer in one destination, you can find great deals on accommodation by booking for a monthly rate rather than paying for nightly rates, which are usually much higher. You can be cooking meals at home rather than eating out at restaurants. You can experience what simply living life, being alive in a different place is like. It doesn't have to be super expensive. It doesn't have to be like a paid activity every single day. And then all of this time allows for so much personal growth. You have that time to reflect on your life and career up until that point, time to explore different ways of thinking about your life, different career paths, take classes, have coffee chats with people in different industries, or have coffee chats with people in your industry who work in another country. Dabble in starting up your own side business, or explore the idea of living and working in another country more permanently, maybe. And then from there, that's when the new perspectives start to creep in. That's when the new ideas start rolling in, creativity, the renewed interest in whatever work you were doing before that maybe you were so burned out from doing, or a new interest in something completely different that you never even expected from yourself. So any kind of sabbatical or long-term travel experience leads to personal growth on a number of different levels. Growing the confidence to step outside your comfort zone, to do something contrary to the norm, to advocate for what you really want out of life. It can be an incredibly empowering experience to take your career in your own hands and say, hey, like, I am carving out this time intentionally for myself because I want to get something out of this experience and I want to thrive in my career in the long term. It also, like, being able to do all of this, take it on the road in another country, it allows you to challenge your assumptions about how the world works, learn to adapt to unfamiliar situations. And these kinds of experiences foster resilience, self-confidence, and a greater sense of empathy towards different cultures and different perspectives. And then, of course, due to those personal benefits that the sabbatical can give you, the healing from burnout, renewed energy, creativity, new perspectives, greater self-confidence, new passion for work, that all makes you a happier and more efficient employee on the other end. And it allows organizations to retain top talent that they might otherwise lose due to burnout. Now, here is where a lot of these personal benefits of a travel sabbatical start to have that ripple effect into the professional world. So we live in this increasingly interconnected world, as we know, and cultural competence and a global perspective are now essential skills in many industries. Traveling long-term during a mid-career sabbatical enables you to develop a deep understanding and appreciation of diverse cultures, customs, and traditions. And this kind of firsthand experience helps you to become more adaptable and open-minded, flexible in the workplace, fostering better collaboration with people from all different backgrounds. And a global perspective can provide super valuable insights into international markets, depending on your industry, making you potentially more professionally competitive in a global economy. And contrary to common misconceptions, taking a mid-career sabbatical to travel long-term can actually enhance your career prospects and marketability. Employers are increasingly valuing candidates with diverse experiences and a breadth of skills gained from the international exposure. And travel can provide those unique insights, foster adaptability and resourcefulness, and enhance cross-cultural communication skills. Employers often appreciate the initiative that it takes, the commitment, the self-discipline demonstrated by those who have successfully managed a long-term travel experience. It helps people stand out as candidates in a lot of different industries. So not only can your sabbatical up-level your personal professional marketability, but it can also directly benefit your organization if you're someone who wants to go to your organization with a request for a formal sabbatical where they'll hold your spot open for you and you can return to the job a few months later. In one study, researchers surveyed 61 leaders in 5 different nonprofit organizations that officially offer sabbaticals. And the researchers found that the majority of leaders surveyed said, of course, the time away from work allowed them the space to generate new ideas for innovating in the organization and help them gain greater confidence in themselves as leaders. But most intriguing, the researchers found that the majority of leaders surveyed said that people who filled in for them during their sabbatical were more effective and responsible when the sabbatical takers returned to work. Many even reported that those interim leaders who covered for the sabbatical takers, they continued some of those responsibilities after the sabbatical taker returned. So everyone in the organization benefited professionally, and the organization was able to provide more opportunities for career advancement for other people in the organization as a result of the leaders taking sabbaticals. So if taking a sabbatical to travel is something you or your clients have been playing around with, all I can say is go for it. The research is in, the HR professionals are in agreement, the sabbatical takers who've paved the way all say it's worth it. It's worth dealing with the fears that come up, the logistics, the finances. If it's something that you're feeling pulled to do, then do it. You won't regret it.
Thank you so much, Tina. There were so many great questions. We're going to keep moving along for our next speaker, but Tina, if you want to go into the chat and answer some of those questions, also be sure to drop how everyone can get in contact with you, because I know people have some questions to ask you as well. So everyone be sure to check out how to connect with Tina in there. And again, her information will go in the post-event email. I do want to make a comment that I personally know a friend who works for a very, very large company in a very, very important role. And he dedicated so many years for this company. He reached complete burnout. He was at the verge of quitting. And then he came up with the idea, I'm going to demand that I have a sabbatical. He spent 4 months. He went to Italy with his family. He rode his bike around the parks, came back refreshed, renewed, has his job, has everything, happier. So, and it's something I never really thought about myself as an entrepreneur, but I'm hearing more and more about it in the corporate space. So thank you so much, Tina. And everyone be sure to connect with Tina on there as well. We have 2 more speakers before we're going to take a 5-minute break and then do our door prize giveaway. So our next speaker is Angie Drake. Angie is a storyteller in chief, raised as a global nomad. Angie has lived in over 20 towns and cities on 4 different continents since she was little. She is adept to bridging cultural differences, helping her clients find better ways to communicate and attract an audience that's aligned with their values. Angie's topic today is how storytelling is integral to attracting socially responsible clients. Angie, the stage is yours.
Hi, thanks, Sahara. I am so excited to be here. First of all, let me go ahead and get my screen shared. Can everybody see that? Sahara, can you just
Yes,
give me
we
a
can see. Yep.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So first, I want to give Sahara a huge thank you for inviting me today. I'm super honored to speak to this group of inspiring women. Each of you is changing the world through travel. It's not a small thing to do at all. Travel opens hearts and minds, and it makes the world a better place. And so I want to thank all of you for what you do. Today, I want to give you a few tips on crafting your own story. You guys have been listening to stories all morning, really great stories, and it's so inspiring. And so you guys already know that when we talk about tourism and talk about travel and how it's impacted us, that the natural way to share those things is through storytelling. The easiest way to teach you how I do what I do is to tell you my own story. So we're going to start off here. I was born in 1967, a little while ago, in a small town in Illinois that I know nothing about today. My dad was in the military, and so we moved around a lot. And this is me and my first attempt at bird watching. Moving around as a child, it prepared me pretty well for life, married to an Air Force officer. Here we are on our first tour overseas in Germany. We ended up in 4 different countries together. I lived in 2 other countries as a child. We lived in 7 different states, and we moved around a ton during his 28-year career. I don't think I ever lived in any place longer than 3 years my entire life until now. And I'm in year 3 of our retirement here in Portland, Oregon. So I'm working on year 4. It'll be the longest place I've ever lived anywhere. I ended up working at first when my husband joined the Air Force, and I decided it would be easier not to work. I ended up staying home to raise my family and to coordinate all of those moves. Whoops, we skipped a step. Sorry about that. I ended up becoming the family trip planner. I had my 2 boys and my husband, and we would take as many trips as we could at every base where we were assigned. Fortunately, sometimes we got overseas. This happens to be in Argentina. Everywhere we moved, we saw everything we could, and we usually camped along the way because it was more affordable. I don't know why I'm double clicking here. So then we moved to Ecuador. My kids were older. I had more time on my hands, just at a moment when I wasn't really allowed to work. I was in Ecuador as the wife of a diplomat, and it really sort of limits what you can do. So I traveled as much as I could. I ended up becoming a trip planner extraordinaire. One summer, when my oldest son came to visit from college, I planned a trip to visit the Amazon jungle. I spent hours poring over websites trying to find the perfect fit for our family. I also wanted lots of wildlife and an inexpensive tour for us. So I settled on a tour company working with the Guarani in the Pastaza province. It wasn't a perfect trip. We had trouble with the agency's guide from Quito from the very first day, but we were fortunate because all of us spoke Spanish, and that meant we could communicate with this man right here in this photo. This was our Guarani guide, Bai. He took us around on the rivers. He took us through forests. He painted tattoos on my hands with local inks. He taught me how to weave baskets. We ended up having such a wonderful time with Bai, and we got along so well that he took us to meet his family. And this was not something that happened with every family who goes on a tour into this part of the Amazon jungle. It was an eye-opening and a heartbreaking experience at the same time. Bai's family lives in a hut with only 2 walls, basically a shanty type shack opened on both ends, sort of like a tent without an entrance and an exit, just a big open space. You can see in the picture, dirt floors, hammocks were the way to get up off the ground. They asked me to take their photos. I was not prepared to photograph inside their home. And one of the first things when they saw my camera was, would you please take our photos? We want you to share our lives. One photo that I didn't take was of their matriarch who was in the back area. He was laying on a mattress, a dirty mattress, coughing up phlegm. His legs were bent and he wasn't able to walk. He had suffered with polio when he was young. it began to make me realize that our visit to this part of the Amazon was very curated by the travel agency, and there were things going on behind the scenes that we really had no idea about. But by the end of the trip, when everyone was ready to say goodbye, you can tell from this photo full of smiles, they were super happy with our visit. We were happy with our visit overall. This photo was taken right after this, we gave a community tip where you basically, everyone who's on that tour puts their tips together and hands it to the community, and the community shares in the tip. It's a practice that the travel agency told us to take part in. We had tipped our keto travel guide separately. So after all of this, I guess I shouldn't have been surprised, but I had community members come up to talk to me because we spoke Spanish and they felt safe with me to ask me questions. What does the keto guide get? Why does the keto guide get a separate tip from our community? How much money does the keto guide make? How much did your trip cost? Did you know how much money the agency made? These were questions I just wasn't prepared for, and I didn't know that I should know the answers. But then came the question that I really didn't have an answer for. Why do tourists come here to take pictures of our children and put them online without our permission? This is an edited photo I took while I was in a motorized canoe traveling down the river. These children were watching us pass by, and at the time, I wondered what they might be thinking of the tourists with the cameras snapping their pictures on the way. In the moment, I didn't think twice about taking this picture. Over a decade later, I have words to describe my behavior: white privilege, colonialism, racism. Although I never intended to be racist or to perpetuate colonial attitudes or abuse others by failing to see my white privilege, I obviously did all of those things. And the travel agency that coordinated my trip enabled these attitudes. I wrote the agency afterwards describing the multiple issues I saw while we traveled with them: a keto guide who treated the Guarani like children, a lack of transparency in how we were helping the local economy, and an obvious lack of healthcare. When I purchased this trip, I am sad to say I didn't consider any of those things. This man's question has stuck with me for years. It became a turning point in how I book travel, and how I communicate with others, and in how I photograph while traveling. So normally at this point in a presentation, I would end with the next slide showing my business information, tailoring it either to travel clients looking for a personalized itinerary, wanting to travel better, smarter, more intelligently, asking the right questions before they book, or to my business clients looking to tell their stories in ways that connect with the types of clients that want to do better. For you guys, I'm doing this a little differently. I'm offering you a few tips and some practical advice on how to tell your story. So first, the tips. Telling a story that, the tips are to be vulnerable and to be true to yourself. Telling a story that changes people is hard. This is probably one of the first times I told the story, I don't have tears running down my face, but it's still hard to tell. This is not an easy story. It's embarrassing. I was ashamed of what I did. I don't enjoy sharing that part of what I do. I share it because I know it makes a difference. So telling a story that connects with other people means being vulnerable. You'll be giving away a piece of yourself. Sometimes it will be a joyful piece and it'll be super easy to share. Sometimes it's not, like today. But it's key to understanding why it changed. If you want to know that I do want you to know that I have forgiven myself for this behavior. And that's also important to know because that's part of the transformation. I'm taking actions to help others not make the same mistake. Next, I want to give you a little bit of practical advice about telling your own stories. You've heard a lot of stories today. Most of them follow a very similar arc. This is the structure of a story. The easiest structure to follow is what's called the hero's journey, or what I like to call a heroine's journey. You can look both of those up online and you will find a slightly different version for a hero versus a heroine story. If you Google the terms, you're going to find worksheets and opinions on how to write them. There's more information out there than you could possibly believe. In my story, I introduced my ordinary world, family travel, stay-at-home mom. Then I introduced the new world where my adventure will begin, Ecuador. I meet an enemy, the guide from Quito who represents the travel agency. I meet a mentor, Bai. I cross a threshold, Bai's family. I'm tested, answering difficult questions from the community. I confront change. What was my role in this? Why, what did I do and how am I going to change things to make it different? And I return to the normal world a different person. I create a business, not your average American. I want to travel differently and I want other people to travel differently as well. Earlier today in these sessions, I listened to podcaster Christine Weinbrenner-Eirek. She spoke passionately about nonlinear paths that lead to change and transformation. The story that I share here looks pretty linear, but other things have happened in my life. It didn't feel like this was clear when I was living it. It means that I have multiple stories to tell. You have multiple stories to tell. Knowing which story will connect with your audience is key. It's okay to have more than one story in your tool belt, but you have to have the right story for the right audience. If you're stuck and you can't see how to make a complex situation into a simple story, just simplify as much as possible. What happened before? What was the moment that changed everything? And what happened afterwards? My life before, you can go to Ecuador, see where things changed, and then what happened afterwards. Break it down to those 3 simple concepts. And then you can fill in the other pieces. But this is what ties it all together. It's the values. Your story should reflect your values. You might have heard some of my values: family, respect, creativity. After I'm a photographer and a writer, diversity, humanity. What are your values? Are they different from your business values? And though those might be similar, they're not always. Sometimes a person's personal values are not reflected in their business. And sometimes when this happens, that's when you struggle to tell your story. I do want to make one last point on alignment. If your clients' values are not aligned with your values, those are the clients that are more likely to complain and to leave negative reviews. If you work really hard to know what your values are and to market your values through your stories, through your websites, through your content, you're more likely to have clients who are going to enjoy their experience with you and to leave positive reviews for you. Those are my tips and suggestions for storytelling. I want to give you just a little bit about where I am today. I work with a lot of people, offering clients a path forward to share their stories with a wider audience. I work on a sliding scale, which means that different people of different means pay me different amounts. I co-design websites, fundraising campaigns, newsletters, and events like this one I'm hosting next month. This is with Marilyn. She is the owner of Nuevo Caminos Travel, and she was born in Mebamba, Peru. If you'd like to learn more about her, I'll drop a link to the event in the chat when we're done. I am committed to helping women tell their stories. If you need help, I want you to reach out and contact me, and we'll make sure to put my links in the chat.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Angie. A lot that really was really impactful. We were talking about mindful travel today, and that fits right in there. The tips on storytelling, like I mentioned in the chat, that hero story, the heroine's journey, is really important for any business that you have, for creating your brand story, for spreading your message, sharing your story out there. So thank you so much for sharing those tips. We have one more speaker before we're going to take another 5-minute break. Once we take a 5-minute break, we're going to come back and do another giveaway, our 3rd giveaway. It's our door prize. So you have to be present to get it. And then we're going to have 5 more speakers before the end of the event. And we're going to then do another giveaway and some networking opportunities. But now I want to bring on Tammy Peter. Tammy Peter is from, one of our sponsors is Trippy. And so Tammy Peter is the Senior Vice President of Global Strategic Partnerships at Travel and Leisure, the world's leading membership and leisure travel company. A travel industry veteran with over 30 years of experience, Tammy has many senior level positions leading companies to achieve record-setting results. She is now focused on supporting the travel and leisure company with a mission to put the world on vacation. And she's going to share more about how they do that with TripBeat. You might have heard about TripBeat, but I'm going to have Tammy here share more about it. Tammy, the stage is yours.
Perfect. Thank you so much for having me today, everyone. So just want to take a couple minutes to share a great opportunity that you all have just by being part of the Travel Coach Network. So as was mentioned, I have been in the travel industry for over 30 years. And whoops, sorry about that. Here we go. Over 30 years, I am passionate about several things. First, about developing future leaders. I've had the opportunity to work with great mentors in the past and want to share that forward. I am passionate about my family. I have been married for almost 30 years. I have 2 fabulous grown children, and I do believe you should put good people into the world. And of course, I'm passionate about travel. The good thing is, so is the company I work for, Travel and Leisure. Here, let me make this bigger. Travel and Leisure, our mission is we put the world on vacation, and how great is that? So travel drives everything that we do as an organization. We know that people need to take their vacations, both for their mental and physical health, and we're here to help people do that. We have 3 divisions within our company. You've probably heard of Travel and Leisure, the magazine. That's our Travel and Leisure group. We also have luggage and other great things to send people on vacation. We have a resort development group with access to over 4,000 1-, 2-, and 3-bedroom resorts that have week-long stays. And we have the travel and membership group, which is where I'm part of and where our TripBeat stands. So as part of the Travel Coach Network, you have access to tripbeat.com. It is a site that is only for people who are part of an organization that's a closed user group with access to super great rates for anything you want to do. So for example, here's a hotel, a regular Marriott hotel in Orlando that has, per night rates of $226. But on TripBeat, our rates for the same stay is $178 per night, with a huge savings there, over $46. So as you know, most people don't just stay one night in Orlando, so that really does add up. It's not just in the US though, we have global discounts. This hotel in Rome has over 20% discount, Berlin over 20% discount, Barcelona over 30% discount. And then in the States, in New York, again, 46%, Dubai, 27%, and in Bangkok, 50% savings at that property. And these are just rates that I took for one night as I was looking around. Our resorts I talked to you about as well. This is a 2-bedroom unit for a week-long stay on an OTA. It's $644. On TripBeat, it's $389, and that is for the full 7 nights. Again, globally, we have not just the hotel there in Canary Islands, but we have Orlando Resort for $389. In Finland, over 50% discount on that property. That's normally $746. Again, $389 is our price. Spain, 38% discount, and in Vegas, a 70% discount. So that's $556 for a full 7-night stay. So great rates on hotels and resorts, as well as flights, cars, activities, over 345 activities. So plenty to choose from. Easy way to do it. You can scan this QR code that's on your screen right now, and that will take you directly to the login page of TripBeat. If you want to just go there directly, it is www.tripbeat.com. You just select create an account under the login prompt. This is the key because you're part of the Travel Coach Network. You have access to it. It's not a site that's open to the public. So you need to enter the code TCN Vacations and then create your username and password. So super easy. The main thing you need to do is know the code TCN Vacations when you get there. So that's it. I just wanted to share that opportunity with you. So please check it out. Please take the time for yourself, spend some time on a holiday, and hopefully can help you put you on vacation. Thanks, everyone.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Tammy. I've dropped the link to the website and the code in the chat box. They have incredible rates. So again, it's free to sign up, use TCN Vacations to create your login. Again, it's not open to everybody, so you have to be able to use that. So luckily all of you are gifted with the TCN Vacations code. and go around and play around in there. Check out the different destinations, the different types of properties, and the different types of savings as well. Tammy, thank you so much again. Thank you to Travel + Leisure and TripBeat for being a sponsor at our Women Thrive Through Travel MasterFind event today. We are going to take another 5-minute break. So if you want to resume in 5 minutes, in the meantime, you can either stick around. Brittany is going to do a couple more engagement questions, some polls, and some fun conversation. If not, then you need to run to the restroom or get something to drink or get something to eat. You are more than welcome to do that, but we will see you in 5 minutes, everyone.
Hey, everybody. I know we have a really well-traveled group here, so I thought we couldn't end today. I know we still have a little bit of time left without talking about the kind of places that we have liked going to, the destinations we love. So I wanted to make sure you all had a chance to share this. The question on the screen right now is, what's been your favorite country so far? So I'm going to share the link to that question in the chat. You can also use the QR code on the screen. In case you came in later or you haven't used Menti before, what you do is you go to menti.com and you enter the code that's on the screen right now. That's 17710619. Or if you use your phone, put on the camera like you're going to take a picture, hold it up to your QR code, and then you can enter one in. And you can actually put in a few different options if you can't absolutely pick one, which I know is so hard. But what's happening right now is that we're creating a word cloud, which is kind of fun. So the more that people answer, you can kind of see in real time it's changing. And it's kind of fun to see what are the common themes, what are some countries that everybody's been to and have really loved. If for some reason tech-wise you cannot get Menti to work, you can go ahead and put it in the chat. So I'm going to be checking the chat too. Espenia said, I was recently in Ireland and fell in love with the country, plan on going back soon. I totally agree. I think the Astrocartography session by Sonia was so interesting. I actually, while she was talking, I pulled up mine. I thought it was so fascinating that some of those places I've been to before, I don't know if any of you have felt like this feeling of like deja vu when you go to a place for the first time and you feel like you've been there before. I just found it really interesting that some of those coordinates met in places where I felt that. So definitely go check that out if you haven't already. Yay. Of course, Angie. Yeah, I definitely loved your presentation. It was so good. I want to connect with you over that too. So yeah, I'll give you another 30 seconds or so to share your favorite country. Go to menti.com, use the code on the screen, or you can use the QR code, or if you can't get that to work, you can put it in the chat. I have a couple more questions. This is good also for us, just so we can get a sense of where have people traveled to? What kind of experience do we all have? Because there's just a wealth of knowledge. Oh, here we go. So many more. Wow. Okay, so we have Norway, Portugal, British Virgin Islands, Hungary. Gosh, it's such a hard question. I was even thinking about this for myself. And I loved visiting Norway. I loved visiting Switzerland, just anything with mountains. Oh my gosh. But Ireland is beautiful too. Anything green? Yes. Okay, good. All right, I think most of us have a chance to get ours in. So if you haven't, you have like another couple seconds or so. I'm going to go back. Okay, we've got a couple more in. So the most popular answers are Thailand, Japan, Italy, and Egypt. Well, lots of them on there. Cuba. I haven't been to Cuba yet, but I know someone going. I really want to go. Okay, which country are you heading to next? So similarly, same code and everything. I'm going to put that one here in the chat. Where are you going next? That's always a fun one. I'm actually like in 2 days. Man, the next couple of weeks are gonna be crazy. In 2 days, I'm flying to London first, and then I'll be there for like 24 hours. And then from there, I'm flying to Athens, and then I'll be sailing in Greece for 3 weeks. Then I'll be, oh, Anita, I did not know you could draw on them. Well, look at that. I just learned something new. Then I'll be sailing for 3 weeks. Anyone else in here a sailor or like sailing? I know that me and Andrea have talked about it before. Ooh, Portugal, Paris, Zimbabwe. Oh, that's a dream trip too. Germany, another Italy again, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Dominican Republic. I just got back from Puerto Rico. Beautiful. Puerto Rico is a very interesting destination geopolitically, by the way. Jen says, I want to learn to sail. Yeah, it's simply something I feel like I'm still learning more about it. I'm hosting them, but I'm still learning a ton. Andrea said, I'm focused on sailing the Inner Banks off North Carolina for a while. That's cool. That's really cool. We did a catamaran trip to Icacos Island off the coast of Puerto Rico, the main island. Beautiful. That whole archipelago is beautiful. Yeah, sailing TCN meetup. That's such a good idea. I'm gonna write it down. Writing it down. That'd be so cool. Awesome. Okay. London, Paris, Rome, Florence, Venice, cruise in Greece and Croatia. Ooh, that's awesome. Especially, I'm excited for you. Patty says, I get seasick, so sailing, cruising, not my future, but I absolutely love the beach and ocean. You know what, Patty? I get seasick too. And one thing it helps, which is funny because I host these trips, but I actually look at the horizon. If I stay on the deck, I don't get as sick. Claire says, heading to the USA, Seattle to see Erica. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, I'm so jealous. I love Washington. Learning to sail is on my list for 2024. A lot more diving. Awesome. Yeah, you and Andrea should definitely link up. Yes, yes. Ginger also helps with seasickness. Yep, that's usually what I bring for people. And also there's bands you can buy. They're kind of like bracelets you can wear that can help to balance all that. Very cool. Are we back, Sahara?
Yep, perfect. All right, everyone. We are going to do our door prize, our giveaway number 3. This is going to go to one individual, and you have to be present to receive this one. So we might have to do a couple rounds here, hopefully not. And this is going to be a TCN gift bag, and we're gonna, there's a variety of things in there. Of course, there's gonna be some Gobi sleeves for you and a TCN t-shirt, but we have some TCN branded reusable straws and a bunch of other goodies that we have. And so you can go ahead, Brittany, and let's choose a winner.
No problem, you. So we will not do the audible drum roll this time, but if you
No,
want
it's
to put
okay.
drum roll emoji in the chat, you're welcome to do that. And
I don't want to
let's
scare any dogs anymore.
There's so many, over 500 people. I've never seen one with this many names. Angela Perez, yay, congratulations, Angela. Are you present?
Angela, are you here?
If you're here, type here in the chat. Oh, you are here, yay, that worked out.
From the next day or so for your address and everything. Same thing with all the other previous winners. We do have one more giveaway after our final set of speakers here. We have 5 more speakers to go. Some still incredible topics coming up here. And then we will do our final giveaway. And then we'll go into our networking for those who want to hang around at the end there. All right, so our next speaker is Sue Cockle. Sue is a transformative travel coach and a travel blogger and vlogger at Sue Where Why What. Love that name. After the tragic loss of her husband back in 2014, Sue has used her passion for travel to breathe, grieve, heal, and find herself again. She has been an advocate of traveling solo and has now been traveling for over 30 years across 6 continents and almost 80 countries, mostly alone. She's a certified travel coach through the Travel Coach Certification Program, and through her blog, she aims to help build confidence for other women over 40 to do the same and to embrace the transformative power of traveling also. Her topic today is the healing power of travel after loss. Sue, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Sahara. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Fantastic. There's a storm literally just brewing outside, so I hope I can stay on long enough for this. I'm just trying to share my screen, share my slides. So hopefully you can see that now.
Yep, we can see it.
Fantastic. Well, what a brilliant event, and it's been fantastic to get involved in it so far. So thank you so much, and I'm really honored to be speaking. I think I'm in a audience that shares my certainly shares my passion for travel, but also understands the transformative power that travel can have, and how it is healing and can help self-discovery. So I've got a quote that I wanted to start with, if my slides are moving forward, which is a common quote that I know all of us who are passionate about travel have seen numerous times. Not all who wander are lost. And I have a love-hate relationship with this quote because the story I'm about to talk about, and I appreciate everything that everyone said about sharing stories and how important it is, comes from a place where a few years ago I was incredibly lost. And through travel, I was able to find myself, to breathe, to grieve, to heal. And my passion for travel kind of came in on a white horse and saved me, I believe. So to give you a little bit of background about myself, I don't come from a big traveling family. My family never had a whole lot of money, and we used to save up to go on a 2-week holiday, which was usually in the UK. I am from the UK, and then progressed to France. So we'd spend our 2 weeks in a static caravan in France, and it was the best 2 weeks of the year. But my family weren't particularly adventurous, but somehow from somewhere, and I don't know where from, I felt there was more out there and I wanted to explore it. So when I graduated from university, I first and foremost wanted to find a proper job. So I worked towards getting a career and getting my professional qualifications and getting the money so I could then leave all of it behind and go traveling. I had plans to backpack around Europe. I packed in my job. I went backpacking around Europe, Australia, and Indonesia. And I never planned to go on my own, but because my friends weren't available to come with me and I was incredibly determined, I went alone. I got myself into situations, a lot of them, and I got myself back out of them again. And through that, I gained an incredible amount of confidence and literally came back believing that I could do anything. I had plans to get back into a proper job only long enough so I could earn enough money to then leave again, because I wanted travel to continue in my life. But as I think we probably all know, life doesn't always stick to the plan. And I met the love of my life, Terry, within 6 months of getting home. We got married. We were together for 18 years. He wasn't just my husband, he was my best friend. He was my biggest champion. He was my ever faithful traveling companion, and he was also my partner in crime. We had a lot of fun together. So I introduced Terry to the whole concept of independent travel. And so from where he came from of taking the 2-week holiday in a resort, which is what a lot of us do in the UK, and having a few drinks with his friends, I introduced him to independent travel. And we went to a lot of different places with a very short period of time of work. And we made the most of every single one of them. And then, as the quote says, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. And life well and truly punched me in the face when back just before Christmas in 2014, Terry needed open heart surgery. And unfortunately, he never made it back to me. And I don't know, I hope nobody on here has experienced that level of loss. But to help you if you haven't, it's like everything that you know about your life and everything that you know and expect to happen in your future, it just disappeared overnight. Everything that was important the day before was totally unimportant, and it changed my whole perspective on everything. Talking about sabbaticals, which I know we were half an hour or so ago, I had plans to take a sabbatical from work because I never wanted the things that were important in work to be important again. But then I was fortunate, and my work of 18 years offered me redundancy, and I grabbed it with both hands. My quote at the time was, when everything changes, change everything. So what was I then to do? I think the other thing that is important to say is the concept of home. Home, for those of us who are lucky enough, is a sanctuary. It's a place where we have all of our favorite things, which gives us a good hug every time we walk back in the room. It's where you can be your most authentic self. which it was for me for a very long time. But then after I lost Terry, it was every corner there was a deafening silence, and the loneliness was just overwhelming. But I had a passion for travel, and my friends and family recognized that. And I would get that first year, I got numerous phone calls from friends and family to say, "Hey, Sue, would you like to come skiing in Canada? Hey, Sue, would you like to come and hunt orangutans in Borneo?" Hunt as in look for, not hunt as in anything else. "Sue, do you want to go around the Greek islands?" I said yes to every single opportunity, and it was my mantra to just say yes to everything. And that gave me chunks of time in a protected environment with friends and family around to start to come to terms with what had happened, and also to shift and give me that time away from home. But after that year, I started to believe that those invites would dry up. It wouldn't be always that I would be top of people's minds to invite along. And I'd also, if I carried on like that, I would always be fulfilling other people's travel ambitions and not necessarily my own. So I am a big believer in life of it's not what happens to you, but it's how you respond to it. And so I started to write down a list. So for most people, it's a bucket list, but a bucket list by its very nature is things to do before you kick the bucket or before you die. And that was too close to home for me. So I changed the name of it to my life list, because it was a list of things that I wanted to do to bring myself back to life. And for the next 5 years or so, and I'm still continuing it, I used that as a roadmap to follow and to give me a focus on where I was going to go and what I was going to do. And I went on a lot of adventures. We've just been talking about sailing. I went to learn to sail and also speak Spanish in the Caribbean, sailing all over the Spanish in Cuba. I went to volunteer at a wildlife sanctuary in Namibia, and while fighting a bushfire, I was bitten by a meerkat. Not everyone can say that. I also was swum into by a penguin in the Galapagos Islands. I've hiked the Inca Trail to Machu Picchu, and as I turned 50 to celebrate, I climbed Mount Kilimanjaro. All of this gave me the opportunity to breathe and to grieve and to heal, and finally to find my smile again. Because I think, as we all know, it's not about the places that you go, it's more about the experiences you have and the people that you meet along the way that make it so special. Travel helped me to heal. But when you're in the trenches with it, it's really hard to understand what is it about that travel experience that I found so healing. And for this, I looked to an experience that I had 6 months ago when I wasn't traveling on my own, I was traveling with a friend. And whereas travel for me came into play when I was very lost, for my friend, I think she won't argue with me when I say she was a little stuck. And we had plans and we went to Vietnam for 2 weeks. And within that time, before my eyes, I saw the whole transformation from her becoming stuck to having this time to think for herself, and to start to come up with plans, which were huge. When she came back, she had difficult conversations with people that needed to be had. She made huge decisions and life choices about what was important to her and what she was going to move forward. And 6 months later, she's still on that path. And I was talking to her recently about what was it that created that space for the change. And she took me back to when we were we spent 3 days in Saigon. And she said she'd never experienced anything like it before in her life. And this, I think, is where travel comes in terms of, it's like mindfulness on steroids. It's everything that you see is unfamiliar. Everything that you smell is unfamiliar. Everything that you taste needs a big decision on what you're going to try. And in Vietnam, it's every time you order something, you have a different kind of rice paper that you eat it that you eat it with. Even crossing the road there, you've got mopeds and scooters coming towards you, and the whole idea is there aren't really a lot of crossings, so you have to walk out in front of them, keep eye contact, don't run, don't stop, and you get through it. So even something as simple as crossing the road needs your full attention. So I went on a journey, and I'm a big believer that it's not about how long that you have. It's not about the amount of money that you have behind you to enable you to do things. We've talked already today about finding nature, going for a walk, finding a waterfall, anything that helps kind of nourish you and give you that time out. And like I say, with my friend, it was for 2 weeks, and it was an incredible journey that we went on. So what I do now is I try and work with women, particularly who are in their 40s or 50s. I was 45 when I lost Terry, who are feeling a little bit stuck in life, whatever reason that they've got to that point. And that's why the travel coaching really appealed to me. I have 15 years of corporate coaching behind me, and it really brings together my love of travel and my love of coaching. So I'm on all of the platforms as Sue, Where, Why, What. If you can't remember that, it's where do you go, why do you go there, what do you do when you're there? I have a blog which I aim to inspire women to travel on their own over 40, which, trust me, is very different from when you're in your 20s. I have a YouTube channel, and like I say, I'm now a travel coach as well. So yes, thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for listening to my story. And I hope you carry on enjoying the rest of the session.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sue. Very inspiring story. If you guys want to hear more about Sue's journey, of course, follow her. She's also on the Travel Coach Network podcast and an episode as well, where you can hear more about that. But we really do appreciate you sharing your story and empowering everyone to transform through travel. Our very next speaker is going to be Inez Chimarangriso, and Inez is a travel coach and the founder of It's Deeper Than Travel, which she founded in 2011. It's Deeper Than Travel is a travel company whose vision is to be a champion in the story of how Pan-Africans, experience each other globally. With over 10 years of experience in the Black travel industry, her motto is, I'm trippin', because to Inez, trippin' is an audacious, judgment-free exploration that challenges your comfort zone and unearths new facets of your being. She now hosts events and group trips that incorporate personal growth, connection, exploration, ancestral discovery, and adventure to places like the Caribbean, US, Canada, South America, and of course, Africa. Inez is going to be talking about the topic of who versus how mindset matters for every traveler. Inez, the floor is now yours.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me, Sahara and the Travel Coach Network. Before we get started, I wanted to just give a suggestion that if you weren't here earlier, that Sahara gave you is to put your thing on speaker mode. It has really helped me to stay focused during the other presentations, especially when people don't have slides, which I do not. So my name is Inez Chimangariso. It sounds just like the way it's spelled if you ignore the H. I'll be spelling that for the rest of my life. My husband is from Zimbabwe. And today I'm here to talk about why mindset matters for every traveler, right? So I know that the mastermind consists of like people who are travel service providers, as well as people who are like actual travelers. So can you drop in the chat which one you are, so I kind of know like who's still here? I know we had a larger group earlier, just so I know who I'm talking to. Both. Yes, I'm here for that. Me too. Okay, so I don't know about y'all, but personally, as someone who's traveled to 22 countries and numerous states, like the main questions that people are always asking me is tied to how, right? They want to know how do I travel so much? How do I save the money to travel? How do I find cheap flights? How do I find fun things to do? And if you're someone who is like looking to add more travel in your life, you probably are asking Google and YouTube and your friends very similar questions. Being a life and a travel coach for Black women, who I'm helping them to eliminate overwhelm, I'm helping them to get out of their head, and I'm helping them to take the trips that they've been waiting for, right? And so before that, as Sahara was saying, I spent a decade hosting cultural immersive trips to countries like Ghana and the DR and Brazil. So I've noticed that knowing the steps to taking a trip does not actually mean you're going to take them, right? And realistically, like my friends, my family, you, me, my clients, your clients, everybody knows the steps required to take a trip, right? You decide that you're going, you decide what the wheres, the whats, and the whens are, you book your trip, you go on the trip, and you come home, right? So realistically, the how is not really the thing that is stopping people from traveling, right? So what is? So I'll tell you a little bit about me. From August 2018, right? April 2018 to August 2019. I went from like taking all kind of lit solo trips and group trips and all the things to struggling and really feeling like I could not plan any trip. In the process of that time, I had completed a K-1 visa process with my then boyfriend. So yes, I am an actual 90-day fiance. I had gotten engaged, I had gotten married, I had gotten diagnosed with bladder cancer while I was pregnant with my first child. I had healed myself completely by going fully organic vegan. And then I had my baby girl, all in the course of 18 months. So my world was rocked, to say the least. Like, I had no idea, even at that time, that we were on the brink of a global pandemic and the whole world was about to be rocked. So there was no doubt in my mind that I knew how to travel. Like I had done it all the time, but the problem was I didn't know how to navigate the thoughts and emotions that consistently showed up when I tried to start. Anybody else ever been there? Put it in the chat. Like, have you ever been just like stuck when it's time to travel, even if you're an experienced traveler? So like I had thoughts like, you know, how is my nursing daughter going to survive with me gone, right? Or like, who's going to take care of her the way I would? Or, you know, is travel even really possible for me as a mom at this point? I was feeling like depressed. I was frustrated. I was sad. I was even a bit resentful because I felt like that part of my life was now over or might be over. And the reason why I wanted to do this presentation specifically is because these moments, every traveler encounters, right? Moments where their thoughts and their feelings are holding them hostage in their hero's journey that Angie was talking about earlier. The thoughts and the feelings that they have are the real reason they're not planning the trip. It's the real reason they're not making the time to travel. It's the real reason they're not saving the money to travel, right? If you're a travel service provider like I am, the thoughts and feelings of your ideal client is the real reason why they're not hiring you. The biggest obstacle that any traveler will face on their journey is taking the trips is overcoming those thoughts, right? Overcoming the thoughts about their ability to handle the obstacles that they will face along the way. These thoughts don't start at the planning phase. They start at the inception of the idea to take the trip immediately, right? So for example, I had the idea to take my family of 4, my husband and my 2 toddlers, to Zimbabwe for 5 months, right? To visit my husband's family. And immediately when I had the idea, my mind went wild, highlighting all the things why it was impossible, all of the obstacles, all of the things that were going to go wrong, right? And I will tell you that now that I sit on the other side of that trip, 3 months from being home, because I changed my mindset about that trip, I was able to unlock the hows in my own mind, right? This is why mindset matters for every traveler. Your mindset is either going to help you on your journey or stop you from taking it all together, right? One of the key steps in my framework that I teach my clients is solve every problem you encounter, right? And it's because I've seen that your mindset is either going to push you to tackle every problem you encounter or you identify, or it's going to have you cower at the thought of even facing it. So I know a lot of people talk about mindset, especially if you're in the Travel Coach Network. If you're a coach, you know about mindset, right? But for those who don't, what is mindset? Mindset is what you believe to be true, right? Your beliefs are the thoughts you think over and over and over. And your mindset is what is at the core of your identity, who you believe you are. And if you're wondering about identity, identity is who you are regardless of any circumstance, right? Again, identity is who you are regardless of any circumstance. And I'll give you an example. So I consider myself to be a dancer, right? I danced and competed from the time I was 5 years old to the time I was 18. I danced in college. After college, I danced in my church ministry. But I will tell you, I have not taken a dance class, nor have I performed in over 6 years. Regardless, I still think I'm a dancer, y'all. Even the fact that my knees and my ankles will not let me be great, even like normal everyday tasks, I still feel like I'm a dancer. Even when I'm like getting up from sitting Indian style, like I used to do on many a studio floor, and my hips are cursing me out, in my mind, I'm still a dancer. I identify as a dancer regardless of the circumstances, right? So being a traveler is also a part of my identity. And because of that, I have thoughts like travel is not luxury, it's a necessity, right? I have thoughts like I can solve any problem I encounter on my journey to taking a trip. I have thoughts like travel is transformational, and the trips that I've taken have made me the woman that I am today, right? At the core of my mindset is the belief that where you want to go in the world is tied to who you are meant to be, your identity. So if you're a traveler and you're a travel, professional, share a core identity, a core belief you have in the chat about travel. If you're not aware, I just want to point out that thought is the reason why you are able to overcome the obstacles you face on your journey to taking the trips. It's your mindset. The root of why clients cannot navigate those same obstacles is because they don't have the mindset, right? The way to help yourself and your clients take the trips they desire is to help them shift from how to who. Who are they currently that has led them to even have the idea to take the trip, right? Who is the trip calling them to be? What part of their identity or their knowledge can they leverage right now to make it happen, right? So I want to give you some tangible questions that I use with my clients, that I use with myself, that you can also use, right? To allow yourself and allow your clients to literally walk themselves straight from the idea to returning home on their trip, right? So write these down so that you can use them. If you want to get them from me, send me a DM on IG at International Inez, and I'll give you them there as well. Question number 1, why do I love the idea of this trip? Question number 2, who is this trip calling me to be? Question number 3, how is this trip going to add to my life? Question number 4, what proof do I have that going is possible for someone like me? Question number 5, what do I currently know that works? And question number 6, what about me has helped me to overcome obstacles to taking previous trips? Now, the instructions for these questions are the person taking the trip has to answer these questions on their own. No help, no guidance, right? Because your mindset can't come from somebody else. It has to come from you. It has to come from your thoughts. It has to come from the sentences in your mind, right? You want to ask these questions at the inception of the idea, before your mind can get acting crazy. And if you do, any traveler can sell themselves on using any and every how to get to where they want to go. And if you're a business owner like me, you know how important mindset is. You can remove the word trip from these questions and ask the same questions about any idea you have, right? Whether it is becoming a coach, starting a business, starting a podcast, doing a media pitch, right? I use these questions and other tools to help my clients through all the life obstacles that get in the way and stand in between them taking the trips they want to take, right? If you're a travel service provider or you're a traveler, your brain automatically works like this and you may take it for granted. I know I do, and I did before I became a travel coach. I realized that before I had my daughters, I was rarely Googling how to do stuff. I was just doing things, right? And then after, I was stuck in the house. That is why mindset matters for every traveler, regardless of how experienced you are. So this is also why the way I coach is mindset first over strategy, right? Like by focusing on mindset first, I've been able to help clients go from being completely scared to travel to places like Ghana, to visiting multiple countries in Africa, and even starting businesses with locals, right? I've had clients who have gone from feeling anxiety about traveling by themselves to planning multiple solo trips, all because of mindset shifts. I've had clients go from thinking travel is not for somebody like her to planning her 40th birthday in the Bahamas by herself, right? That's how important mindset is. And I don't believe that mindset just matters. I believe that mindset matters most, right? So that's what I wanted to share with you all today. I work with a lot of women who want to travel more, but feel stuck under their life circumstances and the obstacles. I just recently have also started working with travel agents and coaches and consultants on including tools like these in how they support their clients in creating and maintaining strong mindsets, because it doesn't happen in a day. We visit these type of questions and I ask these type of questions, and as I'm guiding them through to their journey. You can find me on Instagram and Facebook and YouTube at International Inez. I love and live on IG the most though. So definitely send me a DM. I wanted to end with a quote that I can't even remember the originator of, but it was so good that I was like, and it ties to what I shared here today. So I wanted to share it with you all. And the quote is, goal setting is like a tree. The trunk and the leaves are your strategy, and the roots are your mindset. So remember, a tree has to grow down before it can grow up. So definitely leave me any questions you have in the chat. Definitely send me a DM on IG if you want to talk more about these type of things. And thank you again, Sahara, and everyone for having me today.
Thank you so much, Inez. Thanks so much. Such great information there.
Hey, Sahara, you got on mute.
I'm sorry.
It's all good.
I'm just saying, we have 3 more speakers coming up before that, our final speakers, and then we're going to do our final 2 giveaways before going into a networking session. Inez, I don't know if you heard me. I said thank you so much for being with us today. Such powerful information. The Travel Coach Certification Program is a big believer in these powerful questions and providing your clients with that guidance. We'll be sharing more about our sale before we end here today too. But now I'm going to introduce our next speaker. We have Erica Forrest. Erica is a certified travel coach and a travel education specialist who helps curious people create more meaningful wanderings. As the founder of her travel education company called Trip Scholars, she blends over 30 years experience in education with the discovery made through her own journeys. Her signature Learn Through Travel program highlights what travelers can do before, during, and after their trips to bring more meaning, connection, and understanding into their journey.
I'll be right back.
sorry about that, into their journeys and their life. Erica is a best-selling author and has been a local NPR guest and published on over 55 travel sites. She's been seen in article and outlets like BuzzFeed, Apartment Therapy, and Authority Magazine. Erica is also a graduate of the Travel Coach Certification Program and a member of the Travel Coach Network. And her topic today is the interesting topic of world schooling and travel education. Erica, you can now take the floor.
Thanks so much, Sahara. Can you guys see my screen? No, it doesn't look like you can.
Now we can, yes.
Now you can. Okay, super. Yeah, thank you so much. It has been such an interesting and inspiring summit so far. I've loved all the other speakers, and I want to thank everybody who is tuning in from home. It's great to all be together. So welcome to Travel as Education and World Schooling. And I'm wondering who here has learned more about themselves through traveling? You can drop it in the chat or raise your hand. Great. And who here has learned more about our world and the people that we share a planet with through traveling? Pretty much all of us. And who has had an even more impactful learning experience because it built on things that you already knew before you arrived. Maybe you had studied the language or learned about the history of the place that you were visiting. So we can see that these are really universal experiences. And for most of us, they are true. And I'm going to guess that for most of you, as you were thinking of your particular memories, as I was asking those questions, these are some of the most powerful learning experiences you've had in your life. What is it about travel that makes it such an amazing teacher? Why do we learn so much more powerfully through travel? Well, there's a whole bunch of reasons, and we're not going to get into all of them today, but there are a few pieces I wanted to point out. And one is that there have been studies done that show when we are curious about something, and we're obviously all keenly curious when we're traveling, when we're curious about something, we learn more, we retain more information, and we even learn more about things that are tangential to what we're experiencing. There are also plenty of studies that show that when we're in a new experience, when we're in a new situation outside of our comfort zone, our minds are actually retaining the information, processing the information differently, and they really stand out. And these are some aspects of learning, but learning happens on all of these different levels, right? Like we can retain information, but then can we apply it? And can we see it in this greater context of all of the other things that we know? And then can we use it to inspire action in ourselves, to make a difference? Can we be creative with it and use it in all of these different ways? So learning through travel can touch on these things, this wide range of learning. And there are ways that we can really amplify this. So today I'm going to be sharing some tips that you can use starting tonight or this week related to your next trip and learning more about where you'll be traveling. If you're a parent, I know we have a lot of parents here, you can use it in your family. And if you're a travel professional, these are things that you can encourage your clients to do. So as Sahara mentioned, my name's Erica. I'm the founder of Trip Scholars, and I have been able to combine my love of teaching and learning as an educator with my love of travel to create Trip Scholars. And I know that travel is one of life's greatest teachers. At Trip Scholars, I have lots of articles about interesting and exciting ways that you can learn more through travel. I also have guest authors who write about their places of expertise or approaches to travel, and they share their favorite resources. So I have a library there. And then I do private travel coaching and offer workshops as well. I focus on all of these different aspects of learning because it really helps us to become much more engaged travelers, more responsible travelers, and have much more meaningful travel experiences, oftentimes connecting more deeply with ourselves, with our travel companions, and with the people that we meet while we're traveling. So one of the things I focus on is helping people learn more before they leave. I focus on also helping people have better experiences while they're traveling and afterwards. But one of the reasons I focus so much on time before we leave is because most people don't get to travel as much as they want to. And so there's this big opportunity. And there also is a study that shows people experience more joy before they go on a trip than they do while they're traveling, or even when they're remembering that. There's a lot of talented travel coaches here who would be happy to help that not be true for you. But the point of bringing it up is to really focus on this excitement and anticipation that we feel before we go on a trip. Like if you have a trip coming up, you can imagine how much that excitement might motivate you to put together an itinerary or a packing list or find restaurants you want to visit, and that can be great. But it's also this wonderful opportunity to dive in deeper and learn more about the place that we're planning to visit. So we've already established that learning through travel is a universal experience and that it's a really powerful experience. So now I'd like you to imagine using this travel as a primary approach to educating kids and teens. And that's what world schooling is. It's this educational philosophy or approach to learning that's really focused on learning through travel. It became much more popular during the pandemic. Some of you here might be considering world schooling for your family. And the reason it became more popular, obviously, is because parents were able to work nomadically. So they were independent from, having to go to a 9-to-5 job at an office. And also people were really starting to question traditional education and looking for other alternatives. So it is something that looks different for every family. It's something that looks different for everybody. Sorry, I've got my husky here behind me. And for some families, they're going to be traveling world schooling full-time and moving from country to country. Some people do it. I know we've had a couple sailors presenting today. Some people do it from a sailboat. Some people do it domestically in an RV, or a lot of camping, staying with different families. And it is, I've been supporting homeschoolers for many years, and I always encourage people, look at all your options and then decide what is going to work best for you and your family. You are not trying to mimic what anybody else is doing, although you can certainly get inspiration looking at a lot of different versions of world schooling. You're going to be looking for what is going to be the best match for your family. Some people do it part-time, and that is how our family has done it. We were a homeschooling family that incorporated a lot of travel into our approach to learning. So because there's so many different ways that people homeschool, I thought it might be interesting just to give you a little window into, one version of what it looked like in our world. This is the Palace of Knossos on Crete. It's in the middle of the Mediterranean. It's a super interesting archaeological site. It was the seat of Minoan civilization. So that's often thought to be one of the first really complex cultures in Europe. It was excavated controversially, so you can see it's been repainted and partly re-put together here with cement. So there's a lot of interesting things about it. It's also thought to be the location of the myth of the Minotaur. And to refresh your memory, that's the Greek myth of Theseus needing to go down into the labyrinth, into the maze, to fight this half bull-like creature. And so that he doesn't get lost, he gets a thread from the Princess Ariadne. And when you're there actually are all these labyrinthine spaces underneath the archaeological site. So in the past, like for our family, we might have, this might have been something the kids would have learned about in school, and we would have learned about in school. We would get to go visit, you might be trying to encourage people not to be on their screens too much. And I might have done all the planning, and it would have been a great experience. And that might have been how that would have manifested. But in the world schooling or homeschooling world, I wanted to give you a little window into what it can also look like. So we did start homeschooling 17 years ago, and my background had been as a teacher and a school administrator. So we literally started at the dining room table with me teaching history at 10 and math at 11. But it wasn't long before I realized, our kids were excited about the history and there was no reason to stop learning at 11 o'clock. Instead, we could let their interests kind of guide them. And it turned into student-led learning or unschooling. And my role really changed from that of teaching to being more of a coach or a facilitator and helping them find the resources to learn more, whether that was documentaries and books or teachers and mentors and clubs and all kinds of things. So one of the ways that manifested in our family was that two of our kids created a video game that was based on the myth of the Minotaur. It was called Ariadne's Thread. And they combined their love of mythology and history and art and game design, computer science to create this video game. And they brought it to a tournament where they won a cash prize for the People's Choice Award. So they used that money to buy components to build their computers and start a business to bring the game to market. They did not end up bringing the game to market, but they did work on it hard and learned a lot about entrepreneurship and history and culture and mythology of Greece and Minoan civilization and the surrounding civilizations. And so when our family was planning our trip to Greece, instead of me saying, this is what we'll be doing, they were so hopeful that we could actually go and visit the Palace of Knossos and visit, this is the Archaeological Museum in Heraklion, and this is bull jumping, so related to the Minotaur. They were able to have this really profound experience while they were there because they were familiar with the history and the culture and the myths. And so it was a profound experience. And this is just one example that's available to all of us. It would look different for everybody. We all have different interests, but this is how it looked for them. So as our family came to the end of homeschooling, I started Trip Scholars a few years ago, and I put together this Learn Through Travel approach. I want to give a shout out to Clara Burt, who's here today. She helped me with this acronym, and it focuses on different activities and things that we can do before, during, and after a trip to have it be more meaningful. We are just going to talk about one here, and that is educating ourselves about our destinations before we leave. This is something I help families do and encourage people to do, and I'm hoping you'll be able to find one thing that you can add into your life related to your next trip. I'm sure in this particular audience, many of you are already doing some of these things, but I encourage you to find one more that you could add. And one of the important components, especially with kids, everybody's busy. I know there's a lot of parents in this group. I am not suggesting you add one more heavy burden or one more task. Instead, we're going to be looking for things that you or your family already love doing and enjoy doing, and how can you match that up with learning more about your destination. I have all of this available, much more fleshed out in a free guide that Sahara's got linked, and I have one guide for all travelers and one guide for families. So you could check that out if you're interested. So the first thing I encourage people to do is really look at the hobbies and interests of their kids or themselves. What are people already doing? Styles of learning is a controversial concept in education, but it's kind of like, do you learn better by watching things, doing things, listening? Think about the goals and the questions that people might have related to where you're going. And then this is going to look different for everybody. I'm encouraging you to find one thing that you might want to add into your life before your next trip. The first thing I encourage people to do is put together a playlist. Most of us are already listening to something in the car or at home. This could be music, historic music, or current music. It could be podcasts, audiobooks, anything like that. The second thing I encourage you to do is put together a watch list. If you go over to IMBD, you can type in the location of the place that you're visiting and find some movies or documentaries or TV shows, animated shows, and you are, even if they're fictional, use it to challenge yourself or challenge your kids. Do you think that really happened? What do you think the actual relationship was? If you have little kids, you can just be pointing out different things that you might be later noticing on your trip. Obviously, you can also go to YouTube and find travel vlogs and travel shows that can help you dive deeper into where you're going. The third thing I encourage people to do is consider a reading list. So in addition to travel guides, if you have a nature lover in your family, maybe check out some field guides. Novels and biographies are super, coffee table books are super nice for families because you can sit together and imagine where you're going and talk about it. Picture books for little kids, again, pointing out things that you can later dive deeper into while you're traveling. And I'm a big fan of exploring fairy tales and myths because you can talk about the culture or the history of a place often in really age-appropriate ways by coming into it from those myths and fairy tales. The fourth thing I encourage people to do is consider activities from home. This can look so many different ways. Again, you're trying to find things that you or your kids are already doing that will inspire deeper learning, and then you can evoke deeper questions. So I'm also a big fan of using games, video games and board games. There's so many related to travel that can really inspire interesting conversations. You can study languages, obviously. If you have an art lover, you could be doing art projects. Nature journaling for your nature-loving kids, online classes that you might want to learn about the regional dance or sports of an area, perhaps playing music related to the location that you're going to. And finally, activities in your community. If you can find cultural festivals, restaurants, museum exhibits, local performances, meetups related to where you're traveling, and that these are all opportunities to start to kindle this curiosity in yourself or in your kids, and then you start to layer it with deeper and deeper learning. So if you found one thing that you could implement in your family this week, I'd love to see it in the chat. And by putting all these things together, we really end up with much deeper learning that can be ongoing, more connection in our families, and then really engaged and invested kids both at home and while traveling. So they'll want to help put together the trip, they'll want to bring you places, and all learn together. So I would love to connect with you outside of today's summit. I have the free guides that I mentioned. I'm also offering 20% off with travel education coaching, and I am so grateful to be here. Thanks, Sahara.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Erica. You'll find some of the links to Erica's in the chat there. Erica, you can go ahead and drop them as well. I know Claire was dropping some of them. You'll also find them in the post-event email that will be sent out. I know that there were some questions for you in the chat as well, Erica, so if you want to go through there and answer that, some amazing questions. We have 2 speakers left, so we're going to keep on rolling here. Our next speaker is Michelle Lowe-Piccolo. Michelle is actually one of the founding members. She's been in the TCN for quite some time now. And she is the owner of the Mosaic Way Travel Company, which is a travel agency that specializes in custom travel and retreat coordination. Michelle's mission is to be an instrument of love in this world by helping people experience the transformative power of travel. She has always had a love for hosting and coordinating events, but fell in love with travel after studying abroad in Malta during her senior year in college. Today, Michelle's topic is going to be the transformative power of retreats and how to incorporate retreats into your business as an added income stream. So Michelle, you can now take the stage. It is all yours. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Sahara. Let me check. Is it echoing? Give me 1 second.
She's just fixing the echo. I think you're signed on in 2 accounts, I think, Michelle. So just mute one of them and unmute you one of them.
There you go. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect.
So sorry about that. My camera on my computer for some reason doesn't want me to show my slide right now, but on my phone it works. So we'll do a little bit of both. I just have a couple pictures I'm going to show you guys halfway through the presentation, but I'll do most of it from my phone. So thanks for the intro, Sahara. This has been great so far, hearing everyone else's stories. I think one of my favorite things about the Travel Coach Network is how we're all joined or united together with travel, but then there's all these different niches, and it's just so cool to see what people come up with for their businesses. So like Sahara said, I'm a travel agent. I run my own remote travel agency. So I'm home-based, which is amazing, which means I can travel and work remote. I offer custom coordination services, which are things like planning your honeymoon, a bachelorette party, girls trip, you name it. I've done everything from a girls trip to Greece to a getaway to like Charleston and Savannah. So every time I get a client, it's something new, which I love. And then more recently, in the last year and a half, I've been doing retreats, tours, and pilgrimages. So pilgrimages typically are more faith-based, right? Like going to Rome or the Holy Land, that type of thing. And then retreats, which I'm going to talk about today. The fun of that is that you can come up with a theme based off of a need you see. So a little bit about me, my background's in marketing and graphic design. And in college, I got an opportunity to coordinate a retreat for some of the faith-based groups on campus. And that's how I got started in it. Before, I was just doing general event coordination for different internships I had. Started getting into retreats and realized I loved it. And then when I studied abroad in Malta in college, I was like, wait, we can incorporate travel into this love of coordination. So yeah, ever since then, I just started building my business. And then over the last year, I added retreats in as a revenue stream. So it's kind of funny because initially, I think a lot of you can relate to this. I think a big part of building your business that I didn't realize is that it ends up being this huge personal development experience. For some reason in my brain, I thought, I'm going to build this business and it's going to be so separate from everything else. And then as I started to build it, right, we talked about, I heard some people talk about mindset earlier, but your limiting beliefs come up and they hold you back from adding on to your business. So I don't know why. I always had this passion for retreats, and I just felt like, yeah, you can't make money at retreats. So I was just a travel agent for a while. And then I have a really strong Catholic faith, and I was like, can't make money doing stuff faith-based. There's no money in it. So I put off doing it. And then about a year ago, I had a friend of mine, he reached out and he's like, I have this idea for this young adult trip that I think you should consider doing and coordinating with me, building out this retreat. And I was like, okay, let's do it. And it sold out. And then bit by bit, after starting to believe in like that this is possible, it's so funny. All these retreats I've launched have started to sell out just because there is a need and there is a community for it. And fortunately, I had someone else in my life who believed in me. So if you've been thinking about doing a retreat, that's my goal today, is if you've been putting it off, is just tell you to believe in it, because it is possible, because you probably are seeing a need and you can fill it with a retreat. So the cool thing about retreats, especially after COVID, is that, I don't know if you guys have noticed this too, drop a comment below, but they are trending. I think after COVID, there was such a need and longing for community and togetherness and just to be with other people, especially after working remote as well. You miss out on a lot of things when you're alone. So there's a big need for it. So it's been really cool seeing a lot of businesses start to add this as a revenue stream. And all of you have different niches. So you're probably already offering something very niche to your clients. I know there's some coaches that work with, women who are divorced and then they incorporate travel into their coaching process, or someone who's gone through trauma or eating disorders, or I've seen all different types of coaches in this group. That's amazing. And then they add on this element of travel. Well, since you have these one-off clients and you maybe help them in the realm of doing something and related to travel, I think the beautiful part of this is now you have this client base who's following you, and why not get them all together? In my experience, one of the benefits of running a retreat is that I feel like your following or your client base ends up becoming more loyal to you because one, they get to meet you in person and you're guiding this beautiful retreat with them. But then you also provided this additional value add, which is you brought them a community of like-minded people, right? And a lot of you probably already have this big fan base, and now all you're doing is building this other revenue stream and to bring them all together. So what was the next thing? So yeah, it's an added value. I've personally found that it's also increased like loyalty from my customers, I will say, because they've got to interact with me more in person. So I'm going to see if I can switch over. I'm going to show you an example of a retreat I did this past fall where I found this to be very true. Let's see. Sahara, if I share my screen and flip to my other one, this should work, right?
It should work. Yeah. There you go.
Okay. Can you guys see this screen?
Yes.
Okay. So this past fall, I hosted a marriage retreat, and I'm from Michigan. I don't know if many of you have ever been, but we have an island in up north Michigan called Mackinac, and it's really well known because it's just horse-drawn carriages, no cars allowed, like 1900s themed. It's very cool. It's like you're stepping back into another time. So it's actually one of the top tourist destinations in the world. So this past winter, I hosted a marriage retreat there and brought 10 different couples to the island. It was faith-based. We had workshops, speakers, and then in the afternoon, we did excursions. And so it was really cool. I mean, my goal was just to give couples an intentional weekend away. And by the end of it, these people became a new friend group. And then at the end of that, they were all saying, when can we travel with you again? When can we travel with these other people? Will you build more trips? So it's just really cool to see how bringing people together for a couple nights in a row can like up their connectedness to you. So we had talks. This is one of the workshops we did. We did a game night one of the nights. We had a little setup. I rented, they were all in a local hotel, but then I was in an Airbnb with my retreat team. So we invited them all over one night for a game. And it was really cool because it was so small. Everyone became best friends. And by the end of it, when I exit out of this, stop sharing, there we go. But by the end of it, they were all asking to see each other again. And, now we've coordinated get-togethers and all this stuff. So it's really cool to see, like, all you have to do is put this thing together and then people kind of make magic happen on their own. So I think, like I was saying earlier, benefit of the retreat is obviously building community, helping people, give them a chance to brainstorm together, meet like-minded people. A big feedback I've heard, especially in female circles, I would say, of travelers, and you guys probably can relate to this too. Sometimes we might not always feel comfortable traveling solo, but we don't want to wait on our friends to like chase these dreams we have of going different places. So retreats are a great way, especially if it's women only or something like that, where these women feel like, okay, I can go on my own. I don't need to go with a friend, but I'll be able to meet other people and be community wherever I decide to go on this retreat. So far for me, it's been a great additional revenue stream too, because it's something that you just build it out once, and if it works, something that you can run again year after year, change the theme a little bit or the speakers, that type of thing. And then it's nice too for another reason, I would say, because if it doesn't take a ton of capital up front, and I've learned this from other people in the industry, but you can build this whole thing out, launch it about a year, 9 to 12 months in advance. And then from there, you can just start collecting deposits. And then once you get like your minimum, you can end up putting the deposits down. So it's not like this thing that's this huge investment up front. And then you'll know right away if the trip can run or not. In my experience, if you're wondering, okay, how do you sell out retreats? How do you fill them? That type of thing, because that was, it's a big worry when you're putting a lot of money down. It's all, in my experience, it was a lot of in-person connections. So church community, local community groups, maybe a chamber of commerce business group, local businesses, that type of thing. So figure out who your niche is. Facebook groups have been great fishing holes for me too. You just find, so say I'm running this fall, I'm actually doing a women's faith-based healing retreat in Savannah, Georgia. So I just know I'm looking for women of faith who would be interested in this type of thing. And then I've gone in a bunch of different faith-based groups in my Michigan area that I thought would be interested. And from there, I've been able to sell out retreats. And there's all types of retreats you guys can do. So just look at the current needs of your clients, and then from there you can build out one. And it's pretty simple. I mean, when you start, yeah, I mean, I usually just start with whatever I find, I find the need. Then from there, I build out a theme, and then you pick your venue, and then you kind of work back from there. And you can have pretty minimum stuff when you first launch it to see if there's interest. And then you're not wasting a ton of time. You're just seeing, okay, based off of the needs and stuff, the feedback I've heard from people, I think this could be a good retreat, and then you can launch it. So this fall in November, the first week of November, I'm actually doing a female entrepreneurship retreat. We're deciding between two venues. It's either going to be in Costa Rica or Panama. It's going to be 6 nights, 7 days, around $3,500 per woman. But it's just going to be a week full of workshops. We're going to do mastermind groups. I have a fellow business owner friend who's a photographer who's going to come and do headshots, and we're going to enjoy local excursions, that type of thing. So it's going to be a mix of business and travel. So if anyone's interested, I'm going to send Sahara some information about it, and I can drop my email below, but I'm going to offer $100 off to anyone from the Travel Coach. So the promo code is just Travel Coach. And if anyone decides at any point, maybe they want to run a retreat or interested, feel free to connect with me and we can jump on a call, and I'm happy to kind of give you a better idea of the logistical end of things. But if you've been thinking about running for a retreat, I'd say just go for it. If the first one I ever launched flopped, so don't be worried about it flopping, because the next one I launched sold out. So it's just about figuring out what works and, getting through that learning curve. So I hope everyone has a great rest of your day, and I hope that was helpful and you guys are all inspired to do your own retreats.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Michelle. That was a lot of great information. And I just love seeing how you were able to combine all of your different interests and passions into a thriving business, which brings my heart a lot of joy. Thank you again. And be sure everyone to connect with Michelle. And Michelle, you can drop your links in the chat there. Our last but not least, our final speaker we have today is Sierra Turner-Ewert. Sierra is a travel and wellness writer, a certified travel coach through the Travel Coach Certification Program, and the creator behind Wellness Travel Diaries, which is an adventure travel blog dedicated to finding purposeful ways to travel the world. Sierra's expertise has been featured in 13 plus media outlets, including USA Today, Fatter's Travel, Health Digest, Travel Noir, VacaU, among others. When she's not uncovering adventurous pursuits and off the beaten path to destinations all around the world, Sierra supports other entrepreneurs' dreams of publishing their travel stories in the media as well. Today, Sierra will be sharing some of my favorite topics, so tips on pitching for your story and your business to your favorite publications, podcasts, and media outlets to grow your business. Sierra, you can now take the floor.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sahara, for the warm welcome. I'm just so excited to be here today. There's been so many incredible speakers, and just like listening to everyone's story, it's just been super encouraging. As Sahara stated, my name is Sierra Turner-Ewert, and I am a certified travel coach and also the founder of Wellness Travel Diaries, an adventure and wellness travel blog. When I first started my blog in late 2020, I had no idea that travel writing was going to get added onto the list of things I was going to do. I was looking at other travel bloggers who had successful travel blogs, and I quickly noticed there was a couple things that they had in common, along with great SEO, captivating stories, beautiful pictures. I noticed that on each homepage, they had a section that was as seen in, featured in, written in, and it listed all these different media publications and outlets. And I saw it and I immediately knew that I wanted that. And just at a glance, looking at them, this instantly boosted their credibility in my eyes. And I'm sure in the eyes of the readers and anyone else that went to their site, it just instantly boosted their credibility. it was super clear to me that, and to others, that they were clear on what their business about, and the world knew it because they were getting featured in these different media and publications. And I wanted that for my blog. But as a newbie travel blogger, I kind of didn't really know where to start. I was just new into the industry. I only knew that there was a story in my heart that I really wanted to share, which is that adventure and wellness travel need more diversity and inclusion. So a year later in 2021, I still felt this deep desire to explore more about travel writing and wanting to learn more about how to leverage media to grow my travel blog. But I was still pretty lost. Again, like I was pretty new. It's 2020 now, 2021. The world has like shut down. Didn't know like where my story would fit in. And to be honest, like my blog wasn't doing as well as I thought it would. So I kind of just quit travel blogging altogether. I was like, I'm just not going to write anymore. And so I felt at a super low point and just like felt super defeated. And honestly, I just felt that my dreams of like writing were pretty over. And I watched as other travel bloggers started landing more media wins, or other entrepreneurs and other dream media outlets. And I like really desperately wish that would be me one day. I was like, hopefully like that'll be me this year. Like we'll see. But again, like I was at this like super low point. Until one day, one of my friends who is a travel writer got published in her own dream media outlet. And I was super excited for her. And it was also just super inspirational and just a sign to me that I needed to give it one more try, that I had to like go back out there, do it one more time, and that this time would be different because I was very clear on what I wanted. And I knew that media was the ticket to growing my business. So after my first pitch was accepted, in little over a year, I had been featured in over 13 different publications, both in print magazines and online magazines. And this was from writing to photographs. And as Sahara had mentioned, in like USA Today, Essence, VKU, Voters, and so much more. And during that journey, one of the things that I didn't know that media would have done for me, these media wins really impacted me personally and just my business in so many ways. It helped me grow my email list. My blog started growing. It really helped me personally gain more clarity on the direction of my business. And I transitioned more into talking about adventure travel and bringing more like diversity in it. It boosted my credibility. I started landing brand partnerships and landing press trips. My income quadrupled. And I also started landing more coaching clients. And it also led to an amazing opportunity that for this year, I also launched my first ever media and publicity coaching program with Sahara to help other entrepreneurs and travel writers grow their business by leveraging media. I didn't know this was going to happen. I gave it one more chance and I ended up falling in love with media. And I just wanted to share this. And this is just really important because media and publicity can really change the trajectory of your business, just like it did for mine. So whether you're new to the entrepreneurial scene, whether you've been in business for 10 years, or whether you're something in between, it really can do wonders for you. It can give you access to a whole new audience and really puts you as the authority in the topic that you're talking about. So whether you want to write about maybe the best things to do in Kansas City as a vegan, or whether it's a personal story about how you went gluten-free and how others can do it too, or maybe it's like an insider look on what it's like running a retreat, or you can fill in the blank with your unique business. Each of these are really great ways to use media to kind of leverage your business and then also get the message and the story across that you would like to share. So with this in mind, I just want to share 5 pitching tips to help you get your own stories published and spread your message, whether you're an aspiring travel writer or you want to just get the word of your business like out there even more. So one of the first things that I like to share is that you really want to identify what you want to be known for. So this is different for everyone because we have different businesses, we have different interests. And so you really want to think about what do you want to be known for? So are you an aspiring travel freelance writer trying to get into the industry? Do you have a business where you're trying to expand your reach? Like, what reach are you trying to expand to? Are you a travel blogger or a content creator like me who wants to share different experiences you've had so others can have those too? So I really want to encourage you to dig deep here and really think about what you want to be known for. And then once you know what you want to be known for, and once you get really clear on that, the next step I recommend focusing on is creating a dream media list. So on this list, you'll want to include different publications, different podcasts and blogs, all the different places that you really want to pitch to. This should be a mix of outlets that you've been drawn to. So for me, it was getting featured in Essence magazine. That was a big one. And so that was like number one on my media list. But you also want to think about where your dream clients live. Are they more in travel magazines? Are they also in food magazines? Do they live in wellness magazines? You want a kind of a list of both of those. So a list of where you feel drawn to, but also like where your clients live. And if you're not sure where your clients live, ask. So the biggest thing I would do, you can ask on like your email list. You can ask maybe what they are listening to, what they like to read, what they just like in general. You can ask them also on social media. And then I encourage you to write those down. And then the next tip that I recommend is really focusing on what story do you want to share? Do you have a story like inside of you that's like really like burning, that you're like, I really want to share this idea? Or maybe it's about your journey. Maybe it's your entrepreneurial journey or a transformation you've gone through, or maybe it's a client testimonial, or maybe you're starting like a new business. What story do you want to share? And so I would really encourage focusing on that story. And then the next step would be to spend time on your dream site. So get to know what site you want to pitch to. So the best thing that I recommend here is to read through their stories, listen to their podcasts. And something that I like to do is to keep a list of like inspiring either podcasts or articles, like things that really like touched me. So I'll just keep a list of it and draw on inspiration from that when it comes to pitching. So this can be super helpful if, for example, for articles, if there's an article that you really liked, maybe think about what you liked about it. Was it the story angle? Did you like the way that they had their headlines? Was it maybe the way that they structured their piece? So for instance, I may pull something from that when it comes to writing my own pitch. So maybe it's like X things to do in Mexico, and I like the X things to do. So I might do X things to do in Canada, or maybe a specific location, or maybe X things not to do. So this is a great way to pull from them and to use it to inspire your own pieces. And then this is also a great way to format your headlines, because it also shows that publications like that. And same with podcasts. There's a certain way that they're thinking about it. And if you're spending time on their sites or their blogs, this is showing that you've like done your homework and you're more likely to get your pitch accepted. Also, when it comes to pitching, you want to pay attention to their contribution guidelines, and you want to follow them closely. So blogs, online publications, and also podcasts, not all of them, but many of them will have a page that shows exactly what they're looking for. They'll ask you maybe to list off your credibility in there. They will ask you to maybe talk about like what angle do you want your story to take on? And maybe if you have some tips that you want to share, they'll ask for all of these different things in their contribution guidelines. And they also want to know what makes you the best person to tell the story. So that's also really important. And in your pitch, you want to make sure that you explain why you're the best person. And when it comes to these are blueprint gold. You really want to stick as close as possible to these, because you don't want to reinvent the wheel with it. Because when you follow them very closely, that's a sign to editors or to bloggers that you really understand their site, and they're more likely to look at your pitch and to like respond back to your pitch. So that's just something that you want to keep in mind. And then just like as a bonus tip that I want to share is, if you're new to the pitching world, don't be afraid to ask for help. I found that investing in a coach was invaluable when it came to the strategy side of media.
To be honest, it took me over a year to get the courage to pitch. Like it took me over a year. That's a really long time. And I don't want that for anyone here. So if you are a little nervous or want some help, please reach out to someone. And I just like want to share this because I wish I knew that at the beginning of my own travel writing journey, and that just travel writing and pitching are a process, and that it's really important that you enjoy the journey and to know that it's okay to bet on yourself and to keep putting yourself out there even when it's scary. So with that in mind, I just want to offer, if you have any questions, to send me an email. You can email me at sierra@wellnesstraveldiaries.com, or you can also send me a DM on Instagram. And I would love to set up a media strategy session. I'm gifting away 5 free sessions as a gift to this awesome community, and just as a big thank you for just listening to my story and for allowing me to speak today. So I hope this session was super helpful. And again, if you have any questions, please reach out to me.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sierra. I obviously am a big believer in the power of media and publicity. I love it. So those were some spot on tips that you have there. If you are a member of the Travel Coach Certification Program, be sure to check out the replays in the replay cabin of all of the media trainings that we have done, as well as the guest experts and journalists that come in to be able to jumpstart your road to pitching to the media. And stay tuned. And check your emails and the Facebook group of all the opportunities that have been presented in the Travel Coach Network to our members. Thank you everyone so much for being here today, especially those who have been here from the very beginning. We are going to, before we're going to do 2 more giveaways for some Gobi sleeves here. I want to just remind everyone who is not a part of the Travel Coach Certification Program that on May 31st, our largest sale of the year of over 50% off is expiring very, very soon. And by May 31st, you also get the bonus of Build a Better Travel Business, a $500 course that is a great added value for you. Our certification program is usually $1,297 US, but again, it is just over 50% off for a limited time. So if you guys have questions about enrolling in the link there, yes, thanks so much, Claire. The link has been dropped in the chat for you to check that out. I know many of you are already members of the program, so I love seeing all these beautiful faces, or who have recently joined as well. So thank you so much for joining us and being part of the Travel Coach Network. Our mission is to provide all of you with the resources, the connections, the networking, and the value to jumpstart and grow your travel coaching business and really reshape the future of how travel is used and viewed and how it can transform all of our lives as a powerful tool. With that said, Brittany, if you want to pull up the wheel, we will do 2 more giveaways, 2 final giveaways for some beautiful Gobi sleeves that we have here. So we can go ahead and do that.
Yeah. All right. So are you guys still awake? I know it's a long day of looking at a screen. I hope you're all okay. Shake it out if you need to. All right. So let's go ahead and put those drum emojis in the chat if you're still here. Anything just to kind of make it more exciting, because I know it's hard when it's virtual. Thank you, Jen. Jen's been holding it down this whole day on that. Thank you. Thank you.
We want to also make one of these is going to be a door prize. So you have to be present for one of these, because I want to say thank you so much for being here with us.
For sure. Yay. So Siddhant Segal. I recognize that name. Did you come to the Teacher Travel Summit? I feel like you did. Okay, so that's a Gobi sleeve winner 1. Are you here? Did I say your name right?
Here right now. I will
not
mark
here.
Your name down.
Okay. Okay. So just go for another one.
Yep. Let's go again.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Drums again. Drums again. Oh, look at Jen. Man, you are on it. You're on it. Oh, did not spin? There we go. What? Oh, my spinner. Oh, there it is. Jennifer Grant. Yay. Jennifer, are you here?
I think Jennifer's here. She is not here, but that's okay. I'm going to mark her name down as well. We'll do one more. We'll do one more, and this one has to be her.
This is really building up the anticipation. It's like, who's going to get one? Okay, let's see. Let's go back over.
Their names I've seen, they've been hopping on and off. So I'll be sure to send it to them.
All right, sounds good. Okay, let's see. Who's it going to be? Nina Zapala. Are you here, Nina? Are you here? Are you here?
Nope.
No? Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, I gotta go back to my screen because I have so many screens open. Okay, remove. Here we go again. And now I'm thinking about this. I should have been removing people as they left, but I didn't think of that until just now because I'm like, oh, we only have like 30 something on. Is Monica here?
Monica is not. Why don't I'm going to randomly pull from the list of attendees here with without looking with my thing as I'm scrolling. You can't see what I'm doing, but I'm scrolling, and I'm pointing Tracy Smith. Tracy, I know you're here because I see you on. So Tracy Smith, you will be getting some Gobi sleeves sent to you.